sky and a foot on the roof. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. This is Tony Lightfoot, and this is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented by Santos Dassault. Great to have your company for the third and final day of competition. We're going to get started around about 8 a.m. with the amateur third round of slalom. There you see our schedule, the amateur round 3. Then we're going to go into the quarterfinals for the pro women and pro men in that particular round. 8 skiers, which we determined the identity of yesterday in each one of those events. And then directly afterwards, then we'll go into the junior. Radar Junior Challenge to determine the champion in that event. We're down to 2 final skiers for each of those events for the Radar Junior Challenge, junior girls and junior boys. And then we'll continue on with the semi-finals and then eventually the finals of the pro women and the pro men here in San Gervasio in the northern part of Italy. Great to have your company. And stick around because we'll be back with slalom in action right after this here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santos Dassault.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Well, hello, good morning and welcome. This is Tony Lightfoot once again for the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition of, presented to you by Santa Dassault. Our first category of skiing today will feature our amateurs in this competition. It is a Pro Am after all, so the third and final round of amateurs will get things underway here in San Gervasio, starting around about 8 a.m., which is around about now. There is our schedule for today. As you can plainly see, the amateurs get the things running. Then we go into the pro women quarterfinals and pro men. Then we go into the radar junior challenge for both the junior girls and junior boys. The finals of each gender category there before we go into the semi-finals, and then eventually the finals of the pro women and pro men. So, a lot of action to take place. My apologies right up front if my voice is a little bit subpar, but I'm going to try and push through it as much as I can. The event sponsors are among our event sponsors are Radar. They are the title sponsor for the Junior Challenge. HO Syndicate, who provide the official ropes for this competition. Andreas Dassault, the title sponsor for this, the San Gervasio Pro Am, alongside great sponsors who you see below me here, the likes of Veronini Coffee, Barker, Jolly Ski, Punto, OMB, Lutzeri International, so on and so forth. Among our event webcast sponsors are Field Wake and Ski Cable Park, located just outside Munich. Go to wildwakeandski.de, wildwakeski.de, and Emker, who runs a whole slew of pharmacies in southern Germany. We thank her very much, and me especially, because the medication that she provided this morning is just starting to kick in, and hopefully my voice will improve between now and the end of the event today. All right, so the first of our amateurs about to take to water, Filippo Busata, and he should be going into the course for his opening pass at 34 kilometers an hour. Now we're just waiting for a few moments or so. The rules stipulate that for a competition of this size, of this nature, that medical personnel are on standby. We have an ambulance. We have paramedics on site, and once they do arrive on site, then we can get cracking with our first skier, who you plainly see there is Filippo Busata. The boat they'll be skiing behind, the Malibu TXI, 400 foot-pounds of torque, plenty of power for someone like Filippo Busata, and indeed for the remainder of our skiers today, from the littlest skier in amateurs all the way through to the top level pros, whom you'll see later on plying their trade in the quarter, semi, and finals for today. Plenty of time, therefore, to tell you about our webcast sponsors throughout the entire season, including Pentalago, Florida's most anticipated water sports community with 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront properties and located over 5 lakes close to Palm City in Florida. You can visit them online to find out more by going to pentalago.com. That is pentalago.com. Also, let me tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters. Jumpsuits for the more discerning water ski jumper. You can find out more about their products by going to waterswetsuits.com. That's waterswetsuits.com.
Cosa con bilancino? No, con la corda. Ok,
All right, just waiting on the amateurs to get up and running. We're waiting on our paramedics to arrive, and then once they arrive on site, then we will get the green light from our officials to proceed. Time right now, currently 8:05 in the morning here, Central European summertime. I know that's an early start for a lot of you that are watching from the eastern seaboard, but rest assured that if you do want to watch later, by all means do. And if you want to watch some of the amateurs that took place before you tuned in, then we do have an archiving feature here on our YouTube player, which will allow you to scrub back to an earlier time. So there's that little bit of convenience for you if you happen to be watching from a different time zone to this one in Central Europe. Manuel Domini is our boat driver. He's just chilling and taking a little bit of time before he takes our first skier into the course. And in the meantime, we'll take a quick break. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented to you by Santos Dassault.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wakehouse. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Some activity on the dock, and that activity is our first competitor out in the amateur round 3. This is Filippo Busata. Coming into the course at 34k. His best out of the previous 2 rounds is 1 at 43. Or 1 at 26k for those of you that like to converse in feet and inches. All right, here we go. 34 kilometers an hour, 18.25 meters, the equivalent of 21 mile an hour. I think that's not too far away from Pato Font's trick speed. But Filippo Busata trying to make these buoys on his opening pass. Looking all right, looking strong. 34k, 21 mile an hour. He'll now come back into the course with the boat speed set a little higher. Should be about 37k for the next run, which will be at 23 mile an hour. Bit of a long pull to get round number 2. Shouldn't have any problems seeing the buoys at this early juncture. And not looking too bad on the opening pass or 2. That is Filippo Busata. All right. Let's bring him into the course, 37k. Which is about 23 miles an hour and some change. not looking bad. Pulling all the way to number 5 and number 6 and number 6 from here. A little bit flat through the wakes. That explains the reason why he's not in a position to backside his turns at this time. Notwithstanding the fact that the boat is running quite slow. But certainly going with flat through the wakes doesn't help. Wearing that soft helmet. And probably the reason why he's wearing that helmet is because he's probably taken a 1 or 2 hits to the noggin, slaloming, as a result of going flat through the wakes. So, next run for him is going to be at 40K, which is 24 mile an hour. .40K, 24 mile an hour. Let's see what he's got. Now he's really going to have to work hard here. Harder than he typically works for the opening 2 passes. He's down course off number 3. Oh, and collapsing into buoy number 4. Just wasn't feeling it this morning, I don't think. So at least 3 and maybe a portion of 4. That's Filippo Busata. Certainly got the space that he needed to get around buoy number 2. I'll grant him that. But then things have started to go a little bit awkward. Not helped by the fact that he was flat going into number 4. And I think he got enough of that buoy to give himself a 3 1/2. So 3 1/2 at 41. That is Filippo Busata. All right. That was under 10 boys. We'll now go to under 12 boys. Lars Kuhne from Germany will be the first of our 2 competitors in this division. So coming in at 49K, 18.25 meters will be our next competitor, Lars Kuhne of Germany. Just enough time to tell you about Travis Grand Prix, combining go-karting, shooting, and high echelon slalom skiing. October 7th and 8th, broadcast by TWBC. Make sure you get your entry in for this unique event. It is the Travis Grand Prix on the first full weekend of October. All right then, folks. Skier on the water is Lars Kuhne. 49K, which is 30 miles an hour. Yep, not looking bad at all. And good effort and nice looking opening pass for Lars Kuhne. We predict that the head-to-head battles for the quarterfinal will start at around about 2 p.m. We project that time being the case. As the Malibu TXI pulling Lars Kuhne on the opening pass. Little flat into number 5, but he can afford to do that considering how early it was for the previous 2/3 of the course. And nicely done round all 6 buoys. So that is Lars Kuhne on the opening pass. We're looking at the dock as Teo Field, also from Germany. Round 1 and 2. Really working hard to backside these turns. Nice skiing there from Lars Kuhne in this 3rd and last round of amateurs. So not looking in bad shape at all. So having cleared 49 and 52, the boat speed now remains at 52, and the line length shortens from 18 now to 16 meters. That's the difference between 15 and 22 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Nicely done. Very efficient out there on the slalom course. Lars Kuhne, whose actual best coming into this round was 3.5 on the 16-meter run, which you just saw him run. So all ready for Lars. Skiing his best score out of the 3 rounds here in this 3rd and last round. Now Lars Kuhne won't be getting too much in the way of favors so far as the sun direction is concerned. We'll see what he can do on 14.25 meters round the first buoy. Gets 2, is inside 3. Gets 2 and is inside 3. And decent looking score there for Lars Kuhne. Gone broken over off buoy number 1 and couldn't really rectify it on in time. So that is a 2 buoy count on 14.25 meters for Lars Kuhne. So, a skier who completed 1.5 buoys on 13 meters in one of the previous rounds to this one is Teo Field here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented to you by Santos Dassault. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Nicely done. Round all 6 buoys opening pass. That was at 52K, and I think that was at 16 meters. So now looking at the instant replay and looking in great shape. Teo Field, who comes to us out of the German state of Bavaria. Seems to have a pretty darn good handle on the 16-meter line with the boat speed at 52. Nothing much wrong with that. And rocking his way from one buoy to the next. All right then, folks. Teo Field now coming in on the pass of 14.25 meters, which the lead score in this round is can be found. Nicely done. Now he scored 1.5 on 13 in the previous round and almost dumped it there off 4 into 5 on the pass previous to that score. It is a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters, no matter how you shake it. And it is a good looking, determined performance. And a real heads up performance considering where he was off number 4 into 5. Even off 1 into 2 if we want to go back a couple of stages. Teo Field working his way, massaging his way around buoy number 5. Actually around number 3 and then number 4. Yeah, there you go. Almost lost it into 5 there as a result of that positioning off 4. But still managing to create enough space to get round buoy number 6. Now, his best score in this competition is 1.5 on 13 meters. Okay, let's see what the youngest skier of the Field family can do. In the under 12s, Teo Field. Good load off number 1. Oh, round number 2. Good to go round number 3. This is on, you know. Round 4. And for the first time this weekend, Teo Field gets through 6 buoys on 13 meters. Will have an opportunity to attack 12 meters from the opposite end of the course. So stellar skiing there from Teo Field. First time he's cleared 30 meters in this competition. And we'll see if he can replicate that feat on 12 meters coming back. Certainly skiing very heads up at this point. Reacting to the situations that he creates for himself, dropping his left shoulder in on buoy number 5, but still managing to make some gains into number 6 and enough of a lead into that turn. So, with Manuel Domini at the helm of that towboat and Paolo Barbari, the boat judge, let's take a look once again at Teo Field. 12 meters now for the first time in this competition. He's round buoy number 1. Can he make a play on number 2? Yes, he can. I think he got a piece of number 3. Does he get the whole pie? Yes, he does. So there you go. From our perspective here, I would say that is 3 buoys on 12 meters, which gives him about a 7.5 buoy advantage on top of what he scored in the previous 2 rounds. But let's have a look at this. Teo Field getting crushed a little bit after the number 2 turn, clearly outside number 3. Now turning that ski in before the next set of boat guides. Yes, he does get the 3. No doubt about that. Fist bump there from Teo Field, and he is a happy camper. So, it's Teo Field, 3 buoys on 12 meters to conclude the under 12 boys. Now we go to the under 14 girls. Ina Sola from Belgium. And I believe she'll be coming into the course at, I believe, 52K. Ina Sola at 16 meters, 55K for the opening pass. And executing all 6 buoys. So that is Ina Sola. Looking exceptional once again. So 16 meters at 55K to open up her account. Little open into number 5, but she'd done enough by that time to essentially run that pass. So that's Ina Sola. The boys of the under 14 category are getting ready themselves, starting with Pepe Leonard from Germany. .25 meters. Look at her go. A little bit broken over off 5 into number 6, but most of the work that led to the completion of that pass was done at least 2/3 the way prior. So that is Ina Sola from Belgium. Not too sure where she is precisely in Belgium. So many great cities and historical places, from the likes of Brussels all the way to Liège and Antwerp. So Ina Sola. All right, here we go. This is Ina Sola. This is at 55K, and this is now on 13 meters. Things are starting to get a little bit hectic here, having to make some split-second decisions. And a good, solid effort there from Ina Sola. Actually, the boat speed is 52, I do beg your pardon, so not 55K. So the max speed for this division essentially is 52K, I beg your pardon. But the rope we're keeping in touch with, we started at 16. She carried on to 14 on the second run, and that was a successful execution of the 13-meter run, as she now gets set for 12. Her best from either of the 2 rounds previous to this one is halfway down the next pass. Thus, 3 buoys on 12 meters. Sola now at 52k, 13 meters. Actually 12 meters, I beg your pardon. She just run 13 meters. Now look at her go. She's round number 4. That's her best score of the weekend. Look at her go round number 5. And she will have an attempt at 11.25 meters coming up next. That is Ina Sola of Belgium. Has every right to be happy on that effort, and now gets ready at 11.25 meters to attack the course one more time. Decent start and just held as much as she could into number 2. Just let the skis slip down course, allowing that the tip of the ski to complete the backside of that turn. A good, solid effort there from Ina Sola. And great skiing. No worries there from Ina Sola. Had plenty of room to spare on 12 meters to run that pass. And will now have a shot at the first line length to where the handle does not reach out of buoy's width. It's 11.25 meters, still at 52k, and I don't know what happened there. Looks like she tried to make a play on one, but the ski ended up being on the narrow side and couldn't make the turn. So therefore, if the judges are inclined to agree, I would say that that is probably a 6 buoy count on 12 meters, but no more than that. So let's have a look and see. Pulling out a little early for the gates, unable to maintain a water speed into the turn. And there we go, inside buoy number 1, 6 buoys on 12 is going to be her lot. Our only competitor in the under 14 girls, Ina Sola, with her best score out of the 3 rounds you've just seen right there. So, Ina Sola. Yeah, she's pretty happy with what she has achieved with the 6 buoy count on 12 meters. All right, Pepe Leonard in the under 14 boys is our next competitor. So, that score there for Ina Sola might actually have been a personal best, judging by the cheers and the celebrations around dockside. So well done to her if that's the case. Now we go into the under 14 boys, and Pepe Leonard selecting his line length and boat speed. And that should be revealed to us shortly before he enters the course. Best score in this competition thus far is 4 buoys on 13 meters. That is Pepe Leonard, and he is going to come into the course at 55 kilometers an hour on 18.25 meters. like what I'm seeing there. A good, good respectable effort on the opening pass for Leonard, for Pepe Leonard. Certainly like where this is going for Pepe Leonard. So, pass number one of hopefully many, 18.25 meters, a hop, skip, and a jump into buoy number 5 on the instant replay. So, as our next skier, getting ready, Alessandro Schonauer from Italia. He readies himself on dockside, but he has to wait for his turn as Pepe Leonard attacks the next line length of 16 meters with the boat speed remaining the same at 55k. There is Pepe in the under 14 boys category. We'll see how much he can continue to pressure the remainder of the field. He's gone through now 18 and 16. His best is a few on 13, which would, from his perspective in this round, necessitate the completion of the next pass of 14.25 meters to get anywhere close to that previous total. And 14.25 meters, as I mentioned, is the next run, and a run on which he is approaching the course right here and now. Pepe Leonard. Entrance gates number 1. Maximum speed for the under 14s is 55k. Yeah. Yep, it's a 6 buoy count on 14 meters, so he's on pace to ski around the area of his best. His best in either of the previous rounds was 4 on 30 meters. Of course, under the assumption that he started on the same line length and same speed as he did in the previous round. He now faces up once again to the complication of skiing into the sun, which will make life a little bit difficult for him, but hopefully not too difficult. He scored 2/3 of the way down the course in one of the previous rounds on 30 meters after all. So let's see if he can get the kind of start that will help him get round all 6 buoys on 30 meters. Horrid start, and inside buoy number 2. So in this round, he gets a 1, but leaves out of here in San Gervasio with a best score of 3 on 30 meters from one of the previous 2 rounds. So that is Pepe Leonard. Just not getting the start that he needed. Actually pulled out early for his entrance gates, and that left him in a rather untenable position so far as his ski position in relation to the boat. And that was Pepe Leonard. All right then, psyching himself up, our next competitor takes the water, Alessandro Schonauer. So I believe he is selecting 16 meters for the opening run. Manuel Domini at the helm of that towboat. Alessandro Schonauer, for his part, has scored in one of the previous rounds, 3 on 13 meters. We'll see if he can conjure up something similar. It is 22 off, or 16 meters for Andreas Schonauer. Alessandro Schonauer, I beg your pardon. So, looking fairly effortless out there on the water. That is Alessandro Schonauer. Like where his head is at so far on 16 meters, and just so opening up with 52K at 16 meters, and now coming back at 55K on that same line length pass. Another example of zero-based scoring where skiers have the option to go in at a sub-max speed on a shortened line length. And they can do this for any line length that they choose. But they do it with the caveat of knowing that in order for that line to be shortened further still, they must score the 6 buoys at the predetermined maximum speed on that line length for their division, which, so far as Alessandro Schonauer is concerned, that he has achieved with 52K for his opening pass on 16 meters, and now 55K on 16 meters.
Pigliatesi da solo, come mai?
All right, so Alessandro Schonauer. .25 meters, the maximum speed has been achieved. Scored 3 on the next pass of 13 meters, which meant that he's already cleared this pass in this competition thus far in one or both of the previous 2 rounds in this San Gervasio Pro Am. Really, really nice effort here. Looking good. Round on 6 buoys. On 14.25 meters. Now 13 meters is a tantalizing target for Alessandro Schonauer, who has made his way halfway down the course on this pass in one of the previous 2 rounds. And at this juncture, it looks like it's going to be about the same thing again, unless he makes a viable play on 4 that keeps him on this pass. It is enough to represent his best score of the weekend, but I suspect that for the purposes of Alessandro Schonauer, it may be a little bit less than he really wanted to achieve out there on the course. However, he was skiing with the sun in his eyes, which would have impeded his vision somewhat. But skied long into 4, even longer into 5, and looks towards the sky in exasperation. As we now get ready for our next competitor from Austria, this is Constantine Anderson. Constantine Anderson readies himself in the under 14s. His best in this competition thus far is 2/3 the way down the course on 12 meters. For those of you that aren't quite up on your fractions, that would be the same as saying 4 buoys. At 55k, 18.25 meters, he is at max speed. Not on a particularly short line length, he is on 15 off or 18.25 meters. But he's decided to take this route and will shorten down to 16 meters upon the successful completion of pass number 1 at 18.25 meters. So, Constantine Anderson at 55k, 16 meters. Nicely done, round all 6 buoys for Constantine. 18 and 16 meters under his belt. So, nicely skied, 16 meters. No worries there for him. Although we do have to say that he has to pay attention to the length of his shorts. But that's the least of the things that he needs to be thinking about out there on the slalom course. Seems to have a pretty darn good handle here on 16 meters. He's round number 4 on the instant replay. Good setup on 5. And by the time we see him get round buoy number 6, the boat is already on its way into the slalom course on 14.25 meters for the next run. This is Constantine Anderson out of Austria. Look at him go. The first couple of buoys so far seem to be well in order. He scored 4 buoys on 12 meters, so he's certainly capable of running this pass of 14, and he does so once again. Working the handle as efficiently as he can. Carrying the handle pretty long into his onside. and looking quite spectacular out there. That is Constantine Anderson from Germany. And now we are on 30 meters, a pass that he has run previously in this competition. Don't forget that his best score thus far has been 2 on 12 meters. We are on the pass prior to that on 13, the green loop. Post speed is 55k. He's a little bit long on number 2, but managing to still stay well within himself and not do too many things out of the ordinary to run through 30 meters. So an exceptional effort there from Constantine Anderson as he works his way towards the shortening zone for the next run of 12 meters. Now he's obviously going to have a little bit of an advantage by head tacking 12 from the direction that he's put himself in because of the sun's current direction. Now looking on 13 meters once again, he seems to have a pretty darn good handle. Allowed himself to go down course for the reason of letting the ski fully complete its rotation and achieving easy angle, including that strike from number 5 into number 6. So with the timer starting to expire here on the drop zone, it's now going to be 12 meters for Constantine Anderson. Coming to us out of Österreich, Austria. Here we go. 12 meters. Pass he would love to be able to run. He's halfway there. He's good to go. Oh, look at this. He's hooked up on 4. He's hooked up on 5. And for the first time this weekend, Constantine Anderson completes 12 meters. And that might actually end up being a personal best for him. Good, solid effort all the way through. That is Constantine Anderson. Solid effort here, and looking like he runs 12 meters on every single occasion out there. I don't see any jittery nerves or anything like that. Off the last half of the course, he stayed steady. He safety checked 5, which is always a good thing to do when you're running that early. And around number 6, and there you go. Fantastic effort. Wirklich gut. For Constantine Anderson. Nächster 11 meter. Coming in 11.25 meters. Round the first. Round the second. He skis for the wake. Yes, and there you go. The iron fist being thrown. It is a 2-buoy count. It represents his best score of the competition by a 4-buoy improvement upon his previous score of 4 on 12 meters. So 2 buoys on 12 meters. Top banana there for our skier from Austria. It is Constantine 2 at 11.25 meters for Constantine Anderson at 55k. Where that puts him in respect to our lead score in this division, it puts him on level terms with Andreas Constantino from Cyprus, who has recorded a personal best in this competition with that score not once but twice. And he is about to take to the course in just a few moments. Check out cool clothing for a wet lifestyle, splashthreads.com. Here we go. Andreas Constantino of Cyprus. Like most Cypriot skiers, skis out at the Polomedea Dam in the central part of Cyprus, that island nation that's not too far away from such countries as Lebanon and Israel and Syria, in a hot spot so far as geopolitical situations go. But where he's from in Cyprus is relatively peaceful, allowing this band of Cypriot skiers to not only compete and practice on their own site, but also produce their own product as well, of which he is using out on the water. One of the two slalom skis that SP make, the two models being the Bronco and the Robust. You can find out more by going to spskis.com, spskis.com, to find out more about that brand of slalom ski. And right here, actually at San Gervasio, is the main test facility headed up by the one and the only Gennady Geralia. So, Andreas Constantino, round buoy 1 on 14.25 meters. Thus, he started on 16 with the maximum boat speed being 55k for this division. Look at him go. 14.25 meters. Looking pretty peachy so far. Just enough time to tell you about Hobe Lake Ski Club. They claim they can counsel winter, and with a coaching from the likes of Wim de Cree, created by Ed Hickey and located in South Florida, close to Jupiter. Yep, they certainly have every justification for making that claim. So, Hobe Lake Ski Club, follow them online and on social media, and check them out, Hobe Lake Ski Club. As we take a look at Andreas Constantino, who has scored 2 personal bests in this competition so far. Actually a tie for 2 at 11.25 meters, but he is a long way away from achieving that here. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Good strike here. This is 13 meters. And nicely done. Just a little time for me to tell you about Wake House. Wake House is your online water ski pro shop, water sports pro shop, I should say. And you can find the products to suit your water sports needs by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. Also, just a brief moment to tell you about New Dimensions. They are located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando, utilizing online training and nutritional programs that are trusted by the pros such as T-Gas, Alicia Bagnoli, Freddie Krueger, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Paige Rini, among many, many others. Check them out, New Dimensions online. That is New Dimensions training and nutritional programs. All right, 12 meters now for Constantino. Andreas Constantino at 55k, 12 meters, did not get the start that he wanted, and as a result unable to get more than one buoy on 12 meters. But he will leave here a happy camper, because in each of the last 2 rounds he scored 2 at 11.25 meters, not once but twice. Not particularly happy there, but he'll have better days, no doubt. All right, and that concludes the under 14 boys. We now go into the over 35 women. MK Kuhne of of Germany, about to take to the water first. So we now transition from the under 14 boys to the over 35 women, and MK Konya goes at 49K, 18.25 meters. Scored 5 at 52 in round 1, and no score in the second round. No score at 52 in the second round, I beg your pardon. But here we go at 49K. Working that ski and getting around all 6 buoys, a pharmacist by trade. And that is MK Konya. As we continue to roll right along, let me tell you about Pro Gear. They are the original gloves created by Clint Stadelbauer and now managed by Alicia Bagnoli. Check out the gloves endorsed by the pros by going to skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. Emke Konya of Germany. Getting a little bit buffeted there on the opening pass of 49. Let's see if she can make a better play at 52 the next run. The best score in this competition is 5 buoys on this current pass of 52K. Round number 3. Maximum speed is 55K for this division. Oh, and trying to make a play on 5, but unfortunately it isn't going to work out for her. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count at 52, and just really trying to work her way hard from one buoy to the next. Getting into all kinds of shape there. She's plainly working very, very hard physically to get from one end of the course to the next. But like I say, she tries to make the play on 5 and unfortunately doesn't quite do it completely, because they have given her 4 1/2 at 52K, 18 meters. Next competitor, our second and final competitor in the over 35s, is going to be Linnea Cedaquist. Okay, here's Linnea Cedaquist, and coming into the course, I believe, at 18.25 meters. Judging by the boat speed, I think that is still at 52K. We'll get confirmation from our officials. So that was 14.25 meters at 55K for Linnea Cedaquist. Her best score in this competition, actually recorded twice with 2 buoys on 12 meters in each of the previous 2 rounds. So looking for something along the same lines, maybe a little bit more substantive. right, working her way through the second pass, getting buffeted into number 2, losing a little bit of her angle as a result, but managing to make up for that deficit off number 1 into number 2, and still on track to run all 6 buoys on 13 meters. So she's made her way to the pass, which contains each of her previous two best scores in this competition. The 12-meter line, which we will see her attack in just a few moments. But let's have a quick look on 13 meters. So things are working out okay for her so far. That is Linnea Cedaquist, almost dropped it hard off number 4. Linnea Cedaquist, a 6 buoy count on 13 meters. The boat making its way back to the slalom course. "12 meters. And just stalls on number 1 and records a score that won't be close to challenging the 2 that she got in each of the last 2 rounds. Just the handle got up high, and before she could get back on edge, number 2 buoy was going past her at a rapid pace. So far so good. We have gone through the over 35 women. We'll go to the over 35 men, and that will be next, right after this break here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santa Dassault. We'll be back right after these. So, moving on from the over 35 women to the over 35 men, first competitor out. Another member of the Cedaquist skiing family from Sweden. This is Stellan Cedaquist. And Stellan, so far in this competition, has got 3.5 on 13 meters to his credit on round 1. Didn't work out so hot on round number 2. You'd want to try and forget that one in a hurry. Let's see what he can do opening pass. Opening pass is going to be 14.25 meters. The boat speed is maxed out at 55 for the over 30. Oh, and goes down once again. And that has occurred for the second consecutive round. Only this time it's 4.5 on the opening pass, as opposed to 3.5. So 4.5 buoys there for Stellan Cedaquist. He'll want to forget this one in a hurry, but he at least leaves here with a score in round 1 of 3.5 on 13 meters, which would have been the next pass he would have attempted had he have gotten round all 6 buoys on this one. Stellan Cedaquist, he hopes for better days. All right. All right, from here we go to the over 45 women, and our first competitor out is going to be Cristela Field. So, competitor to take to the water, Cristela Field. Looks like this is 18.25 meters at 52K. Indeed, it is. Entrance around buoy number 1. Taking a bit of air on the edge change. It's a 6 buoy count at 52K, 18.25 meters for Cristela Field. Don't see too much in the way of problems with that opening pass. We'll take a look anyhow. And almost made a bit of a double turn there. Started her turn, then backed off, and then continued to turn. Whilst all that happens, the ski gets a little bit behind her, but she's able to compensate by being a little more patient around buoy number 1. Solid effort so far for Cristela Field. Out of Bavaria in Germany. Not extending herself too much on 18.25 meters. And now it comes down to the next pass. Next pass should be 16 meters on the same boat speed at 52K. Oh, and going down hard there off buoy number 1. Cristela Field get half a buoy for that effort. It's way shorter than the the best that she's produced in this competition so far. Which was 5 on 13 meters. So half a buoy there on the 16-meter line for Cristela Field. Now, next competitor to take to the water is going to be Caroline Antonsen. Here at the San Gervasio Pro Am for 2022, the 8th edition, presented to you by Santa Dassault. Glad to have the pleasure of your company, no matter where you're watching us from. Whether you're watching us from within Europe or maybe a little bit beyond, or maybe a huge amount beyond.
Olivier, c'est ma fille. Okay.
So, here we go. Cristela Field. Actually, on the water, Caroline Antonsen at 49K to open up her account on 18.25 meters. the next pass for her, it's actually a 16-meter run at 49K, deciding to go with the zero-based option, going with sub-max on a shorter line, essentially meaning that the next pass that she will attempt will be at the maximum speed, but will have the line remaining the same at 16 meters. Best score in this competition so far for Caroline Antonsen has been two scores. Each of those scores was one at 13 meters at 52K. Which essentially means that she has been able to run the next two passes after this before attempting that 30-meter run, which can be challenging for some. So that is Caroline Antonsen. Manuel Domini at the helm of that towboat, along with boat judge Paolo Barbari. She's now at 52K on the same line length and gets round all 6 buoys. That means that she'll have a shot at the next line length for 14.25 meters. So she's within 9 buoys. I'd say within 9 buoys, but more accurately, I would say that she's 7 buoys away from her previous best score in this competition, which is 1 on 13 meters, necessitating a complete 14.25 meter pass. Here we go. Caroline Antonsen, round the first. Good to go round the second, just trying to limit the amount of time that she loses down course off each buoy, which is typically the case, and unfortunately she gets round number 4, unable to make a complete play on 5. We'll get the confirmed total from our officials. We know it's at least 4, but whether she got that ski outside number 5 is yet to be determined. Got a decent one though, but didn't take full advantage of that turn and that edge off that particular turn. Handle up high off number 3, which complicated matters for her going forwards now. She gets round the 4, which is the last complete buoy which she performs, and I think the handle came out of her hands before she got within close proximity of 5. So for my money, I would say that is 4. 4 on 14.25 meters, but she leaves out of here with her best score of 1 buoy on 13 meters. 1 on 13. Claudia Fink of Italia is going to be the next skier to go.
Superwoman.
Yeah.
Next year, Claudia Fink.
Pensare l'unico momento dove puoi pensare quando arrivi in fondo al lago, vai in acqua.
Okay, Claudia Fink is our next skier to go. Enough time for me to tell you about Play Fuel. Go online to beplayfuel.com to check out the matches there right now. Go to beplayfuel.com and keep that open as a tab on your browser to find out the latest matches that will take place during the course of the day, especially among the pros. You see the graphic at the bottom and the QR code. Snap that now and get that in one of your browser tabs. All right, so Claudia Fink. Last skier in the over 45 women's category, coming into the course at 52k on 16 meters. She's at max speed on a shortened line. Nicely done, getting around all 6 buoys, and no worries there for her. And continuing right along, and if you decide to choose Drew Ross as your realtor, if you're searching for property in Central Florida, there will be very few problems along the way to choosing your little piece of paradise in Central Florida. Find out more by going to drewrossrealtor.com. That is drewrossrealtor.com. So, Claudia Fink getting through the opening run. As we get ready for our next pass, a little bit of an opportunity for me to tell you about wrap skis, who are created by Jody Fisher and built in Cyprus. You can try one at Jody's Ski School in Lake Gifford, and also check out their gate guide system. Go online and check out wrap skis. So here comes Claudia Fink at 14.25 meters. She opened her account on 16 meters at 52k, and now with the boat speed at maximum speed for this division, she gets through the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14, and looking very composed and on her game. Claudia Fink. All right, returning to Claudia Fink. She's gone through 16, she's gone through 14. She scored 3.5 of 13 as her best score from the first round. Looking for something a little bit more substantive than that with this attempt in the third and last round. She gets round number 3. Will she make it outside buoy number 4? Yes, she can. She gets the full 4. Whoa, and gets round the 4 and will actually obtain her best score out of the 3 rounds. 4 on 30 meters, the best score for Claudia Fink. Could have been a whole lot more had she had done 1 or 2 things. Like be a little stronger off buoy number 1 and allow that ski to obtain more cross-course angle and retain it more into a number 2 side. The problems there that occurred off number 1 into number 2 replicated themselves from 3 into 4, and by the time she got to number 5, it was all over for her. So that is Claudia Fink. It's going to be a 4 buoy count on the 13-meter line. And that is her best score in this competition out of the 3 rounds of amateur skiing for the over 45s. All right, for those of you that have just joined us, welcome. We are about, I don't know, a little under halfway through the amateur third and last round. Over 45 men are coming up next. And there is our schedule for today. I'm not too sure if we're going to have a boat refuel or a change of officials before we go into the over 45 men. But that being the case, we'll take a little bit of a break. This is the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santo de So. And we'll be back right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right then, folks, welcome back. Our skier about to take to the water, and representing our first skier in the over 45s is a skier who is primarily based in the United Kingdom, but has French nationality. His name is Pierre Helle. Skiing primarily at the Thorpe ski facility just outside Chertsey in the western side of London. A site that has hosted the World Championships on 3 occasions, the only site in the world to have hosted the World Championships that many times, at least in the open elite worlds. There you go. Nicely done. That's Pierre Helle, who scored 5 buoys at 55 kilometers now, 18.25 meters in the round previous to this. And he scored 2.5 at 22 off or 16 meters at 55K. Started in at 52K this time around at 18.25 meters, so he's got a little ways to go before he gets to the realm of his second best score, which is 5 on the same line length, but the boat speed is a little higher at 55K. Pierre Helle.
Perché c'è la Wanda che fa la schiuma seria. Lei lavorando al bar.
So on dockside, Jeromy Shaw. You'll be a second competitor out in this over 45 men's slalom. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. 55K, 18.25 meters. Came up a little bit short here in the round previous to this, and managing to make up for some lost time with his 6 buoy count at 18.25 meters in this round. So now he'll shorten the line down to 16 meters. The boat speed now maxed out at 55K, and we'll see what Pierre Helle can do for us. Ski looking a little wobbly on him, I do suspect. A little bit of a shoulder charge going into number 2, but managing to arrest things in that regard. A little bit of buffed in there into buoy number 4, but still managing to hold course, hold direction, and hold this all the way through 6 buoys. 55K, 18.25 meters. Now, the pass on which he produced his best score, just 2.5. Here he comes. Pierre Helle, that's number 2. Here's number 3. Well, this is his best score of the competition so far. And I tell you what, he is definitely more than making up for lost time, because he gets around all 6 buoys on 16 meters. And now he's going to have a crack at 14.25 meters next. I won't go so far as to say he was sandbagging us for the last couple of rounds, but he's certainly at the position where he's skiing closer to his true potential. Pierre Helle, out of France, but a resident of the United Kingdom these days. A little hunched over with the shoulders, but he was determined to make a good play on this run, especially with that brilliant looking number 4 on his onside, and gave himself just about enough room to get round buoy number 6 off that offside turn off 5. A decent effort there for Pierre Helle, and now anything he does here, it'll be house money, because it's definitely more than he's done so far in the previous 2 rounds. So here we go. This now is 14.25 meters, and this is at 55k. Round buoy number 1 and inside number 2, but I think he'll go home happier on round number 3 than he did on the previous 2 rounds. 1 buoy on 14.25 meters represents the best score for Pierre Helle. No doubt a little bit disappointed that he couldn't make an effective play on 2, but yeah, he shouldn't feel too despondent about his effort out there in round 3 compared to his opening salvos on the first couple of rounds. All right, then our next competitor to take to the water, and he'll go into the course at 14.25 meters at 55k. This will be Jeromy Shaw.
14.
Just enough time for me to tell you about La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo, which is a few hours south of Mexico City, offering luxury villa accommodations in an all-inclusive features including water skiing. Find out more by going to La Guapa online, located in Tequesquitengo in Mexico. Right, so here we go. This now is Jeromy Shaw, 14.25 meters. Had a decent start to this competition with 1 on 12 meters, and just I don't particularly want to say it, but the score in round 2 wasn't particularly auspicious. I had another phrase in mind, but I don't think y'all want to hear that either. But his scoring so far has been 1.5 on 12 meters in round 1, 4.5 on the opening pass in round number 2, and it's safe to say that Jeromy Shaw so far has avoided the indignity of having to swim in early off the opening pass. So, Jeromy Shaw wearing that left arm sleeve. I believe he carries an injury into this event, but managing to work his way through that on his opening pass, and we'll see what he can do on his second. Jeromy Shaw with 14.25 meters at 55k on the opener. This now is 13 meters. Here we go, Jeromy Shaw, 13 meters. Riding a ski that is pretty rare in these parts. It is the La Pointe ski produced by Chris La Pointe. And it's nicely done. Round all 6 buoys there on the second pass of 13 meters, and is now within striking distance of his best score, which in the first round was 1.5 on 12 meters. Quick reminder for those of you into podcasting, the TWBC podcast there, it is the talk of tournament water skiing, and you can go to Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and or your other favorite podcasting platforms. News, interviews that you won't hear anywhere else. The TWBC podcast. Check it out. All right, here we go. This now is Jeromy Shaw. 12 meters. Got 1.5 as his best score. Round number 2, he hooks up on 2. He's got his best score at the competition. He's round 3. He's good to go on number 4. Round number 5, little delay off number 5, and Jeromy Shaw gets round all 6 buoys on 12 meters. And yes, the relief is palpable. So now, Jeromy Shaw, let's see how far up on the rankings he gets. Well, the target above him is 2, which he's gone past that. 2.5, he's gone past that. 3, he's gone past that. So now he's vaulting himself from 8th all the way up to 5th right now. So, Jeromy Shaw, to move himself up into 4th place, he basically has to beat Stefan Field, a former world champion. And in order to do that, he's got to get past 3.5, which is going to be tall order. But let's see if he can get the start. If he can get the start and a decent hookup off buoy number 1, then it's game on. Let's have a look and see. 38 off in his parlance in the United States of America, specifically from the state of Ohio. He's round buoy number 1. He's round number 2. He gets 1 1/2 buoys for his effort. Yep, holds his hand up. He generally has a smile for everyone here at San Gervasio. Pulling out a little bit early on his gates. The ski lost a bit of its water speed into buoy number 1. Didn't get the best of starts, but I tell you what, he comes through with his best score of the 3 rounds. Handle up high, it's 1.5. That puts him in 5th place right now, and we'll see what the other skiers can do by way of challenging that recently minted best score by Jeromy Shaw.
Better. Was good. Was good.
All right, so right in the SP Robust, actually the Bronco, it's going to be none other than former world junior overall champion from way back in 1986. This is Stefan Field. Also many-time European champion as well in the junior competition, and certainly had his fair share of titles won on the professional level in his favorite event of jumping. Stefan Field, 14.25 meter opening pass. Wouldn't expect him to go in any longer into the course. And he gets round all 6 buoys, and he gets it to go at 55k. Just a quick reminder that during the course of the pro competition, the men's and women's, we also have the skier of the day. That is presented to you by 2U nutritional bars, and they are available in a variety of different flavors. They're available online and at great local stores around the Sunshine State of Florida. 2U, the official skier of the day sponsor, and if you want to vote for your skier of the day whenever the pros hit the water, then go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to submit your vote for skier of the day. All right, so let's take a lookie here at Stefan Field. His best score in this competition is 3.5 at 11.25 meters. He's a little ways away from getting to that line length shortening. But there you go. That is Stefan Field. Locking horns with the best in the over 45 division. Stefan Field getting through 14 and 13. And just enough time for me to tell you about the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation continuing to work hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining the halls of fame at both the national level in the United States and also the international level with the IWWF Hall of Fame. And they also provide scholarships to promising young athletes. Find them online and go and visit the Halls of Fame in Davenport, in Polk County, Central Florida as well. Provided to you courtesy of the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. Here we go, folks. This is Stefan Field. This is 12 meters. Gateway pass for him. Needs to get around all 6 buoys here to stand a chance of attacking the ever critical 11.25 meter line pass. And a good, solid effort there from Stefan Field. Stefan Field, nice extension there on buoy number 2 and allowing the ski to rock up underneath him. Very efficient skier, very patient skier, allowing that Bronco to do exactly what it's designed to do. And it's basically under a light load, achieve angle and continue to turn away from the boat and keep him on top of his game. And there is Nathan McGarry behind the steering wheel of that Malibu towboat. Here we go, folks. Nathan McGarry bringing in Stefan Field. 55K, 11.25 meters. His best score is 3.5. A little bogged down on the start, but managing to compensate for that but with a slow turn on number 2. This is his best score of the weekend. Is he able to make it through this pass? Yes, Stefan Field. Yeah, there you go. How about them apples? Wirklich good for Stefan Field. Deutschland. It's 6 buoys at 11.25 meters there for Stefan Field. Nicely done. .25 meters. As I say, got a little bogged down off number 5, but he had enough room and years upon years of experience. The guide that took Stefan Field through 11.25 meters. Right. Let's see what he's chasing down. There are 3 skiers that have gone through 11.25 meters and registered scores into 10.75 meters. If he gets past number 2, it puts him in the range of Patricio Busata, another one of the skiers that he did battle with in the 80s. And there we go. That is Stefan Field tying up with Patricio Busata with his best score of this competition. However, Patricio Busata probably has better backups to keep him in 3rd place. And You just never know. Patricio Busata might actually climb up into the first 2 spots, provided that he comes through with a better score, better than 2 at 10.75 meters. But that's looking a little bit ahead for the now. This is Stefan Field, and that was 2 at 10.75 meters, and he was certainly glad to get through 11.25 meters after 2 previous rounds of trying. So Stefan Field solidly in 4th place right now with his score of 2 at 10.75 meters, with his best backup being 3.5 at 11.25 meters. I'm Tony Leifert. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am presented by Santos Dassault. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again as we continue to rock on through to the exciting conclusion of this 3rd and final day of action here at Jolly Ski. Stefan Field. Yes, a very visible smile on his face, absolutely. And why not? Okay, so working our way down. Our next skier should be Oliver Antonsen. Oliver Antonsen, best score so far out of round 2 with 2.5 on 12 meters. Okay, Oliver Antonsen. Okay, coming into the course, opening past 14.25 meters. I believe this is 14.25 meters. It may end up being a little bit longer. Yes, indeed, it is 14.25 meters for Oliver Antonsen. Nicely done. 55K. All right, Oliver Antonsen getting business done on 14.25 meters. And right here, next to me, on my left and to your right on the screen is Jeromy Shaw.
Hello, hello.
You did all right, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. It's my 12-meter pass here. I felt really good about it. It was...
Well, I don't think that's 12 meters that we're looking at from
yeah, that wasn't me, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. But let's take a look at your 12-meter run.
Yeah, I was just trying to focus on relaxing my arms through the back of the boat and then trying to keep my shoulders squared up around the buoy so I didn't get to fall in too deep. But you can see I'm kind of pulling a little bit behind the boat, which is bringing me out of position. That one was a good one. And just riding the line up on the boat and taking the turn in a nice controlled manner. See a little back on the tail there. Right,
yeah,
Tony?
Yeah, just a little. But managing to get around all 6 buoys and running the sea. So, Jeromy, your personal best coming into this event, what was it?
3 at 11.
3 at 11, so you got, what was it, 1 or something?
1.5.
Yeah, so 1.5, so a buoy and a half behind on your personal best, but I think you're definitely a lot more controlled, and the relief on your face was definitely very, very noticeable after getting into 11.25 meters in round 3 compared to your effort on round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Here at the Jolly Ski, the site is amazing. It's beautiful here. The accommodations, everybody's so warm and welcoming. I really love this site. I'd have to say it's probably one of my favorite places to ski as of now, for sure.
Given the opportunity, you'll be back, I take it.
I believe I will be, for sure.
All right,
They got me.
All right then, well, congratulations to you on getting on into 11.25 meters for the first time in the 3 rounds, and best of luck to you going forward, sir.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, so let's have a look at Oliver Antonsen getting through. The opening 2 passes are 14 and 13 meters. He's now attacking 12. If he can get a good rhythm here off the first couple of buoys, he might be off to the races here. Little down course off number 4, but managing to hold everything together for 5. And does he make it round 6? Well, he's definitely sold us on 6. I don't know if that ski made it round. Our best view of seeing whether he actually made it round that buoy and scored the full 6 buoy count is definitely going to be right here. A little silhouetted out as the sun rises up a little higher on top of the skiers in this competition, but making a credit-worthy effort here on the pass of 11.25 on 12 meters, I beg your pardon, because this is the gateway pass, 12 meters. Now, does he make it round buoy number 6? Oh, and he's inside buoy number 6, so it's going to be a 5 buoy total there at 12 meters for Oliver Antonsen. He certainly sold us that 6 buoy count. So, yeah, he tried to sell us and we weren't buying. So there we go. That is going to be a 5 buoy count for Oliver Antonsen. That's going to be on 12. That basically keeps him in his current position, which is in 7th spot, or maybe a little bit lower, considering that Jeromy actually vaulted up a couple of spots. And Stefan Field very much in the thick of things. He got 2 at 10.75 meters, the first time we saw a clear 11 pass from him this weekend. Okay, next competitor to take to the water from Belgium, Olivier Sola. And he'll be coming into the course on 16 meters.
Okay.
Okay, skier on the water right now. This is Olivier Sola. His previous scores have consisted of 2.5 on 13 meters and 2 buoys on 12 meters. So let's see if he can make up for lost time or lost buoys, so to speak. Probably the more accurate statement. Olivier Sola from Belgium with the 6 buoy count on the opening pass of 16 meters here in the over 45 men's slalom category. Just a reminder to you folks out there that are watching this, this is the amateur round. Normally the format at this competition, and has been the case for the last several years, is that day 1 on Friday is dedicated to the amateurs. They ski 2 rounds there. The only difference is this time around we carried over the open men's amateur round, the second round, through to yesterday's schedule. But it still leaves us with the entirety of the 3rd round of amateurs to take place before we go on to our professional section of the event, which will consist of the quarterfinals upon the completion of the open men's amateurs today. We go into the quarterfinals and then we switch gears to the Radar Junior Challenge, the final pairings for that, before we then go headlong into the semi-finals for the pro women and pro men to conclude the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition of, presented by Santo Dassault. On the water round, Olivier Sola looking very, very strong out there on that particular run. There is the Malibu TXI bringing Oliver Sola into the shortening area. As we take a look at the instant replay, enough time to tell you about Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a skiing injury that you need to shake off, Summit will get you back to your peak again. All right, having completed his opening 2 passes at 16 and 14 meters, Oliver Sola is now at 13. Solid effort and looking good. There we go, that is 13 meters. This here amateur competition for Oliver Sola. So the 6 buoy count on 13 meters. He's achieved once before in the second round. His best score going into this third round is 2 on 12 meters, which just happens to be the next line length. Enough time to tell you about Flow Point Method, created by Marcus Brown and Jenny Labar. Online coaching and nutritional support, all you need to ski your best. Check out flowpointmethod.com. That is flowpointmethod.com. Oliver Sola from Belgium. He's gone into 12 meters before. The question is, can he run all 6 this time around? Not with that setup and that effort. So it looks like it is going to be a 4 buoy count to the best of my reckoning from here. 4 buoys on 12 meters would appear to be the best score in the 3 rounds of skiing, courtesy of Oliver Sola, or Olivier Sola. Got broken over, did he? Yes, he got the ski outside number 4 and took the slack of the line well before the boat guides, and there you go. That is 4 buoys for Oliver Sola. All right, so we work our way towards our next competitor, who should be Fabrizio Schonauer of Italy.
Okay.
14.25 meter start for Fabrizio Schonauer, our next competitor.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the officials have received the indication from the boat saying that it's 16 meters instead of 14. according to our official telemetry. Should be 16 meters now. We'll get confirmation of that for certain in just a moment. But it's an opening pass that gets his round going in the third and last. So solid effort there for Fabrizio Schonauer of Italy, one of a trio of competitors at this stage of the competition in the over 45s. All right, there we got Nathan McGarry at the wheel. Hard to ascertain from this view what that line length is. But we believe, according to our officials, it should be 14.25 meters. Indeed it is, at 55 kilometers an hour. This is Fabrizio Schonauer. So getting through the opening pass. Opening pass is, that is Fabrizio Schonauer. So not looking bad, looking very controlled as a matter of fact, with 16 and 14 under his belt. And 30 meters should be coming up very, very soon for him. In less than about 30 seconds, I would say, until the zero-off timer in the boat expires. His scores that we've seen so far in this competition, we've got 3 on 12 in round 1 and 1.5 on 13 in round 2. So obviously looking to make a little bit more of an impression in round number 3, given the opportunity to do so. So 16, 14, and 13 now. Fabrizio Schonauer. Round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. Round all 6 buoys, and looking pretty strong there on 13 meters. Doesn't seem to have lost much of a step. Certainly comes through with a better score in round 3 than he did in round 2. And is only a few buoys away from either equaling or increasing upon his first round total of 3 on 12 meters. The next line length coming up soon for Fabrizio Schonauer. Enough time to tell you, as he rides his D3 slalom ski, to tell you about D3 slalom skis. They are the official prize sponsor for the men's audience prize. They produce high performance skis for all 3 events, including their new slalom products, the Neo and the Ion 2. And you can find out more about D3 skis by going to d3skis.com or their social media presences to find out more about D3 skis. 12 meters now for Fabrizio Schonauer. Round number 1. Excellent round buoy number 2. Excellent on number 3. Again, a little bit bogged down and running out of steam by the time he made his approach to 4. So 3 buoys on 12 meters. 3 buoys on 12 meters matches the score that he produced in round 1. but doesn't see him climb any higher up in the rankings. At least not for the time being. Currently in 8th spot. So that indeed was 12 meters. 12 meters. 3 buoys. Little bit of a brief look at the masses that have come here at San Gervasio to cheer on their favorite athletes. And now our next skier to take to the water will be Nicola Marciando.
Okay.
All right, just waiting on that line to tighten, and then we will bring him into the course behind that Malibu towboat. Nicola Marciando now, here at the San Gervasio Pro Am. Opening pass 16 meters. Bow speed 55k. Maximum speed for this this event category, which is the over 45s. And I like his style out there. All right, so a 6 buoy confirmation on the opening pass for Nicola Marciando of 16 meters. Now 14.25 meters beckons for him. Now Nicola Marciando, his best score so far in this competition is half a buoy on 12 meters. He'll be looking to pick up the pace a little bit in order to try and relegate that half on 12 meters to being a backup score and thus produce something a little bit more substantial with the passes that he has ahead of him, including 14.25 meters. Nicola Marciando, his second backup score right now is 5 on 13 meters. So looking to try and scrub that out of the equation. The Malibu TXI response doing a fine job here at San Gervasio, as it typically does. Little on the back foot there, and Nicola. Yep, that looks nice. Round number 3 and 4.
Thank you.
So now pass number 3 for Nicola Marciando. He went in on 16. He cleared that. He came back on 14. He did likewise. Now this is 13 meters at 55k. entrance buoy number 1. Continuing to all on the back of the ski off number 2, and things are getting pear-shaped in a hurry here, and unfortunately unable to make the kind of moves necessary to get him back on track, and it's going to be a 3 buoy count. 3 buoys on 30 meters for Nicola Marciando. And he, unfortunately, is going to be holding up 9th place at this time, based upon the score that we've seen him produce right there here at the San Gervasio Pro Am in round 3, presented by Santo Dassault. Looking at this once again. Little one balanced into buoy number 1, probably a result of him not pulling out late enough on his gate. Lost a lot of water speed and a lot of width, and not able to create that pendulum swing up on the boat on 13 meters. So now here is the last of our trio of Italian slalom skiers. The man behind the PKB brand, his name is Patricio Kiko Busata. And being a high-level competitor that he is, and doing it for so long, he has decided to go into the course on 13 meters, as he has done for the previous 2 rounds. Just a quick opportunity here to tell you about Connie skis. Connie skis, they are the official prize sponsor for the women's audience prize, and Connie skis in the forefront of development with their DV8 and Carbon V, both skis with the patented Versatile technology. That is Connie skis. You can go to their website at connieskis.com, and they provide us with the audience prize for the women's portion of the competition. So, the skier on the water right here, right now, is Patricio Busata. Runs his own brand and also runs a facility not too far away from here. That's Patricio Busata getting through 13 meters and not looking to have put a foot wrong here with this one. So, down to the last 3 competitors in the over 45 category. It's been a scintillating competition so far between those competitors in that category. Now, let's find out what he produced in the previous rounds. He's in a solid 3rd place right now. Can't drop any lower than that. His best is 2 at 10.75 meters. If he were to ascend or have any aspirations of ascending, then he would need a score of 4 at 10.75 meters. That score being held by Peter Cornell of Australia. We're going to see him ski last out on the water. And in between Peter Cornell and Patricio Busata, who's doing an immaculate job there on that 12-meter run. In between those skiers will be Gennady Geralia of Georgia. So 12 meters under his belt. Patricio Busata wearing his own brand of gloves. Let's see what he's got. 11.25 meters. Get it on well. Round buoy number 2. A little late off number 3, but managing to continue to ski. 1 or 2 errors on that pass, but not enough to completely preclude him from running the 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Bringing the handle nice and low and using some good extension over the ski. Beautiful angle off number 1, setting himself up fantastically into buoy number 2. Certainly not afraid to take a chunk or 2 out of that turn if it means him staying early on the course. Like that 4, like that 5. And then the handle comes up high. He knew full well that as long as he stayed on top of his slalom ski and had enough residual angle off number 5, that he was in the best position possible to run it. All right, we see the man mountain himself from Georgia. That is Gennady Geralia. On the water right now. Less imposing in terms of physique, but very, very imposing on the course so far as his technique and experience goes. Patricio Busata. It is 10.75 meters. Coming into the course right now with the boat speed of 55k. Let's see what he's got. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. A little bogged down course. He's round number 2. Will not get any more than that. Will struggle to get to the wakes and will score 1 1/2 buoys, and which will represent his worst score out of the 3 rounds. Actually, his second worst score, because he scored 1 at 10.75 in round 1. He came through with 2 at 10.75 in round 2. So somewhere in the middle there is his third and last round. He got round number 2, which was all well and good, but the S-turn just didn't really help for him. So it's going to be a 1 1/2 buoy score at 10.75 meters, and that keeps Patricio Busata firmly rooted in third spot, because his score doesn't exceed any of the scores that were produced by Peter Cornell, who is currently in the lead. Or certainly any of the scores that were produced by our skier who is scheduled to go next from Georgia. It is Gennady Geralia.
Okay.
All right, then, here we go, and this is Gennady Geralia, the head coach here at the San Gervasio Waterski facility, and also of the main catalyst behind the SP Skis Development Center here at San Gervasio, where he uses one of the slalom skis, the Bronco, to great effect. The other ski model is the Robust. You can find out more by going to spskis.com, spskis.com. And you can also find out about this facility by going to jollyski.it, jollyski.it, the website for Jolly Ski, the ski school here at San Gervasio Bresciano. So, this is Gennady Geralia, looking in very, very stout shape there on that slalom ski and doing a fine job with the opening pass of 13 meters. Here we go. This now is Gennady Geralia. Certainly like what he does out there on the slalom course. Round all 6 buoys, 12 meters, not a bit of distraction there for Gennady Geralia. Just absolutely on his game, and he's been like this for many, many seasons. As far back as the 1980s, he represented the Soviet Union as a junior competitor. And when that behemoth of a nation started breaking apart in the early part of the 1990s, he found himself skiing for the Republic of Georgia, whom he has represented ever since. Quite possibly the only athlete, water ski athlete from that nation that has a coastline next to the Black Sea. It is bordered by the likes of Armenia and Azerbaijan. Here we go. From Georgia, this is Gennady Geralia. 11.25 meters, gets a good start. Round number 2, he's a little bit behind. He's good to go round number 3. He's there on 4. Tell you what, he can get himself out of a lot of difficult situations, and Gennady Geralia looking very, very strong and forceful behind that Malibu towboat. Using the one-handed gate shot. Relatively a few skiers still use that one-handed gate shot despite the transition from perfect pass Stargazer to the current zero off speed control system, which is definitely more complementary to skiers that use the two-handed gate shot. One of the reasons why Gennady Geralia used the one-handed gate shot was when back in the day when he was skiing primarily with perfect pass, it was used primarily to try and get a jump on the algorithm that was used in the perfect pass system, especially with the gate. So, even now, he wants to try and get a little bit of an edge, which way he can. This is 10.75 meters. This is Gennady Geralia at 55k. He's run this once before in this competition. Getting half at 10.25 meters. How close does he get to running this again? Look at him go off number 3. He's good to go around number 4. He's all over the show off 5. But ladies and gentlemen, Gennady Geralia once again man-mounting himself. 6 buoys, 10.75. So, Gennady Geralia with his score at half a buoy at 10.25 meters in round 1. Looking to try and replicate, if not better, that score in the 3rd and last round. His middle round, his worst score was halfway down 10.75 meters. In fact, only one other skier has exceeded his worst score, and that was our last. That is currently our last skier to take to water. That's Peter Cornell of Australia. So Gennady Geralia, even at his worst, can only be challenged by one other skier in this competition. Let's see what he can do at 10.25 meters. He gets the one. He gets his best score of the competition. 1 buoy at 41 off. Gennady Geralia. Oh, and just what more can you say about him? Gets the ski outside number 1, drops that handle rapidly to take off some speed, and then just skis for the wakes to get the one buoy which represents the best score out of all of our amateurs in this competition so far. There you go, to the wake. One buoy. Throws the fist. A little bit of a resigned look at the end there, if we're being honest, but fine, whatever floats your boat, I guess. If you thought that you could get past a buoy number one at 10.25 meters, well, more power to you. One buoy at 10.25 meters, only one competitor remains in this competition in the over 45s. It is Peter Cornell, and he'll be skiing next from Australia. But the lead skier is from Georgia. It's Gennady Geralia. It's one buoy at 10.25 meters. So Gennady Geralia, who resides here at San Gervasio, the head coach. And they all love him here for his efforts, not only on the water, but also on the land as well. Gennady Geralia with a one buoy count at 10.25 meters. And just earwigging on that conversation between Gennady and Peter out there. Absolutely priceless. And our last competitor in the over 45s is ready to go, and he should be going into the course, I believe, on either 14 or 13 meters. I suspect it's going to be 13 meters. Yes, the green loop. 3 metros. Or 13. All right, Peter Cornell, 13 meter, same starting line length as Gennady Geralia, so they're going to be matched pass for pass. Entrance gates, buoy number one, gets a good shot there around buoy number one, just trying to hold the ski out ahead of him, that Conley slalom ski, the official sponsor of the audience prize for the women's competition. Looking in very, very good shape indeed. And that is Peter Cornell. Our pro competition will get underway after we're done with the last of our amateur skiers. And that will be the Open Men's Amateur Competition, which will take place in about a dozen skiers from here. Actually, about 8 skiers to go, and then we're going to go into the Open Women, and then we have about a dozen skiers in Open Women. So a little under 20 skiers remain before we go into the Open Men's Amateur round, which is the last of our amateur skiing. And then we go into the quarterfinals of the women's competition, followed by the quarterfinals of the men's pro competition. And then interspersed in amongst all of that, after the quarterfinals, then we'll do the Radar Junior Challenge before we go into the semifinals of the pros, and then eventually the final head-to-head matchups of the pros as well, to conclude the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santa de So. This is Peter Cornell. This is a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. Made that pass look immaculate. So continuing right along and getting messages, not too many of them so far, but do keep them coming in nonetheless on our live chat here with the webcast. Fidele Luzzeri actually messaged in a big thank you to us at TWBC for giving the opportunity to see the event as if he were at the site. Now, for those of you who don't know, Fidele Lazzeri, one of the organizers and one of the head people here at the San Gervasio Ski Club and Jolly Ski, unable to attend this competition this year because he is recuperating in a hospital bed after having spinal fluid drained from his lower back, contaminated spinal fluid drained out, and that requires a little bit of recuperation. And we wish him the best of luck going forwards. Here comes Peter Cornell. Oh, getting down course off number 4. He's good to go around number 5, unable to get outside buoy number 6, 11.25 meters. And that hands the victory over to Gennady Geralia. 5 at 11.25 meters. The tail of the tape for Peter Cornell shows that he got 4 at 10.75 in round 1, 2 at 10.75 in round 2, and 5 at 11.25 meters in round number 3. But a good, solid, stout effort there all the way throughout. A skier who has traveled far to be here, along with his son, Lars Kuhne, for the San Gervasio Pro Am, and we look forward to some more great skiing in the future for Peter, and indeed his son Lars Kuhne in the future. Coming to us out of Brisbane in Queensland, Australia. Brisbane, the home of the 2032 Summer Olympic Games. Peter Cornell, 5 buoys, 11.25 meters. His worst score out of the 3 rounds, but a commendable score nonetheless.
Facciamo business, pensiamo.
All right, going straight on to our next competitor. And this is the over 55 women's competition. Actually, I say competition because, well, in this section, there's only one skier. And in this category, we have only one competitor, and it is Hilary Winter. All right, here we go, Hilary Winter. Opening pass, I believe, is going to be a 49K at 18.25 meters. Actually, 52K, 18.25 meters. Hop and a skip and a jump on that opening pass. And skiing at maximum speed for the over 55s. And that's at 52K. Beautiful angle. Very light on that ski, very light on the handle going into the turns. And just as Hilary Winter gets done for her opening pass, her son, Freddie Winter, has just arrived on site. Thank you for your support. So now, we'll return to live action in just a moment. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition of, presented to you in association with Santo Dassault. We have a lot of great sponsors, and you can see those are on the desk below me with Barker, Punto, Luteri International, OMB, so on and so forth, Veronini Coffee, which I'm hugely appreciative of. Hilary Winter skiing with the zero offsetting of 8.2. Saw that a lot yesterday among our pro women. And nicely done right here. So, Hilary Winter working away through the opening couple of passes, 52, 18, and 52 on this pass of 16. Like the way that she extends out and then just moves her body to that handle, hooks up, and goes. And just makes it look effortless. Now, has it been all plain sailing for Hilary Winter within the last few seasons? Far from it. Actually sustained a spiral leg injury, a spiral fracture, which is if a fracture to any one of your bones in your body is bad enough, but a spiral fracture, oh, that's a whole different kettle of fish. 14.25 meters, having run 18 and 16. On 13 meters, we saw her score 3.5 in the second round and scored 1 on 12 in the first round. So looking to try and get up to that high echelon level in the over 55s. This is Hilary Winter, a retired barrister. And thanking those of you that are joining in from all points west of Europe. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Just in case you're wondering who this announcer is with the slightly raspy voice, it is me. And just trying to work my way through the vocal challenges that have beset yours truly. We'll continue on with Hilary Winter on 13 meters, having run through the opening passes of 18, 16, 14, and now 13 meters. Here comes Hilary Winter, selecting A2 on the zero off. Oh, look at that. Dropping in hard off number 2. She is determined. She wants this. And I tell you what, she's going to get it. Here's a 6 buoy count of 13 meters for Hilary Winter. The easiest looking 13 meter pass that I've seen her run in a long, long time. And Hilary's probably wondering, did you actually shorten the rope there? But yeah, we did shorten the rope. It was 13 meters and looked very, very smooth, especially into our onside turn round buoy number 2. Just hooked up, took a little bit of a neck jolt there off number 2, but managed to keep going, keep everything moving forward. Softened up on number 4, still got a little bit of a jolt to the neck there, but managing to take her effort cross course round buoy 5 and indeed number 6. So, even if worst comes to the worst for Hilary Winter, this score coming up will represent at least her second best score. If she can get round 1 and make a play on 2, this will be her best score. And tries to make a play on 2, which she does. Gets 1.5, and that is Hilary Winter's best score in the over 55 category. So the tail of the tape shows that Hilary Winter scored in round 2, 3.5 on 13 meters in round 1, 1 at 12 meters, but her best score by half a buoy is 1.5 on 12 meters. Yet she almost fell on top of the handle, which could have been quite catastrophic, but for Hilary Winter, she threw the handle far enough away to prevent her from diving in on the handle and getting dragged down the lake. We'll have a look at the instant replay to illustrate that point. Round buoy number 1, round number 2. Now she dove in, and the handle got her far enough away so that when she managed to grind herself down to a halt, the handle was as far away as possible. So there we go. That was Hilary Winter. And that was 1.5 buoys on 12 meters. So we now go on to the next section of our slalom event, the over 55s, and our first competitor coming to us out of Italia. It is Andrea Riveta. So here we go. This now is Andrea Riveta. 14.25 meter start at 55k, selecting A2 on the 0 off. Which essentially means that the boat is basically programmed to take the skier softly off the turn and increase intensity through the wakes into the next turn. And according to my good friend Matteo Ianni, the number is basically a cap on that intensity. Softer at number 1, more intense. A higher cap on number 3. Here we go. Andrea Riveta from Italia, who in the round previous to this one didn't really make that much of an impression, scored 1.5 buoys total in round number 2, and scored 1.5 actually on 12 meters in round number 1. So running extreme hot to extreme cold. In that respect, let's see if he can find something that will be closer to what his true capabilities are. A little bit of an early pull-out for the entrance gates. It's 13 meters now for Andrea Riveta. Little bit of slam dunk styling here, especially in 135, but managing to navigate his way around all 6 buoys nonetheless. So that is Andrea Riveta. So he's already exceeded what he did in the previous round. Wasn't exactly a big mountain to climb in that respect, but here he comes. He's gone through 14 and 13 meters. His best score in this competition is 1.5 on 12. If he wants to ascend the next rung of the ladder, he would need to score more than 3 on this next line length pass, because that is the best score from Mike Parsons, but Mike Parsons yet to ski, of course. If he wants to ascend up to the top rung, well, he's got to get through the 12-meter pass and then get more than 2/3 the way down 11.25 meters. Let's see if he's frisky enough to do just that. ABCs, though, he's got to get through the pass that precedes it, which is 12 meters. Oh, and just unable to get much of anything going there. Off the first couple of buoys on 12 meters, it is going to be a 1.5 buoy count. 1 1/2 on 12 meters for Andrea Riveta. On the back and on his way out. 1.5 buoys, 12 meters for Andrea Riveta. But certainly a darn sight better than 1.5 buoys total, which he produced in round 2.
Certo. Sorridi.
Your handle is in the front. Oh, no, Martin's got it. Ah, okay. I was just checking the handle. Yes. Yeah. Well done.
Okay, our next competitor to take to the water is Roberto Sabaini. And like most great business ventures, one can't do it alone. So far as the PKB brand is concerned, even though the person to whom those initials belongs to is the spearhead of that venture. Roberto Sabaini is the man behind the scenes that helps the PKB brand along, and certainly to be commended for his efforts.
Good job.
52K, 18.25 meters is opening pass. Roberto Sabaini. Here is Roberto. Looking in good shape. Around first few buoys on this pass. First 2/3 under his belt. Gets round all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 52K, 18.25 meters. So Roberto Sabaini of Italia getting through the opening pass of 52K, 18.25 meters. On the starting dock, coming to us not from Italy, but from the United States, specifically from the city of Bountiful in Utah. It is Mike Parsons. Here we go. Still some business to take care of with Roberto Sabaini. 55, 18.25 meters. Maximum boat speed for the over 45s, actually for the over 55s, I beg your pardon, is 55K. And he'll now get a chance to attack the 16-meter line on the strength of that run. That is Roberto Sabaini. So Roberto Sabaini, whose score in the previous round was half a buoy at 14.25 meters, which we won't see unless he gets through the next pass number 3. That being 16 meters coming up in just a few moments. His score in the previous round, half on 14.25 meters, is his worst score at the moment, because one buoy at 13 meters he was able to achieve in round 1. So 6.5 buoy separation between his best and his worst score so far after 2 rounds. 16 meters, Roberto Sabaini, all getting broken over into number 2, but able to measure what he's got. And there you go. That is a 6 buoy count for Roberto Sabaini of Italia. Keeping the handle down and actually not putting too much pressure on the slalom ski through the wakes. That does help him to maintain angle whilst creating the least amount of speed that he's able to tolerate. Roberto Sabaini, a little bit of a delay off number 3, but managing to use his years of experience of slalom skiing to massage his way through 16 meters. Roberto Sabaini. It's a 6 buoy count, and there you go. Now, as Mike Parsons gets ready to take to the water himself, he'll look down towards the opposite end of the slalom course, and we'll see Roberto Sabaini coming in on the pass of 14.25 meters. This is where his second best score currently lies. Let's have a look and see. Round number 3, can he get this one to go? He's round number 4. And a little bit down course off number 5. Round number 6, does he sell it? Yes, he does. He sells it with that handle shake. And I don't know about that one, Alice, but I might want to review that. And I think the review is about to take place. The best view of this is going to be from the shoreside camera, and that's exactly where we're going to on the instant replay. Before we look at that turn on buoy number 6, let's assess how he got there. He got round the first couple of buoys, which sets his rhythm up. Got a little bit pulled inside into buoy number 3, but still managing to maintain enough water speed to keep that ski running and to keep it turning. Now, here is the major one. Round buoy number 5. That ski was getting increasingly outside. Yes, he gets round buoy number 6, through the exit gates, throws the iron fist, and to my mind, that is a 6 buoy count of 14.25 meters. Continuing on to 13, his best score on 13 meters is 1 buoy. Let's see if he can produce his best score of the weekend. Roberto Sabaini. Round 1 to the wakes. Round number 2. Oh, he's still there, you know. And it is his best score of the weekend. So the man behind the scenes at PKB, Roberto Sabaini, gets a 2 buoy count at 13 meters. And he will leave out of here with his best score of the weekend based upon what we see him produce in round number 3. So, Roberto Sabaini, 2 buoys on 13 meters. There's a lot to like about that. So, looking at the instant replay from the boat angle. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. And round number 2, almost getting blown over the tip of his ski, but discretion being the better part of valor. Held his shoulders up and skied the full 2 buoys. So, that is Roberto Sabaini. Sense of relief. Very, very visible there for Roberto as he comes into the dock. So, all right, so, about to take to the water, riding the Parsons project,
14,
the Pineapple Slalom ski, selecting Bravo 2 on the 0 off and 14.25 meters to start. At 55K, it is Mike Parsons out of Bountiful in Utah. All right, so let's see. .25 meters for Mike Parsons at 55K. Decided to go with Bravo 2. At least that's what I heard from him before. Oh my word! Get into all kinds of trouble there, and just basically just dumped it there on the opening pass. Got around buoy number 4, and not much more beyond that. So maybe that last moment change from A2 to Bravo 2 wasn't such a good idea after all. Handle coming up a little bit high. And even higher into buoy number 3, but just couldn't really get anything much of anything to go. So it's going to be 3.5 buoys total for Mike Parsons. I might be generous enough to give him 4. So, Mike Parsons, 4 buoys, unfortunately there for him, but he goes away from this facility with his best score in the opening round of 2 on 12 meters. He goes away from here with a lot of great memories as well. the vast majority of them been rather pleasant from this San Gervasio facility. That's Mike Parsons, a master baker from Bountiful in Utah. Next competitor to take to the water from Austria will be Frank Schultz. All right, so we got Frank Schultz from Austria, from Österreich, and sitting next to me and joining me in the announcer's position is Gennady Geralia, the man mountain himself, with one buoy at 10.25 meters, representing the best of our amateur scores. So, Gennady, how are you doing? How are you feeling today, sir?
Hello, Tony. Good morning anyway. So, you're feeling good? Actually, it's always feel good when you run 10.75. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That adrenaline rush will keep you going for days on end, I would imagine. But yeah, let's continue on with the over 55 men, which you're probably likely to dominate once you get that old. Here we go. Frank Schultz, one-handed gate shot, just like you, Gennady. 16-meter opening run. A little bit out of shape off number 2 into number 3. All right, so that is Frank Schultz, and not a bad-looking opening pass. And...
well done from Frankie.
Yeah.
Time by time he's coming to us to get some experience, to ask.
How about looking at your effort? 10.75 meters. Let's take a look at this here, Gennady.
It will be nice to see it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this. Round buoy number 1. Take us through this there, Gennady.
Yeah, actually it looks better than I feel, because in the moment I was feeling that I was a little bit in the down course with a little bit of slack rope, but I say calm down, Gennady, just keep it easy through the wakes, don't pull so hard, and somehow it was, it looked even earlier than I was respect. For me it was like down course, and the last buoy was like, no, this is probably not 10.75. Yeah, it looks easy. It looks easy, this one. It should be 12 meter line.
Yeah, that was 12 meters. But you still made 12 meters look nice.
But that's what was my feeling for the 10. Okay, Frankie coming back.
On 13 meters.
A little bit releasing so quick one arm.
This is our last skier in the over 55. We'll take a little bit of a break afterwards, I should surmise. But before we go into the over 65 men, that's Frank Schultz there getting through the opening 2 passes. I believe that was 13 meters.
I think it's 14. I think it was 16 first pass.
Actually, 14 opening pass. That was 13 on that pass.
Okay.
But now we see 10.75 meters, hopefully.
Okay, let's see that.
Yeah, definitely 10.75 meters. That ski was all over the inside of number 1.
Yeah, I fall in a little bit in the first buoy with my shoulders. Yeah, here. I see that I'm start losing a little bit. I try to not really.
From here, it's just like wrestling.
Yeah, you see that slack rope, and then I'm trying to just relax my arms and.
Just look at that.
Control. Yeah, that was late. And I had a huge slug, and like one time I remember I did that, I couldn't hold, and this time I was happy to hold that slug and just go through it.
Okay, and skiing on that SP Bronco, just like Frank Schultz.
Frankie using our ski, right? He liked it, and he started to ski on it 2nd or 3rd years already.
Anyway, and for my benefit, and for those of you watching out there that are not totally familiar with Savas Panatelli's6 the SP skis, as we look at Frank Schultz getting round all 6 buoys.
Yeah,
on
getting
that
around
Bronco
6.
ski. 14, 13, and now 12.
12-meter line, yeah.
So, tell us a little bit about the difference between the two models that exist, the Bronco and the Robust.
Actually, it's 3 models. The Robust is the one which 2 years ago model, actually, which is a little bit more narrow. It's very quick, actually. I used to run so many 1075s on Robust ski. And then we changed it to get it wider on the tail, for example, so it's give you more stability, smooth turns, and easier to carry the speed through the wakes. So the Bronco and Mustang, actually, there's a new models. And the Bronco is a little bit more aggressive concave. So it's for the short lines, we say, and there is a Mustang very forgiving. You can still run 12 and 11 meter line. It's very quick and very easy turn. So for the skiers who do 14, 13, 12 meter line, the Mustang is the best, actually. And then somebody want to go deeper, we say, okay, Bronco is for you because you can be aggressiver and the ski stay deeper in the water. So Frankie used the Bronco, actually.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look. 11.25 meters. He's run through 12. Let's see what he's got. He's definitely got the best score in the over 55s at this time. Oh, but look at this, and using the aggressive styling of the Bronco to get himself as far as 4 buoys.
Get a 4 like in the first round. In the first round, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. So yes, as a matter of fact, you're right. 4 at 11.25 meters in round 1, 5 on 12 in the second round, and 4 at 11 in the last round. So winning that division by a country mile. That is Frank Schultz. You said there are 3 models, right?
Actually, the Bronco, we have just different graphics. So what you see on him, we have a writing under the ski, and over is different. We have a printed graphic, as I have here with me. So, but this is exactly the same flex and the same ski, just we have different sizes. And the Mustang, that one, many of our customers use that. The kids especially, they love it. So.
And for you slalom skiers out there that are watching that are also jumpers as well.
Yeah, that was like my first even tried big test on our competition, previous competition. I jumped 45, no training. I usually, for my knee, I don't train much. I just save myself for the Worlds and European Championships. So it was a very good feeling. It's fast, it's very easy to kick and the land and the skis. And it's a carbon core. It's a new technology with no honeycomb aluminum, but it's a carbon core, which is on the university tests they did. It's 10 times stronger than honeycomb aluminum, what the numbers is. So that looks really good. And they're light, they are fast, and good rocker. And we have sizes available from 82 to 92. So that's how it works. Coffee. Yeah, thank you.
There we go. So yeah, let's take a look at that beautiful graphics there.
Actually,
on that,
I keep changing like competition. Before I have another graphic, and now I have the other ski with another graphic. I change it, and they are all the same. Actually, that's a good thing. I keep changing it.
Okay, so let's have a look at 10.25 meters for you, Gennady. You got around that number 1, then you dumped the handle down, just slapped it on the ground there.
Actually, my pull out was a little bit too short. I saw the video before, and I just I wanted to do everything connected and without thinking too much and do the good rhythm, but somehow I went too short outside and separate a little bit too soon. That was my feeling. So yeah, you can see that the ski was a little bit behind me, and I felt a little bit narrow, but I had not much experience this year. I didn't ski many of 1025, so I still need to get on that game.
Okay.
Get better games.
Okay, let's just say that there were some people out there watching this and watching that ski for the first time and are impressed with what they've seen. How do they get in contact with you? Because this is the main testing facility for the SP ski brand in Europe, right?
Actually, yeah, I was sponsored before with the San Gervasio. I ski many years, which was very good brand as well, and I did 1.25 and 1025. I training I reached till 3 buoys at 1025, and then I just meet the Savas in Greece, and there was a thing that he gave me, just ski and just take it, Gennady. Just keep it there one day if you want. You try, you test, and I keep it there. After I finish the season, I just try once. I didn't trust much, and then somehow I tried again, and I ran 10.75 just in one set. Bam! It was like amazing. The soft ski, I was always thinking about stiff skis, and that was a super soft, robust. I was running 10.75 each set, I don't know, 3 times a day. It was amazing. Amazing. And then we go for the next model, Bronco, and I love it at the first time. So the good thing, you get it, you try the first set, and you just feel it like it's yours. It's easy, it's smooth, it's synchronized. Offside, onside turns are similar, which is good, because some skis are good on offside, another is on offside, so that's the good thing. And we find the right settings, and plus minus, I know how it works. So every people who ask me, I can suggest the binding position, the fin lengths and stuff like that. So
excellent. So, all right then, Gennady Geralia, best score in the amateur competition, won at 10.25 meters. Thank you very much for commenting here.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
And best of luck going forwards. You've got a full slate of competitions in Europe, European Championships, and World over 35s over there in Buresh in France. So wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. I'm ready, getting ready for that, and let's go and follow the competition. It will be very interesting here to watch all these pro skiers. I will go to help also, starting dog, whatever you need here, water. You just call me. I'm gonna be with you.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, so we will go to a quick break. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am presented by Santo Dassault, and we'll return right after these. Then returning to action here at San Gervasio for the Pro-Am competition, the 8th edition, presented by Santos Dassault. And there you see our sponsors here at the desk: Jolly Ski, HO, Radar, OMB, Oscaf, Veronini, Luceri International, Punto, and Barker, among the many sponsors who have contributed to the successful running of this competition. And I'll mention a few more of our webcast sponsors, continuing with their commitment to providing the best coverage of tournament water skiing from start to finish at the 2022 season. 52, 18.25 meters for our next competitor. Over 65 men's slalom begins and ends with Martin Winter. Actually, there is a second skier in the over 65. That's Herman Cottle. I do beg your pardon. But two skiers. I don't know what's wrong there. That boat is not getting up to speed. Drop the handle there, sir, which did. I don't know what the heck happened there, but the boat's coming round, and we'll try and assess what went wrong there. But boat barely got up to trick speed, let alone slalom speed. And whilst we look to see, whilst we assess what went wrong there. Okay, whilst we assess what went wrong there, we'll take a quick break.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at B.
All right, then, returning to action, and we've got here to my right and your left on the screen is Aaron Davies. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Tom?
Not too bad, and, well, I'll say not too bad, I guess. I mean, my voice is slowly starting to recover. Well, hopefully you'll be in full fettle by the time the slaloming resumes for the pro event.
Yeah, you want to get that voice rested up. We can't miss our Tony Lightfoot commentary during the pro finals.
Okay, but before all of that, come on. I mean, you're here. I mean, we're probably not in a position to rack up the performance yesterday, but kind of felt a little hard done by, hey?
Yeah, you know, it's one of those calls. Those things happen. I think the call could have gone either way. You asked different judges and they would have given different scores. But unfortunately, it just didn't quite go my way yesterday. That tells me I've got to get it done properly next time.
All right then, and encouraging science going forward, I would say. I mean, well, not necessarily because of the judgment call, but at least you're starting to make your way up into the high echelons.
Yeah, you know, I've run that 10.75 a few times. Never done it in a pro tournament, so I was really happy when I thought I'd finally cracked it. But unfortunately, not quite going my way. I'm sure we'll see it later. Yeah.
Right, 52k opening pass for Martin Winter.
Looks like they've got that boat sorted. Not sure what was quite wrong, but 52 for Martin, skiing out of Great Britain.
Hop, skip and a jump there at 18.25 meters, and nice looking technique for the most part. It's effective on that line length at that speed.
Yeah, Martin's a tall guy, using all that height to his advantage. See just how he just ride in the wake over. That's what he uses. That's his style. It seems to work well for him. Nice looking pass there for Martin. Just getting his eye in, feeling the lake out there. You know, it's 2 days ago. Since he last skied, didn't ski yesterday, with all of the juniors and the pros skiing. So just feeling out the lake again, seeing if anything's changed, and he'll be moving on to the 16-meter line length.
And using the radar Senate, which is, I mean, the bevels and the concave design exactly the same as the Vapor, but with a little bit of a softer flex profile.
Yeah, I believe it's a little bit wider as well, just to be a little bit more forgiving, a little bit more surface area under your feet, just to, you know, yeah, just be a little bit more forgiving. We see Martin coming back on the 16-meter line length now at 52 kilometers per hour, 32 mile an hour.
All right, not looking too bad at all there on the 16 meters, 52k. Just trying to work his way through. And Martin Winter, who yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, scored 3.5 on 14.25 meters and 5 on the round previous to that, round number 1. So he's been consistent through 18 and 16. We'll see what he's like on 14.
Yeah, it looks a nice early pass there for Martin, using that radar Senate to his advantage, just giving a little bit more support under his feet around the turns and through the wakes. So he keeps his arms nice and close to his chest, all the way out nice and wide, keeping that connection to the boat, turning nice and early. Good skiing there from Martin.
Yep, good effort. A little bit of a shoulder roll there.
Yeah, a little bit, but nothing he can't handle. He's using all of his experience over the years to just correct that slightly, and nice and early out of 6 and out the exit gates. So he'll be coming back now on the 14-meter line length. That's 28 off.
So, retired barrister, Martin Winter.
Yeah, our father of Freddie Winter, who's here with us this weekend, unfortunately not skiing due to injury.
Come on, Martin. You got
See
5
what I can
on
do.
round.
Oh, just going down hard there on around 5 ball. Hopefully he's okay. Ooh, is he okay? Yeah, he's put his hand up there. He seems to be okay. I think he's just more gutted than anything. Let's see what happened here.
Took a really, really hard knock there into buoy number 5.
Yeah, so Looks like an okay start. He just raised the handle just a little bit there. Here he comes across to 2, throws the ski out, he gets back, not a bad 2 there. Just getting rolled over onto the inside at 3, I think. And that's what just causes that momentary hesitation as he gets pulled towards 4. Just getting hips drop back out of 4 towards 5. And it just seems to break at the waist as it goes out to 5. Just hits his side slightly. But he puts his hand up there just to show he's okay. Good to see Martin's not too hurt.
Tough as old boots.
Yeah.
He appears to be okay. He's swimming in under his own power at least.
Yeah. Martin's tough. He's is that older generation that's tough, and we'll just get on with it. So glad to see he's all right and swimming back to the bank.
Mm-hmm.
At Thorpe Lakes down with JB Ski for 1 season down at 2018. But I'm not sure what type of barrister Martin was, whether defence or what. But yeah, I know he had a long and successful career.
Indeed, and enjoying the fruits of his earlier labours.
Right, he's able to go across the world, go over to Florida, go over to the States, come here to these tournaments. I believe he's been coming to the San Gervasio tournament for many years now. Good supporter of everything they do here.
Right you are. So here we go. Skier on the water. This is Herman Kottel, who in the previous 2 rounds has scored 1 on 12 meters in round 1 and 5 on 13 in round number 2. So Herman Kottel, nice, beautiful number 1, good angle and able to hold it out and backside the turn on number 2.
Yeah, you can see he skis wide, he skis strong. Look just how little he moves through those wakes there. Skiing out after the second wake nice and wide, letting the ski finish. And skiing on that SP, I believe it's a robust, I think. Making that ski work well, getting that under him and get going. There you see our driver, Matt. All right, you see Herman there going through his 40-meter pass. Look nice and easy. We'll see here on the instant replay as he pulls out and drops at the end to shorten up to 13 meters. Herman looks like such a strong guy out there right now. He's skiing strong, skiing well.
All right then, so let's continue right along. This is Herman Kottel. This is 13 meters at 52. On the back of the ski, really going to have to work hard. It's going to be 1 and 1/2 buoys on 13 meters, which will represent his worst score out of the 3 rounds, but consistently into 13 meters at the very least with each one of the 3 attempts that he has. That he produced. Actually, 1 buoy on 12 in round 1, 5 on 13 on the second, and 1 1/2 on 13 on the third.
Yeah, you just see there on the instant replay on that gate, he's just on the tail of the ski a little bit, and he seems to be on the tail of the ski throughout this pass. You see here how he gets on his back foot. I think he was a little bit late on that gate. Yeah, you see there splitting the gates in the middle. You always want to be as early as you can, obviously without being outside the gates, and just getting on the back of the ski there at 1. And just gets pulled towards 2, tries to make a turn for it, and unfortunately just can't hang on.
Absolutely right. So Okay, that brings to a conclusion the over 65 men's. We now go into open women and open men. Now, the total skiers that we have between those two categories is 25 skiers. 6 minutes a skier. That's the equivalent of 150 minutes, right?
Something like that.
150 minutes. Divide that by 60.
Yes, yeah, I think that's right. You know, that's about 10 skiers an hour. That's 25 skiers, so that's about an hour and a half, I would say, until we start to get.
Well, 2.5 hours, because there you go. 150 divided by 60 is 2.5 hours, and 2.5 hours puts us to 215 approximately.
Right. I'm good at multiplication, not so good at division. So I always go the 10 skiers an hour, 25 skiers. There you go. That's to me. That makes 2.5 hours until we go to the pro head-to-heads.
We're given an approximation here that we believe it's going to be around about 2:15. The time right now is 11:45, quarter to noon at this time, and we now go into the open women. We might have to refuel the boat at some stage because we are running with LPG, and the LPG tanks on these boats aren't nearly as large as their gasoline cousins.
Yeah, you here in Europe, obviously the gas is more expensive. Like petrol is more expensive than over in the States, and LPG is a cheaper alternative.
And it's been that way for donkey's years.
Yeah, it's always been that way over here in Europe. And in more recent years, we've had dual fuel boats. You used to be able to take the petrol tank out and just replace it with an LPG tank. But in more recent years, with the better technologies and the engines and things like that, you can actually use dual fuel. They all start on petrol and switch over to LPG when the boat's running. So with that, you have to have a petrol tank in the boat and an LPG tank. So that's keeping both of them, keep both tanks in the boat as we see Nelly run through this pass, her opening pass.
I believe, which was going to be at 18.25 meters at 55k. Now, the obvious trade-off with having dual fuel boats is the weight, isn't it?
Yeah, the weight is a significant factor. So you want to be, since you have both tanks in that boat, you want to be, if you're running LPG, you want to be keeping the fuel level lower on the petrol tank, and vice versa. If you're running petrol, you want to be letting the LPG tank run lower. But the LPG tank is also all metal, some weight in the boat, and that affects the wake and the performance of the boat. So that's always the trade-off here in Europe. When you convert them over to LPG, you always got to think about where you want to place that tank, whether you want to put it in the front, in the back, what is the best for that kind of boat. As we see Nelly coming back here on her second pass of 55.18 meters.
55.18, started off at 52 on that same line length.
Making it look nice and easy out there behind that Malibu TXI. Nice and early, nice and easy. Actually goes around 6 and out through the exit gates.
Nicely done. All right, that's a 6 buoy count at 55k, 18.25 meters. Behind the Malibu TXI, 400 foot-pounds of torque from that engine, 340 horsepower.
Yeah, these are powerful boats. You want to use the power of the boat to your advantage. You don't want to be trying to fight the boat. You see Nelly just waiting for the boat to pick her up. It takes her across the wake. She's using the power of the boat to her advantage. She's not trying to pull against the boat. She's just trying to be nice and smooth, which is the name of the game here in slalom. Because obviously, your boat has more power than you do, so the boat's always going to win a fight. So you just got to know where you are, know where you're skiing, and just be smooth with it. Let the boat do the work.
Yes, absolutely. No truer words been spoken. So, let's have a look and see. We're getting a little bit of problems with parking at this facility because at the at the dock end of this facility, there is a building, and people are parking on the roof. So if you are parking your vehicle right there right now, please move your vehicle immediately.
Yeah, we don't want to be seeing any cars going through the roof. So yeah, if you have any cars parked above the offices area here at the end of the lake, if you could move them, that would be great.
That'll be just grand.
Yeah, you see Nelly there going through that pass. Nice, easy pass there. A touch later, she comes outside 6, but nothing she can't handle. Going through the exit gates there. She'll be coming back on 14 meters, I believe. As you see there, we've got quite a few grass carp in this lake.
Oh, nice.
Nice bit of wildlife footage there.
Beautiful shot.
I feel like I should be going like David Attenborough over here. I don't know much about fish.
Neither do I.
Other than they're quite tasty.
Some are.
But here we see Nelly coming back on the 14-meter line length. Nice start here from Nelly. She's going out wide to 2. You see how she's just got her hips back slightly. Big turn there at 3. Oh, just being pulled forward. Can she make it work? She's going down 5. Gets pulled forward again. Oh, just unfortunately not making it.
Oh, my word.
Oh, she doesn't seem too happy with that. What was her score in the previous rounds here, Tone?
Her previous round scores have been 2 at 14.25 and 1.5 on 14.25 meters.
Okay, so she's got her best score by far here at this tournament. I don't think she's run it yet by that reaction, but you see here how she just lets her hips go back. Great turn here out of 3, just gets pulled forward by that Malibu response. She comes around 4, composes herself. She's a little bit late, she knows that, and just gets pulled forward again and doesn't actually make it outside 5 from our perspective here. You just see her shoulders come forward, hips go back, and the boat, you know, with its strength, pulls you back narrow and not able to quite make it outside of the 5 ball there.
A lot to be said for the anxiety that a slalom skier feels when they get towards a certain point of the course, and you know, you just have this just minor pause in your brain, and things just start going pear-shaped.
Yeah, she has a good start here. She's still in it, and here out of 3, she ski turns really hard, and just the wake just hits her, and she gets pulled forward. She's a little late here on 4. She knows that. She tries to pull as hard as she can over to 5, but her hips just get behind her, her shoulders come forward, and that's all she wrote there for Nelly.
All right, then, next skier to take to the water is Medina Yaga.
I don't believe Medina's here. I believe this is Sophie Bates, going out of 14 meters. Yeah, Medina's actually gone off to the USA to go to see her sister. So Sophie Bates out on the water now, 14 meters.
All right, 14.25 meters. Getting off to a decent start, and let's see what she produced in the rounds previous to this. Sophie Bates. Just trying to look and see where her scores were.
Yeah, good first pass there for Sophie. I believe she got a cup on 12 in the last round.
Yeah, indeed, and
now she'll be coming back on 16 meters. See how tall she stands there in that gate, ready for her cue to make the turn, go through the gates. See how she absorbs the weight with her knees there. Her upper body stays completely still, and the knees take the shock of the weight there. That 16-meter line that you see right there, right to her left, our right. You just see that rooster tail. That's quite a large rooster tail. You know, behind any boat, there's always going to be that time that the weight comes together, and it's always going to be slightly larger. You know, that's always going to happen with any boat, no matter what boat it is, fishing boat, catamaran, whatever it is. It's always going to have that rooster tail, and when you try to ski through that, it's always a big shock. But you see there, she's handling it well with her knees being nice and soft. You see her upper body does not move. It's a really, really good style there. Nice and early, letting that ski come around as she hooks up, ready to go across the wake and rinse and repeat.
Sophie Bates doing a fine job out there with the second pass of 16 meters. And you know, I mean, in the last few seasons, the British team, of which you are a member of, alongside the likes of Robert Hazelwood and Joel Poland and Luke Outram and a whole bunch of others, seems to be gaining in experience and gaining in performances among the male skiers, but female, I'd have to say with some deep level of respect here, that they need to start coming through. I believe in my perspective.
Yeah, you know, we have, as you say, been, you know, slightly lacking in the girls category, but we've got, you know, girls such as like Katie Nert, especially in slalom and tricks. Sancha Outram being a really good overall skier for us. But, you know, looking younger than those guys, you know, in the up and coming, we've got Lucy Roberts, another young skier with lots of potential. So there's not no one, but we are way stronger in our guys team.
Absolutely. So maybe a look into the future a little bit when we see the likes of Sophie Bates out there on the course with a 14.25 meters, having started with 18, coming back on 16 and running through 14.25 meters. Something I'm sure that tournament water skiing in British tournament water skiing is looking to try and expand upon more opportunities for female athletes in Great Britain to actually pursue the sport of tournament water skiing and actually bring on more talent to complement the male competitors.
Yeah, and that's what we need now, is the drive to get the skiers, you know, that are in club level and whatever, to do more tournaments. But here's Sophie Bates coming through 13 meters. She's got a really good start here. She's just on the back of the ski out of 2 and just can't quite make it outside of 3. But it seemed like a good gate and a good one, just letting her hips drop back towards 2, I think. Let's see what happened here. You see how she's got a tight line there all the way on the gate. I think she pulled out a little bit early, and she knows that from that face there. Just comes out of 1 quite good, you see, but after the second wake, just hips dropping back slightly, gets on the back of the ski. Just can't let the ski get as much angle as she ideally wants as she goes towards 3, and just goes inside it, unfortunately.
All right then, so inside buoy number 3, and we'll end up in 10th spot in the open women's slalom. Needed to get more than 4 buoys on 13 meters to stand any chance at all of rising up even further. Actually needed the full pass of 30 meters, I beg your pardon, and more than 1 on 12 meters. So Sophie Bates there ending off in the 10th spot, and a decent effort there for her as we now work our way through to our next competitor, Emily Wenzel of Germany, who currently at this time is in 6th spot with scores of 1 on 12 and half on 12, so skiing pretty consistently. Let's see if she can break out of that zone of around 1 buoy on 12. Right you are. So this is Emily Wenzel.
So Emily's best score of the weekend so far, 1 at 12 meters, and I think she can. I think that's a good score for her, but she wants to get a little bit more down this pass. We'll see what happens, but that was a really good start here for Emily so far, and she'll be coming back on the 14-meter line, the 28 off.
Looking in good shape, around all 6 buoys. Emily Wenzel on that, I believe she's on the SP Bronco.
Yes. Yeah, I believe so. And just looking back at her scores from this year so far and last year, I think she'll be rising up and then going again. So just being out on that whitewash there, pulling out, it makes the pull out nice and smooth, so you don't have that dip in the wakes.
So a lot of discussion was made yesterday between the likes of Freddie Winter and Matteo Ianni on the proper way to pull out for one's entry gates. In my mind, I mean, if you were to ask me who you would consider to have the perfect gate pull out, I mean, 10 times out of 10, I would say Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, she hits the, you know, everything, no matter what pass she's on, whether it's 30 meters or 10 to 5 meters, it's always the same. You know, maybe a little bit more aggression towards the shorter line length, but it's always the same. She always hits the same spot when she goes through the gates. She just clipping that right-hand gate ball, and I
mean, when she starts a gate pull out, it's not like bam and then release and glide. It's like a consistent edge all the way out from that wakes and keeping that line tight and just staying there.
Yeah, you're right. You know, just getting the ski starting to move and building all the way to the end of your pullout just before you start to glide. And that's really important on the gate pullout. But here's Emily right now on 13 meters. She's getting a little bit late. She's going to have to work. That's outside 4, getting pulled up, just going towards 5 ball there. Not able to close out that 13-meter pass, unfortunately. But I think she's happy with her.
Buoy number 3, and just here it was just a case of just trying to catch back up again, which unfortunately she was unable to do on her way towards number 5. So there we go. That is Emily Wenzel of Germany. As we now get ready for our next competitor, coming to us out of Cyprus, it's Artemis Constantino. Okay. We'll return with more action from the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, brought to you by Santa Dassault, right after these. Then back we are to the action, and our next competitor coming to us out of the island nation of Cyprus. It's Artemis Constantino.
So looking back here at Artemis's previous scores, you know, seems to be 3 at 13 meters, I believe. Oh, there's a 5 at 13 meters that I see that I believe will be her best so far. But here she comes on her first pass.
Much of their skiers from the island nation skiing over the Polomidia Dam, and I mean, I've never
missed his previous scores in the previous round. Best score so far being 2 at 13 meters. I think she'll be looking to improve that, looking to close out that 13-meter line, I believe. But right now, here we go, 14 meters for Artemis. Cedaquist there.
Oh, nicely done. I like her style out there, Artemis Constantino.
Yeah, she's standing really 13-meter pass and moves on to the 13-meter pass.
Like where she's going with this. That is Artemis Constantino, 16 and 14.
Sure whether she goes outside 3 or not. We will see. So that'd be 2 on the 13-meter line length provisionally. We'll see what the judges have to say.
Let's see how that compares against her previous scores. Artemis Constantino got 2 on 13 in the round pre.
A little disappointed, but still good skiing there from Artemis.
4 on 13.
So Tone, you've been to a but Vittoria Sirocco there getting ready. I believe she'll be going out on 16 meters.
Okay, for those of you that are experiencing, but we are working to try and rectify those difficulties on site.
Vittoria going through the 14-meter pass. She had a little bit of narrow gate, I think, there, but working hard behind the boat to get the width. Working really. 13 meters coming up next. Nice looking pass here. 14 meters through the wake, get them hips up, and I think she'll make easy work. Really strong, really hard, because she knows she had to work to get outside of one. Really good turn. I think her ski actually went above the line.
I believe that's going to be half a buoy.
Yeah, you have to be in a skiing position back of the wake for it to be a full buoy. Obviously, before that boat guide. It doesn't have to be tight, so as long as you're in the line of the exit gates with the handle in your hand, standing tall. Finnish team at Europeans and World Championships. It's been a little bit of time out in the States at Jack Travers Ski School at Sunset Lakes.
All right then, so Helene Hog Sorensen from Denmark using Bravo.
As she goes through the wakes, nice easy pass there for Helena.
Nice opening run.
Completely still, keeping that back arm pressure as she moves out wide there.
Not the pro men, the open men's competition. I beg your pardon. Art Kipling, you know, where you can keep your head.
And that round 6, just taking up that little bit of slack as she goes through the exit gates. She is a left foot forward skier, so a little bit more patience, a little bit more knee bend when she's out wide to let that ski come back, I think is needed going forward. That ski going straight, unfortunately. She seems okay with that score. That's good to see. When a skier's happy with their score, you know. So good skiing there from Helena, and we'll be seeing her a lot more in the future, I believe.
Absolutely. So, skier about to take to water, a 5th from last skier in the Open Women's is going to be Jennifer Benjamin.
Yeah, Jennifer Benjamin, skiing out of England, represented the all on that main dock down by the clubhouse. As we watch Jen just jump in the water, getting ready for her first run. Jen's also one of the up-and-coming female skiers in Great Britain, as what we were saying before, but also working a full-time job for the NHS as a speech pathologist. You know, most recently, you know, with everything that's been going on in the world, the NHS has had a lot of stress onto it. There's the health system we have in the UK. They did great work over the COVID pandemic and still are. So we thank all of everything that you guys have done. But here comes Jen on her first pass. It'll be 16 meters. Jen previously skiing for the University of Louisiana Monroe, the ULM Warhawks. Got a few national titles with those guys. Good skiing there from Jen. Nice easy first pass, 16 meters.
Absolutely right. So, opening effort there. You said 16 meters?
Yeah, 60 meters, I believe. That's what she usually goes out at. You know, she keeps that line tight with that handle. You see there, just having that arm bent a little bit, but that's her trying to keep the line tight, I believe. As the line gets shorter, she extends that arm out a little bit more. We'll see. But Jen, not being the tallest of skiers in the world, but you know, as we've said before, those, you know, the Open women world record holder, she's not the tallest either. Regina Jacobs, of course. You know, so see if Jen can channel her inner Regina and in these next few passes.
All right, let's see.
So 14.25 meters, 28 off on this second pass for Jen. Nice and strong through the gate. She's outside one. Whoa, really big one there. She stays strong, nice and calm and collected. She comes around 2. Nice 3 ball there.
For Jennifer Benjamin. 16 and 14 run successfully. Let's have a look at her gate shot, how wide she gets, and
you see there she's stood so tall on the ski, which is really, really good. And then just waiting for her cue to turn in, ready for the gate. You see there, just getting that shoulder down a little bit, but nothing she can't handle. She composes herself well for 2. Nice and strong there, out of 2 and through the wakes. She just stands a little bit taller at 2 there, at 3, just to make sure that nothing odd happens like what happened at 1. So she learnt her lesson as she comes through this pass and getting the end of the pass done nicely, and around 6 now at the exit gates. We'll see her come back on the 13-meter pass.
All right, then let's see, shall we? This is Jennifer Benjamin, 16 and 14 under about 13 meters now. Things start to complicate.
So here she goes through her gate. She's around 1. Nice 1 there for Jen. She's out towards 2. Really good. She's out for 3. Whoa, really big 3. Can't quite hang on to it, unfortunately. Going down a little early there for Jen. She had a good start. Let's see what happened here on this instant replay. She comes through the gates there. Look how tall she is. She lets her ski come under, gets on it. Out towards 2. She's stood nice and tall. She comes a little bit forward, but she stays calm and collected out towards 3. And just dropping that shoulder a little bit out of 3 ball. Ski bit, and she just couldn't quite, unfortunately, hold it. I think there's a little bit what happened on the previous pass on 1. See here, she moves out wide, lets the ski come back under. There's no hesitation, the line's tight. See here out of 2, she just gets a little bit on the back of the ski, but she's okay, she's calm and collected. Just coming into 2 here, you see how she's just on the back of the ski a little bit from that 2-ball turn, and unfortunately just dropping the shoulder and just getting that handle pulled out of her hands.
All right then, and Jennifer Benjamin with that score of 2.5 on 13 meters, representing the final extent of her effort. Currently in 7th place right now. She could end up losing a spot to our next competitor, Julie Mischler, who's about to take to the water any moment now with 5 on 30 meters in round 1 and 1 buoy on 12 meters in round 2.
All right, we touched on the fact that Jen went to Louisiana to study, and I don't know how many people know this, Tony, but you actually yourself went out and studied in Louisiana Lafayette as well, didn't you?
That's correct.
Yeah. What years did you go there?
I went there from 1997 through to 2001. Actually eventually graduated in 2004. There were some difficulties there towards the end of 2001, but I eventually graduated with my degree in mass comm broadcasting.
Oh, there you go. That served well, obviously, with the skiing and the mass broadcasting here at TWBC. Who were your teammates at the time as well while you were there?
Likes of Dane Puxty, Brad Proculis, Lindsay Trapper, Simone Siegert, and a whole slew of others, and towards the end the likes of Tom Asher as well.
Ah, there you go. So you've got some good names in there. As we see Julie Mischler coming in on 16 meters. Nice easy start here for Julie so far, looking good. Just letting that ski bounce up just a little bit. As we said before, behind this Malibu response, there is a little bit of a rooster tail at the 16-meter line length, as there is behind any boat when those wakes come together behind the boat. But she's coping with it well after that. Good skiing there for Julie on her first pass of 16 meters.
Absolutely right. Julie Mischler, 16 meters. Looking in decent shape there, just locking in off buoy number 1 and setting everything on the right path.
Yeah, you just see there just the tip rising after that second wake. She could do is just keep edging all the way through that wake. See, she just lets up slightly and that ski pops up. Just keeps on that edge. That ski will track a lot better through the wakes. I'd also think with the slightly shorter line length, the wake does get a little bit smaller, so that will be in her favour as well.
All right, you are. So 16 meter first and now 14.25 meter next for Julie Mischler.
So there you see Mario Bogozzi, driver for the open women category here, powering that Malibu Response TXI up to the course as Julie pulls out for her second pass of 14.25 here at San Gervasio. She's around one there nicely. Just a little bit of a double pump there at 2.
It's 55.16 now. The line length still stays the same, but she went in at sub max on the opening pass, taking full advantage of the zero-based scoring system.
Yeah, I think we said this the other day, but for anyone tuning in for the first time today, we a few years ago it was a hot topic whether you were able to actually go in on a shorter line length without being at your maximum speed. A lot of people considered it a disadvantage because you're at a shorter line length, so it's going to make it harder. So the panel out at IWWF decided, yep, you can do that because according to the rules, you do have a disadvantage. A lot of skiers prefer that to do just because it gives you, a little bit more swing, a little bit more natural swing behind the boat. But as allowed to the rules now, a few years ago, zero-based scoring, you can do that. But obviously, if you don't make that pass, first of all, it will be your your first pass. So you get, if you don't make that pass, you make that pass at start speed. But if you do, then the reward is better. So risk and reward factor there. But here she comes back on now 14 meters at 55 kilometers per hour. That's 34 mile an hour. Looking like a good start so far for Julie. And she comes through this pass nice and smooth. Coming out of the USA, Julie Mischler, looking really good, nice and smooth all the way through this pass. No problems whatsoever as she goes through that 14 meters.
Is that whether you decide to go in on a longer line length or on a decreased speed compared to a certain speed and line length, it's either way you do it, whether you go with a longer line length or go with a slower boat speed, it's always 6 buoys less in terms of the total buoy count.
Yeah, right, you are there, Tone. So let's say, for instance, as Julie did there, she goes out on 52.16 meters. Obviously, the boat has to speed up before she can shorten the line again. That is, I believe that's the rule where you do have to shorten. You have to go up to your maximum speed before you can shorten the line. If you're on your second pass, then you don't make it. That's still scored as an 18 meter pass because you haven't completed a 16 meter pass at that 55. But here we go, Julie Mischler coming through this 13 meter pass now. She comes out nice and wide out towards 6 and through the exit gates, looking really good there. Julie Mischler out of the USA.
All right then, so getting through the 13 meter run, Julie Mischler currently in 8th spot right now. Going to send a little bit higher to 7th, provided that she outscores Jennifer Benjamin, who has a score of 1 on 12 meters, and then it would come down to a backup because Julie Mischler also has 1 on 12 meters. So then it comes down to the second best scorer. Now Jennifer Benjamin had half a buoy on 12 meters. Julie Mischler's backup score was 5 on 13. So in order for Julie Mischler to supersede Jennifer Benjamin, then she would need to score more than half a buoy on 12 meters.
Yeah, and we see that, and when she's able to do that, her best score so far this year being 2 on the 12-meter line length. So she's able to do that. We'll see what she does here now. She comes out through the gates. Round 1, just gets pulled forward. She gets around 2. Does she hold on, get back to the wakes? Yes, she just inside of 3 there. Managed to hold that slack out of 2, just not being able to get outside of 3 there, unfortunately.
So Judy Mischler able to supersede Jennifer Benjamin on 2 levels, the maximum score, which is now 2 on 12 meters, and also exceeds the backup score as well, with now backup of 1 at 12 meters. And let's see if Judy Mischler could actually goes up higher, because Emily Wenzel, her best score was 1 on 12, so she moves up above that. And then Medina Yorga, who has 2 buoys and 4 buoys on 13 meters. So with two scores on 12 meters, she actually moves above Medina Yorga into 5th place. Now, is there any potential movement there above that? Actually, no, because Helene Horg Sorensen is in 4th place with 2 scores, with 2 at 12 meters. So the skier that we've just seen there, Judy Mischler, can get up as high as 5th place, and that's exactly what it shows on the updated scoreboard.
Yeah, so this open women's category, really close. Everyone just making it through that 30-meter line length, getting a couple on 12 meters. So really close skiing here from the girls here today.
And that's significant because, I mean, she was in 9th spot.
Yeah.
And now she's moved up to 5th spot.
Just with getting that one more buoy.
Indeed.
Just sends her up a few places. So good skiing there from Julie. I think she equaled her PB there, so she'll be happy with that. But as you see there on your screen now, Saba York-Davis getting ready for her run. Skiing on their D3 Ion S there, the blue ski you see, as opposed to the red Ion, which is a little bit stiffer. Skiing out at Oxford Wakeboard and Ski Club, it's part of the team there at Oxford, boat driving, coaching. If you are in the UK and you're looking to go ski, come see us, Oxford Wakeboard and Ski Club.
Indeed, headed up by Stephen Glanfield. And I'm sure that he's got the widescreen TV inside the clubhouse with this coverage. If that is the case, Glanfield, just send us a message on the YouTube comments.
So here we go, Saba coming in now.
Oh yes, he has. Look.
There you go.
Right there, go Saba.
Go Saba. You know, if I know Steve that well, he's probably watching it on his phone in the boat. Because he'll be driving right now since we're all here. But here we go, Saba York-Davis, 16 meters. Using, similar to a lot of the girls here today, using that 16-meter line length as that warm-up pass. Feel out the conditions, see what's changed since Friday afternoon. Good, nice, easy pass there for Saba. And she'll be moving on to the 14 meters, 28 off line length.
Yes, indeed. And, 16 meters. A little bit of a hitch there into buoy number 1. Just tried to control her momentum. And she did that successfully into buoy number 1. And backside at number 2. She is left foot forward, which means that she could take a more aggressive turn off a 1-3-5 side, and then skis neutral 2, 4, and 6. Although you'd have to have a real discerning eye to make that analysis, because she seems to be even-sided.
Yeah, right. She's skiing very even on both sides. She's got a few years of experience behind her. She's competed at European and world events, 14 GB in the under 14 and under 17 and now under 21 level. So she's no stranger to pressures. And here she comes, coming back at the 14.25 meter line, the 28 off. Nice looking gate. She's really strong, is Saba, especially on her 135 side. Just getting the shoulder down a little bit there at 2, but good skiing there for Saba so far, making this pass look nice and easy. And there you go, outside of 6-baller through the exit gates.
All right. No worries there behind that Malibu TXI. As we continue to rock our way towards the end. Make sure you shop now for your water ski needs. Wakehouse.com. Wakehouse.com.
You see there, she's just getting pulled up a little bit after the second wake. There's that turn, just a little bit late, but she stays calm, stays composed, just gets the job done, nice and easy around those turns. She's just turning a little bit with her upper body on that offside turn. Obviously that 2-4 turn is a left foot forward skier, but getting the job done, getting outside of 6 and through the exit gate. And she'll be coming back now on the 13-meter line length, 32 off.
All right, so continue to move right along. We've got Mario Picozzi at the helm of that Malibu TXI response towboat. Saba York Davies from Great Britain.
No relation to myself, of course.
Yes, because York Davies is hyphenated.
Right you are. But looking good so far, Saba. She's around 5.
Come on.
And then there we go. Outside 6.
Top banana.
Top banana right there. Good skiing there for Saba. She was a little bit on the late side, but just staying calm and composed. You see how tall she is in that gate turn, ready for her cue to get that ski around. Just getting pulled forward a little bit with a big double pump there at 1. She gets the ski around.
All right, so at this time, Saba York Davies with 6 buoys on 30 meters. That supersedes her backup score, which was 4 on 30 meters. So the best score that she's got so far is in the second round with 2 on 12 meters. In order for her to ascend a little bit higher, realistically, she's got to score, well, essentially the entire pass on 12 meters.
Yeah, you know, I've seen, watched Coach Saba a little bit. She has run through 12, I think this year as well. Saba,
she's in.
Outside 3. Oh, just
to a certain extent.
Just getting that shoulder down a little bit out of 3-ball, a little bit disappointed, but improving her score there. Good skiing there from Saba. She got a really, really good start, I thought. She moves out nice and wide, just a little bit of a double pump. She seems to have that on her 135 side, just getting to see her pulled up a little bit towards 2, but she actually so strong there, you see, just taking the slack out towards 3 and just dropping that shoulder, just trying to make some time up, but turning a little bit too hard and unfortunately going down. A little bit disappointment there, you see in her.
All right, so Saba York Davies with 2 1/2 for that effort. That keeps her firmly rooted in 3rd place right now. Only 2 skiers remain. It's going to be a head-to-head slug match between Stella Anastasi and our final skier, Katie Nutt. All right. So Stella Anastasi from Cyprus, who comes into this 3rd round having scored 5 on 12 meters in round 1 and 2 on 12 meters in round 2.
Yeah, another Cypriot skier here. Good to see a few of these guys from Cyprus performing out here at San Gervasio. She'll be starting on the 16-meter line length. So making a nice easy first pass here, 16 meters for Stella Anastasi as she makes her way around 5 and 6 ball there.
All right, let's talk about start speed. Because, I mean, the level of Stella Anastasi, I mean, getting, I would say almost getting into 11.25 meters would just basically shout, why don't you go in on 14.25 meters? It more readily simulates the kind of passes that you'll be attacking later on. 16 meters, in my estimation, being 53 foot long, is just way too much line for a skier of her ability to really effectively prepare for those passes going down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how she's been skiing in practice, what these scores on the 12-meter pass mean for her, but yeah, there's some conditions out there you got to think about. You obviously want, so a lot of skiers, probably 90% of the skiers will prefer a headwind on their hardest pass. So she might be looking. She's looked out there, seen that there's a headwind or there's a slight wind in a certain way. So she probably wants that 12 in a headwind. She's made that judgment, and also I'm not sure whether she practiced out here. She pulled out a little bit early there, but yeah. So if she wants a little bit more practice, just getting the feel of the water out here at San Gervasio, because I know she's young, she's got loads of energy. She'll be able to do 5 passes if she needs without much much hesitation, and through that pass there of 14 meters.
Right you are. So there we go. That was the 14.25 meter run for Stella Anastasi, sinking into the water and getting ready for the next run on 13 meters.
Yeah, Stella looking like a tall skier. I think she's just looking for a little bit more water time. I'm not sure how much she's skied here before. There doesn't seem to be too much wind out there, honestly. Looks pretty dead out there, these are great conditions for the skiers. You can go out on your usual line length. Here in the open category. Obviously for the pros it's a little bit different in the head-to-heads. I think they'll be going out at 12 meters. I think that's compulsory for them. And for the pro men at least, and for the pro girls I believe it's 13 meters. But here for the open women and the open men, they can choose what they want to go out at, and she just wants a little bit more time on the water there.
Okay, let's have a look and see our Cypriot competitor. This is Stella Anastasi.
Yeah, she's on 13 meters now. She needs to get through this if she wants to have a go on 12 meters. She's just gonna hips back a little bit, I think, but making it work. Oh, just a little bit of slack line. She gets around 5. Can she make it outside 6? No, she cannot, unfortunately. So
that roots her in second place right now.
Yeah, that holds her in second place, I think, and unfortunately not quite making it through that pass. Here we have the instant replay on your screen now. She's good one. You see just at the gate at the wakes here, she just gets a little bit disconnected after the second wake. That starts pulling you narrow towards the buoy. You see there, she's still okay, and I think at 4, I don't know if she gets a bit excited or just relaxes a little bit too much, but pulls the arms in and gets pulled towards 5. She gets around 5 there, but just on the back of the ski with a little bit of slack line, not being able to quite make it outside a 6 ball there.
Yep, so it looks like it's a 5 buoy score for Stella Anastasi on the 13 meter line. So that's probably not going to be especially pleasing for her.
Yeah, you can see her expression on her face there. She just, wasn't too happy with that. But you see here, she's just dropped that shoulder a little bit there, and you see that's what causes, after the second wake, just the hips dropping back, being a little bit disconnected into 4, and the same into 5 actually, and the ski just going a little bit straight out of 5 and not being able to get outside 6, unfortunately.
All right, which means that essentially gifts the win in the open women's slalom competition already to Katie Nutt, because she had already done enough earlier on in round 1 to affect the win in the open women's competition. So Katie Nutt with 5.5 on 12 meters cannot be overtaken. Let's see if she can improve upon that. Maybe put something out there on 11.25 meters with the remaining passes that she has in this competition?
Yeah, Katie's more than capable of running that 12-meter pass, and I know she's looking to do that here today. You know, Katie, another skier from Great Britain, another one of the up-and-coming female skiers in GB and in the world. So I know she's looking to make an impact here today. Competed at the Open World Championships last year at Jack Travers as part of that Team GB team who placed third for the first time since the 1980s, I believe, Tone.
1983.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yes.
I don't remember that. I wasn't born then.
Well, I do.
But here comes Katie on the 14.25 meter line. That's the 28 off. I think there's only one other person in the open women category that's been going out on the 14 meter line length. That's Helena from Denmark. Good, nice pass there from Katie Nutt, skiing out of Oxford Wakeboard and Ski Club, just like Saba, who we saw a few skiers ago. So skiing out there with Steve Glanfield. She's got such a good gait. She stands so tall, just waiting for that moment that she has that cue for her to turn in.
Nice slide of that ski around buoy 1.
Yeah, she's riding that 2022 Radar Vapor. You see here that ski, just nice little slide in the back, just to get the ski set and around, ready to run on rails over to the next buoy.
Absolutely. All right, so KD Nutt doing a grand job on 14.25 meters, certainly capable on the strength of her performance in the previous round, or at least round number 1, of going in on 14.25 meters and making it. Here she comes, 13 meters.
Just look how tall she is there on that gate glide, and
oh yeah,
really good gate. Oh no!
Oh my word! What?
Bit of an upset there. We're not sure what happened.
What in the jeepers happened there?
Let's see that on that instant replay. I know she's not going to be happy with that. Look at that.
This could be a mechanical problem.
Let's see. She comes through the gates there, looking nice and strong. Nothing too unusual, and the ski. You see how it just.
I don't know.
It skips out a little. Well, it doesn't skip out. It just it bobbles a little bit, and that, I think that just pushes her to just be a little tense, and the ski ended up going straight in the end.
Now so that doesn't happen. That hardly ever happens.
Yeah, she looked okay. I honestly, I don't really know what happened. I think she just a little bit of straight legs there, unfortunately, and ski skipping a little bit, and just going down a little early, unfortunately, there for Katie Nutt. So that'll be a half on the 13-meter line.
All right, then. So a golden opportunity to get to 11.25 meters, spurned there by Katie Nutt. But she wins the open women's section of the event on the strength of her first round performance with 5.5 on 12. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition of, presented by Santo Dassault. We're going to take a quick refueling break, and then we'll continue on with the open men's amateur competition to round out the amateur section of this event. Do not go away.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Working our way back to continuing action of the amateur round of slalom. This is the last of our amateur events before we go on to the quarterfinals of the pro women and the pro men. We anticipate that the pro event should start approximately 2:15 this afternoon, Central European summertime, which is in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, did you hear about that, Tone? In some parts of the States, they're starting to not have summertime and wintertime. I think they're trying to just not change it now.
Oh, there's at least 3 states in the United States that don't observe summertime, like Indiana, Arizona, and such.
Yeah, I mean, I like the change. You know, in the winter, you know, it gets a little dark a little soon, but then, you know, as soon as those clocks change back, it's really bright, really late. So,
well, as we see Andreas Schonauer get through the opening pass, which I believe is going to be on the 16-meter line. Didn't Cheryl Crow once saying a change will do you good?
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens with that anyway. But Andrea looking good out there, making a nice easy pass for his first pass. So he's looking to get through that pass, I believe, get a go on 12 meters. That'll hopefully bump him up a few spots in the open men category.
All right, yeah, so let's have a look at his tail of the tape here. Andreas Schonauer, half a buoy on 12, 3 buoys on 13.
So the biggest difference between the open women and the open men category is the boat speed. The boat speed has gone up 3 kilometers per hour, 2 mile an hour from 34 mile an hour to 36 mile an hour.
That's correct, sir.
That's being 55 and 58 kilometers per hour respectively. So, you know, Andrea really coping with that speed well. Just look how strong he is. Like right there, you can see the amount of effort he's putting in on the expression on his face. I always like looking at that. You know, looking at different expressions on different faces. I know I've got one myself. It's always like a big gurn. So Andrea looking strong out there.
In England, they have contests for that, don't they?
Oh yeah, ugliest face. I'd love to see some of the skiers going through the wakes, see if they can enter that tournament, and see what happens, see where they place.
All right then. So, all gurning aside, we'll continue right along. Andreas Schonauer.
Out to 6. He can. Look at that. There you go. 13 meters completed there for Andrea Schonauer out of Italy.
All right, so obviously trying to get a little bit higher on the standings.
Yeah, he's looking so strong at the back of the turn there, letting the ski finish. He just comes a little bit strong with his shoulders out the turn there at 3. There you go, at 4, he has composed himself on his onside turn, being a left foot forward skier. You see how his hips just drop a little bit on his offside turn. He really could do is just standing just a little bit taller on that offside, but making it work and getting outside of 6 and through the exit gates.
So now that supersedes his backup score. Andreas Schonauer, half a buoy on 12 meters is his current best score. And now he is on 6 buoys on 13 meters and continuing to ski.
So see if he can improve on his previous score of half. So here he is, he's pulling out for his gates now. He's turning really strong there, you see. Oh, doing the same as he did in round 1, I believe. Just pushing on the front of the ski, the tail stepping out. So we'll see it here on the instant replay. Look like a really, really strong gate. There, you see how quickly he drops in there. That's something you don't really want to do. You want to be nice and smooth on the boat. So he has a lot of speed there at 1. He tries to slow down by getting on the front of his ski, and unfortunately just kicking out the tail. So equaling his best score of the tournament so far there with half on 12.
Do you think it released at the right moment?
You know, it's always hard to judge, but I think he was already, you see there, his shoulders were already going down. He had a lot of pressure on that binding there. So I believe it released, because I'm not sure if he'd have came out of that anyway, because he was pretty much laying there on the water before it released. I know myself, I've had a couple of ankle breakages when I've like hit a buoy or you know, twisted the wrong way. So I don't think the binding was too much of a problem there. But unfortunately there for Andrea, just going down a little bit earlier than he wanted by his expression there.
All right then, so 2 scores of half on 12 meters there for Andreas Schonauer. That probably won't see him go any higher on this list of skiers. But let's have a look and see what Teo Field can do.
Yeah, Teo Field, obviously part of the Field family out from Germany, from Bavaria. They've got their facility out there, and there you go, another little nice hand drag. You know, you see a few of the pros do that. You know, Joel Poland especially. You know, he loves to little bit of showboating. You know, we've said before, I think it helps with some of the possible nerves that you get during tournament skiing. Just turning off your mind a little bit, just getting nice and relaxed. You know, use it as an aid. So psychologist in me goes, oh yeah, no, he's using that to, not that I've ever done really much psychology. I did a couple of classes in college. But yeah, just using that just to relax a little bit. There you go. It looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, kind of like releasing a little bit of static electricity, so to speak.
Right you are.
So you did psychology, huh?
No, I did a couple of classes in my in the general education classes, you know, that you have to do with your degree. I graduated from the College of Engineering, so you got to do a couple of little extra classes just to broaden your knowledge. But here we go, we have Teo Field coming back in on the 14-meter line. You know, I see how early that ski comes around. He's really getting that ski back around as soon as possible. You know, and he looks like a really, really strong guy. just getting across the wakes as fast as he can on that syndicate.
He knows how to load that ski.
Yeah, he loads it, and you know, you see some of the pros doing those turns and you know, skiing in a similar way. So he's got a lot of potential here as a slalomer. I'm not sure how old he is. I believe he's like 17, something like that. So he's got a long way to go yet. But good skiing there from Teo Field so far.
All right, so Teo Field, who scored 3 on 12 meters in round 1 and 1 at 11 in round number 2, has the potential of going significantly higher. But it's going to be ABCs here. He's going to get through those opening 2 passes first of all, which he does, 14 and 13 meters back to back. Now he's got to get through 12 meters next before he can start working his way up the ladder, because the next target for him would be anything more than 2 at 11, which will put him above Leo Cedaquist. Anything more than 3, or a little way with a viable backup, will put him above Lars Vortop. But if he was to run close to the full pass 11, then he could potentially win.
But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do that.
None of that,
in fact, and just goes down. He's visibly annoyed there, just smacking the water slightly. It's always annoying when it doesn't go your way. So he gets a really good 1 here. He comes out nice and wide towards 2 and just drops that shoulder, almost a little bit like what Rob Hazelwood did yesterday in the first round. Just not quite sure what happened, just dropping that shoulder, getting down a little bit too deep and just popping that fin.
All right then, so Teo Field right now currently at 4th spot, and a little bit of a sitting duck here for some of our other competitors to start attacking, starting with Grégoire Desfond, and then the likes of Fabien Horsch and Eduardo Lamalfa, even skiers such as Harvey Dyson and Leo Cedaquist. Well, actually, Leo Cedaquist is actually in 3rd place, a little bit higher than Teo Field right now, but even the likes of Alberto Gysi will find tempting prey being offered by Teo Field at the moment.
Yeah, so this open men's category is quite close in the midfield. There's a lot of 1s, 2s, 3s at the 12-meter line, so looking to make an impression on those scores and go up a few rungs on the ladder.
All right, so let's have a look at what we got here. We got Leo Cedaquist, who's actually Ted Cedaquist, who's about to take to the water. There's more than one Cedaquist here competing. And for Ted Cedaquist, well, basically anything above 2/3 the way down 13 meters is going to start his ascension right up the list. The next highest person above him, as a matter of fact, correct myself here, is Greg Desfond with 5 1/4 on 13 meters. So if he can get above that, then he can start moving up.
Yeah, just looking at his previous scores this year, his best this year so far is 1.5 at 13. So we'll see if he can improve on that, get a nice personal best here at the beautiful conditions here at San Gervasio.
And he equaled that with the 1.5 on 13 meters in round 1.
Yeah, so he's going to want to get a little bit more out of that, I think. We'll see how he performs. And but nice, easy looking first pass there for Ted, skiing out of Sweden.
Indeed. So Ted Cedaquist, 1.5 on 13 meters round 1, and 0 at 14.25 meters. So can't remember the circumstances behind that score, but it is what it is.
Yeah, so 0 either means you've missed your gates or you've not got around 1. I'm not sure. I can't remember which one it was, honestly. It's more likely, I think, to be a 0 gate rather than not making it outside 1. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right, so Aaron Davies here. I'm Tony Lightfoot. San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition. Santos Dassault, the presentation sponsor.
I definitely think it's got hotter over the week, hasn't it, Tony? I think I saw on the weather it's meant to be 37 degrees here today. So that's 37 degrees Celsius, of course. I must be getting towards the hundreds in Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, but Ted making it nice and easy there through that 14.25 meter pass as he's getting pulled to the end by that Malibu TXI. That monsoon engine powering that thing, getting 360 horsepowers and 400 foot-pound of torque. And that really powerful boats. The boats have come a long way in the past few years. You know, with not just with the shape and size, but also the cruise control. Gone are the days of putting magnets in the course. You know, on the gates and the 3-ball.
Oh, they used to do some damage when you prop them.
Yeah. Oh, so if you prop a buoy now, it's not too much of an issue, but back then you used to throw away a prop if it hit a magnet. You know, and so zero off, use your GPS. Obviously, those who don't know what magnets that you used to put on, they're magnets encased in foam. They used to have to put just under the buoy so that the perfect pass used to be able to sense it as you went through. As more of a timing aid, more than anything. But zero off now using GPS as Ted comes through. Oh, just half on 13 meters there. Unable to improve on his previous round score. On his first round score, the previous round being 0 on that 14.25 meter line.
But it does become his backup score with half a buoy on 13 meters, superseding the 0 on 14 meters that he had in round 2.
Yeah, so that might take him up a few places. We will see.
Actually keeps him rooted at a 12th place right now because Gregoire Desfond has a 5 1/4 on 13 meters, so he didn't exceed that with either his first round score or his latest score.
Yeah, so staying where he is in the list. But as I was saying, with the GPS these days, it's accurate to 1/100th of a second. You know, you go through the course, and I'm a driver myself, as well as a skier. But you know, the boat goes through, you know, all the way down the course, and they're accurate to a 1/100th second. So the time for a 58 kilometer boat speed time is 16.08 seconds. It's very rare that you see anything other than that. You know, it's 09, you know, 07, but a lot of the time you see it as 08. And it's only a couple of thousandths of a second, the tolerance that it's allowed. Obviously, that's got a little bit shorter over the years with GPS tracking. You know, it used to be a little bit larger when you were hand driving, and even with Perfect Pass. With Perfect Pass, use the revs of the boat rather than GPS to react to the skier. So lots and lots of technological advances in the past 10 years, I would say. In terms of GPS and the boats. As we see there, Greg Desfond, one of the main men at Waterski Nation, doing a lot of good stuff on the internet and social media as he comes in for his first pass of 16 meters.
Okay, let's take a look at Gregoire for the third and last time in this 3-round Open Men's Amateur competition.
And also something that you saw on your screen there, you can choose your boat setting, the zero off setting. Greg going with B1 by the looks of it. He chooses that. You know, a lot of people wondering what does that mean? What happens? So as you hook up at the turn, you're going to slow the boat down, obviously a little bit. That letter determines how strong the boat is out the turn and when you want that power to come on. So you see there that little chart there. A is a little bit later, it gives you a little bit more time, and C is a lot faster. So if you like to have a faster turn, get going sooner, you probably want more like a C. If you want a little bit more time to get around the buoy, a little bit more time to set, you probably want an A. And then the number is just purely the amount of power that the boat gives. So if you want a sharp, fast.
So if you're a glutton for punishment, you go with C3.
Yeah, I don't know many people that do go C3. Honestly, that's big.
Or C3 plus.
Yeah, and myself, I choose C2 behind a lot of boats. The only boat I don't do that is the carbon ski nautique.
Or even C3PO.
Yeah, C3PO. Got a little bit of Star Wars there. No, C3PO is the only character, and Anthony Daniels being the actor, is the only person to be in every single Star Wars movie, all 9.
Wow.
Little pop quiz culture for you there.
There's
pop culture quiz, sorry.
There you go, Greg Desfond there, getting through all 6 buoys, and he's been getting better with each round. I do beg your pardon.
You're right.
Unlike me. But
got a little high pitch there at the end.
Just a little bit, yeah. I'm just trying to control that. Hey. But there, Greg Desfond, and I think he's actually been watching himself on video and listening to a little bit of what I had to say.
He gets his hips up a little bit, gets a little bit more back on pressure coming into this 13-meter pass. It'll be better for him, but we'll see what happens on the 32 offline length.
All right, 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. So 13 meters now. Gregoire Desfond scored a 2.5 on 14. He's already superseded that as his best score is going to be 3 on 12. And that should be enough to put him at least ahead of Gregoire Desfond in 8th place.
Yeah, I don't think he quite got around sort of double pump towards 2 on the back of the ski and out towards 3. He knows he's late. He's trying to make a turn. He's just keeping his legs a little straight though, so the ski doesn't quite come round. He has a little bit of slack and unfortunately not quite be able to get the ski around 4-ball.
All right. Guglielmo Serra meters. I believe it's 16.
Yeah, looking really strong here. You see how he's getting out nice and wide, moving back, using this first pass as a warm-up, you know, just feeling everything out there. Yeah, looking really strong, really controlled, really smooth throughout this first pass. Here we go. Guglielmo Serracco from Italia, right here in Italy. Coming back on the 14.25 meter line. Just got his hips back ever so slightly, and he's just causing that momentary hesitation on 2 there. Yeah, good job there. You see through the exit, just getting on the back of the ski there. Sorry, I meant the entry gates. Just helm there, you see Manuel Domini keeping that boat straight and true. You obviously have to go through the entry and exit gates to complete the pass. There's people at the moment who want to, get rid of the entry gates on your first few passes. We want to be seeing skiers getting all the way down to those shorter line lengths, and if you complete the next pass on the shorter line length with gates, why shouldn't you be giving credit for that pass, even if you missed the pass before? So that's an idea that's been thrown around a little bit, and they look about 30 centimeters wide. So getting that right is very crucial, and it's a very, very small tolerance to get it wrong, but Guglielmo seemed to have got it there. Oh, looked like a good start there. Just going down, popping the fin there around 1. Let's see what happened. It looks really strong there coming out towards it, but not a really quick edge change. Oh, does that improve his backup score, or does that keep him where he is?
It basically keeps him where he is right now in 8th spot.
Okay, So that's all she wrote there for Guillermo. The next skier on the water there you see is Harvey Dyson, another skier from Great Britain. We've got quite a showing from Great Britain here, not just in the amateur section, but also for the pro section of this tournament.
Right you are. So Harvey Dyson, I don't know too much about him.
Cheering on for Harvey in the Cotswolds in England. That's where Harvey's from. Skiing that nice first pass at 55.14 meters.
So he shouldn't have to travel too far in order to get to Cirencester, where the Joel is going to be in about 2 or 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, so because you never know what the weather can do over there. We've got to be praying to the weather gods for a little bit, I think.
All right, so we've got Harvey Dyson right now coming into the course, having run the opening pass.
Meter line
at 55k.
55k. Just uses that as his warm-up, and then now using.
Now it's off to the races.
Yeah, now he's off to the races. 58 kilometers per hour now, and the boat speed will be. Sorry, the rope length will be shortening to 13 meters now. So good skiing here so far from Harvey. He hasn't really had any hiccups at all. Nice and smooth.
Successive clear pass, starting with this one. This is going to be 13 meters.
Yeah, pulling out nice and wide for his gate. He's coming around one. He's nice and strong, nice and early out of one. He's over to two. Nice, strong. Looking nice and easy. He gets that ski under the line, gets going as soon as he can, especially off that 135 side, which is his onside turn, being a left foot forward skier, nice and easy and out the exit gates.
Made that one look really, really smooth from start to finish. We'll take a look at the instant replay to gain an assessment there. But
yeah, I can't really see much wrong with this pass. Maybe he's pulling in a little bit soon, but that's being super, super picky. You know, that ski is being nice and smooth all the way around the turns. He's not doing anything too aggressive. He's being smooth, controlled, and he got really, really close to running his 12-meter pass. On Friday. He hasn't been able to do that, so he actually got a PB of 4.5 at 12 meters on Friday, but I spoke to him afterwards and he was like, yeah, I was able to run it. I feel like I'm able to run it. So we'll see what he can do here. You just got to think about getting a good start and give the tools to go, and then you got to go from there. All right, so Harvey will be coming back on the 12-meter line now.
Okay,
big one there. He's coming outside of two, just gets pulled forward and pops the fin, unfortunately. So unfortunate there for Harvey. I know he was looking for a little bit more, but he got pulled really, really hard out of one. Let's have a look at the instant replay here and see what happened here. It looked like he had a nice gate there. You see, he just gets pulled up towards one, drops that shoulder in, gets pulled forward towards two. Just tries to get going. He knows he has to work, so pushing down on the front of that ski and just popping the fin, unfortunately, there for Harvey Dyson.
So we're anticipating a start for the pro head-to-head matchup, starting with the women at approximately 2:30 this afternoon. If all continues to go well and as scheduled with the remaining skiers, of which there are 4 remaining. We've got Leo Cedaquist, Alberto Gysi and Lars Kuhne. But before those skiers, we'll have Julius Auer.
Yeah, so Julius Auer coming out of Germany has a previous round score of 1.5 on 12 meters. So he's looking to bump that up a little bit, I think. He'll be starting, I'm guessing, on the 16-meter line by the looks of it. Apologies. Correction, that's a 14-meter line length. That's 28 off. on this first pass, making it look nice and easy, out nice and wide, moving back, nice and smooth. Good first pass so far here for Julius Auer.
All right. That's Julius Auer getting everything going behind the boat.
So we estimate about half an hour until we get that pro women head-to-head started. So ETA at about 2:15, 2:20, something like that. We'll get that head-to-head going for you guys. But first, we've got to finish this open men's slalom round. So the boat speed up to 58 kilometers per hour, 36 mile an hour for Julius on 13-meter line length. And making light work of this pass so far. Getting a little bit disconnected after the second wake, but looking good so far. And getting outside 6 and back through the exit gates.
All right then, so as we continue right along, go to bplayfield.com, bplayfield.com. The new live match going on right now. How good are you at picking the winners? Do you think Leo or Lars will prevail in this open men's slalom amateur round? So, bplayfield.com. The graphic will appear up on the screen momentarily. bplayfield.com to participate in a little bit of fun with our Waterski matches up on the screen. There it is, and we've even included a QR code for you to scan in. All right, so check out bplayfield.com. All right then, now on the water is Julius Auer. And he's gotten through the opening 2 passes. Let's see what he can do on pass number 3.
All right, Manuel Domini, our driver, speeding that boat up to the course at 58 kilometers per hour. As Julius Auer pulls out for his gates on 12 meters, he's looking to get down this pass. He's outside of 1. Oh, just pushing down on 2. There seems to be a little hole there after 2. I should get someone to go fill that hole in with something. And so you see here, he just gets a little nice and wide here. He just tries to push on the ski a little bit too much, and just going down a little bit sooner than he wanted, I think, there. But still good skiing there for Julius. You know, it's good to be skiing out here in Italy in the nice warm weather, in the sun. You know, breaks. You're not doing school, not doing work. Everyone's just here hanging out, having some fun.
Absolutely. So that was Julius there with 1.5 on the 12-meter line. We've got 3 skiers remaining. We've got Alberto Gysi and Lars Voltop are about to take to the water in a few minutes, but before them it's Leo Cedaquist.
Yeah, so Leo, part of the Cedaquist family, coming to us out of Sweden. We saw Ted Cedaquist before. He got a score of half on the 13-meter line. I think he went down a little earlier than he wanted to. So we'll see what Leo can do coming into this round.
Yes, absolutely, and he'll be looking for something a little bit more than 2 on 11.25 meters to put himself ahead of Lars Voltop. But in order for him to take the lead ahead of Vincent Stadelbauer, he's got to essentially run the pass, or at least get more than 4.5. So that's those are the immediate 2 targets for Leo Cedaquist, who is in the water right now.
So Leo pulling up to the slalom course, speeding that boat up to 58 kilometers per hour, 36 mile an hour as he pulls out through his gates on his first pass. Conditions seem to be really nice out there today, and absolutely no wind whatsoever. Maybe a slight breath here and there, but that just like lets the skiers relax, do what they do best. You know, go out on the regular line length, not worrying if they have to go a little bit shorter or a little bit longer, just to make sure that they get that hardest pass there in the headwind that they want to get run.
All right, so conditions here absolutely wonderful. Leo Cedaquist, tall figure, and not doing too much to affect his positioning on the slalom course on the turn itself. You want to try and keep the turns nice and subtle, and the leverage behind the boat good and powerful.
Yeah, you know, that the height, you know, I'm tall myself, I'm 6'4" myself, and the height obviously really helps in terms of reaching for the buoy, but then at some point you've got to bring all that height back under the line and ready to get going again. So to do that, you've got to have a really strong core, stand, you know, getting that ski back under the line as fast as possible, ready to get going again.
All right, here we go. Leo Cedaquist, 3 skiers remaining, including him.
He's going back on the 13-meter line. Looking really good and strong so far, getting that ski under the line, getting going really fast on that HO Syndicate. I'm not sure what model it is. I think it's an Omega. See all the Syndicate line for some good high quality skis.
All right, there you go with Leo Cedaquist getting through the opening 2 passes. He's run through 14 and 13 meters.
See, he just gets those hips back just a little bit there. That's what causes that momentary delay out of 2. Gets a little bit offsided there in towards 3, but he's strong and tall enough that he can handle that and cope with that. See here, that's at 4. That's so much better. He stands nice and tall, nice and 5, nice and smooth, and out towards 6, nice and early, and out through the exit gates.
All right, that's Leo Cedaquist getting things done, taking care of business with the opening 2 runs of 14 and 13 meters. And now 12 meters beckons for him. Up and away. This now is 12.
So here we go, 12 meters. He ran this in the previous round, so he's looking to do that again and improve on his score on the 11.25 meter line. He's looking good so far. He's out towards 3. Whoa! Just dropping that shoulder. There's a few people that seem to be going down in similar ways during this round. Let's see what happened here on the instant replay. He seems like he gets a good start. A little bit of a double pump at 1, but he's out of 1 really nice and early. Out nice and wide towards 2. Gets a little bit shoulder heavy at 2, but into 3 here. He's just pushing on the back of the ski there. And trying to just drops his shoulder a little bit, and unfortunately just the handle coming out of his hands there on the 12 meter line.
And that does, while that does put him ahead of Lars Voltop with 2.5 at 11 point. Was that 12 meters or 11?
Sorry, that was 11.25 meters, I believe. So he does actually improve his score by half a buoy. I believe that was 11.25.
Well, actually, went in on 14, then came back on 13, and that was 12. So
okay.
That's going to be his. I would say his lowest score at this point, maybe his second lowest score, which roots him into 3rd place right now. And 5 meters that are above him, starting with Tim Field's 1.5 at 11. Then you've got 2 at 11 with a backup for Leo Cedaquist. Then you've got Lars Voltop with 2 scores at 11.25 meters, but obviously needs to score more than 2 to get above him because he has a weaker backup. And then there's that big old score from Vincent Stadelbauer with 4.5 and 11. Those are his immediate targets, and that is Alberto Gysi about to take to the water. All right, here we go. Alberto Gysi, a resident skier here at San Gervasio, 14.25 meter start.
Yeah, as we come to the end of the open men, to people who tend to get into 11 meters, you start to see them going on 14 meters. That gives you your hardest pass. The 4th pass has 11. So nice skiing there on that first pass there for Alberto Gysi, making it look nice and easy. That 14.25 meter line length. See how strong he is coming through the wakes. He gets a little bit disconnected out towards 1. I think that's what caused that little bit of a bite there. But he manages to compose himself, come really nice, and make the rest of this first pass nice and easy.
So, nice and easy, Gysi.
I like that, actually. Easy Gysi.
Easy Gysi. A little bit afraid to throw his weight around on the ski. That's why he's not extending out as much as one would expect for a guy of his height.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to just stay a little bit relaxed on these first few passes. You don't want to go too hard on these first few passes, you know. You have a little bit more space, a little bit more time, so you're able to just go a little bit easier. But you see now he's ramped up the effort a little bit on this second pass, on this 13-meter pass. So yeah, I did not see much wrong with that at all. Looked nice and easy, and he thought so too with a little hop out the end.
All right, so 14 and 13 in successive passes. 13 meters always represents a bit of a challenge for our skiers because the intensity ratchets up so much more on the transition from 14 to 13 meters, more than most passes.
Yeah, you see his ski rise up just a little bit, but that's nothing for him to worry about. He's still nice and early. I think that's just a little bit of a result of him just getting a little bit disconnected into that 135 side. Something he might want to think about changing coming up to these next few passes, but still good skiing nonetheless.
And right you are, so some good skiing thus far from Alberto Gysi as he settles in. He's gone 14 and 13, now 12 meters, where a few of our skiers who were expected to run that pass have kind of struggled.
Yeah, I know some people seem to be going down a little bit early during this round. I'm not sure entirely what's changed out there, whether it's the heat or whatever, but it's just on the back of the ski a little bit out of 135. Oh, there you go. He's got a big turn there, and he seems to be back into it now as he comes around 5 and out towards 6 on the 12-meter pass.
All right, now he's starting to find his footing here, his short line footing with that successful run on 12 meters. This is some great skiing from Alberto Gysi, and 11.25 meters will beckon for him. And Aaron doing okay thus far.
Yeah, he seems to be doing good. He could just do being a little bit more patient on that 135 side, just to let that ski come around. But towards the end of this pass, he really seemed to just let that happen, and we'll see what happens on this 11.25. See if he can take the lead from Vincent Stadelbauer. He'll have to get at least a full 5 buoys to supersede him in this open men round 3. So the third and final round for the amateurs in the at this 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am.
Okay, let's continue right along. Alberto Gysi with 11.25 meters. Anything more than 2 would put him above Lars Voltop.
So, oh, that's half a buoy there. Unfortunately, just going down a little hard. So, unfortunate for him. He won't go up any more places.
All right then, so it comes down to one final competitor. So now with Alberto Gysi's half at 11.25 meters, that's one potential challenger less able to strike for the lead and try and dethrone Vincent Stadelbauer of his position at the top of the open men's slalom. It now comes down to Norway's Lars Voltop.
You see Vince there, you know, he's getting a little nervous. See it's looking on, but yeah, we've got Lars coming up. He's the only person that can dethrone Vince now from that win. We'll see what he can do. In the previous round, he got 2 on the 11.25 meter line. So see if you can.
And even the round before that as well.
So he's consistent on that too. Let's see if he can push that up. But right now it's his first pass. It'll be 14 meters.
Here he comes.
So nice looking pass so far. Look how he just gets that ski under, just gets moving as soon as possible right there, and really nice pass there for Lars Voltop.
All right, Lars Voltop, who is one of the main folks over at the Slorstad Vanski Club in Skarnes in Norway.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, I guess.
And
I find the Scandinavian names a little easier to pronounce.
Nah.
I guess, I don't know.
Well, that's good. At least one of us can do that. I don't even want to have an attempt at that, honestly. I'd butcher it.
Well, anyway, here's Lars Voltop lives and trains in Skarnes in Norway, which is about an hour or so outside of Oslo.
Yeah, we'll be stopping there in a couple of weeks. The pro stops there in Norway, the Pro Tour head.
Went in on 13.
He did go in on 13 meters, so it's 12 meters. Whoa, big 2 ball there.
Lost it on 2. He recovers on 3. He's good to go on 4. Round number 5 loads up off 5 into 6. So the latter 2/3 of that course certainly a lot easier than the first third.
Yeah, he came out of 1, and I think he got on the heels out of 2. Let's have a look at this instant replay here. He comes out nice and wide towards 1, a little bit of a double pump, but he gets the ski under and get going. But here at 2, let's see what happens. He just gets a little bit shoulder heavy, gets his hips behind him, but he's managed to stay strong, come out towards 3 and stay nice and calm, all the way out towards 4. A little bit on the heels, you know he needs to get work in. Out towards 5, manages to stay calm, and gets his ski outside of 6 and through the exit gates.
All right then, let's pump it up, shall we? 11.25 meters, 4.5 buoys separate Lars Voltop from victory in this open men's slalom competition, needing more than 4.5. That total by Vincent Stant. All right then, so essentially needing 4 buoys, but why not the entire pass? Let's have a look and see. Lars Voltop.
So score to beat, 4 buoys on this pass. He gets a decent one. He gets outside of 2. He's rising up. He's out to 3 and just taking the slack at 3. So he does improve his score there, but making no indent there into Vince's score of 4. So he improves his score a little bit, but let's have a look at this instant replay here. Just gets a little big and a little hesitation to get on the line there. Out of 1. And it's just a little down course now. So he makes it outside of 3 there, not quite able to get the ski back under the line. And 3 boys is all she wrote there for Lars
Olavoltop.
Lars Olavoltop.
Okay, so it does represent his best score of the weekend with 2 and 1/2. Or actually 3 buoys at 11.25 meters, I beg your pardon, which represents a conclusion of the amateur round of this competition. In 15 minutes, we will continue on with the pro women's slalom quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals, and then after that, then it's the Radar Junior Challenge for the girls and the boys. Then we go into the semifinals of the men, and then the finals and of the women and men, and then the finals of the women's and men. This is the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santo Dassault. We've got a lot more skiing to come. The pros on the flip side of these messages. Do not go away.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, folks. Welcome back to the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am presented by Santo de So. Thank you very much for rejoining us here. On my left and to your right is Freddie Winter. And on my right and to your left on the screen is Matteo Yanni. How you doing?
Hi, Tony. Very good. And you? How's your voice? How's your throat?
A lot better. A lot better.
I can't tell though.
We've got full Tony back.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, what a game time player, just in time for the finals. We're getting ready for potentially the biggest weekend of European skiing of the year, and Tony's back.
Top form.
Top banana. All right then. So here's your pairings. We're dealing with the quarterfinal first of all. We've got Jamie Ball versus Celine Detry, then Gina Kruger versus Ali Garcia, then Paige Rini and Beatrice Yanni, and then we've got Ali Garcia and we got Ali Nicholson versus Alicia Bagnoli as well. So and if you go to bplayfuel.com, we've got some matches already up and running based upon those pairings. And here are the pairings in the men's head-to-head. Nate Smith going up against Florian Paff. Dane Meckler against the defending champion Thomas de Gasperi. Sasha Deska versus Brando Caruso. And Will Asher versus Jonathan Travers.
And just crucially there, just looking at the screen as you see it, the top in those graphics are the top seeds. So they're going to have the advantage, and presumably they'll go first, and if they tie, they'll go through.
All right, here's our boat procession here for the cameras and the folks along the shoreline. All of our 8 women spread across the 2 boats that will be making its procession along the shoreline.
So we are lucky that we have great drivers. So I don't think that choosing the boat or the driver is going to be a big factor for the next years, for these skiers.
That's always the thing in a head-to-head. I mean, I know myself, when I ski in head-to-heads, a big factor when you're kind of considering to go first or second is, obviously it's a massive advantage to go first, especially in the first 2 rounds.
And here are our pairings actually for the Radar Junior Challenge, which will take place a little bit later on. Philippa Anderson versus Alana Jones, and also Jaime Palomino against Lucas Cornell from Australia. So we present those folks first of all. Elena Jones versus Philippa Anderson, and Jaime Palomino versus Lucas Cornell for those head-to-head pairings in the Radar Junior Challenge to take place on the water after the conclusion of the quarterfinals.
Now that I hear it well, your voice is not top banana, Tony. Your voice is not
I'm
top
trying,
banana.
okay?
Well, you are.
We know you'll try.
I mean, he's been here the whole day. The whole day yesterday.
I'm very trying.
Yeah, he's very trying. Well, so how incredibly exciting. Going back to the drivers, I mean, you know, that I know myself, I've been in a lot of head-to-heads where one driver is better than the other, just in terms of they're driving legally, that's for sure. You know, they're driving down the middle, but there's a way of doing it. So, but this is, in a day like today, it's not that situation. We've got, for the women's, we've got Manuel Domini, and we've got Nathan McGarry. I think that's Nathan there in the boat there. Both very, very good drivers. The boats are, you know, they should be very, very similar. So I think that we're going to see people choosing first or second, basically regarding their you know, the advantage of being first as the second has to beat you.
So it's going to be Nathan and Manuel.
Nathan Manuel for the women.
Manuel is here with the senior program that allows old people to drive. I'm referring to this morning that you guys thought he was like 50 years old. He's 28 years old.
Yeah, no, he's 28 years old. And the Nathan too is 30. But that's the same thing. I mean, I was talking to some of the girls earlier who are skiing today, and they thought that Nathan was a lot older than he is, purely from the fact that you never see young boat drivers.
Yeah, it's true.
So actually, you know, to have two drivers in a pro tournament of 30 and younger, it's probably never happened before. I'd be amazed. Yeah. The other, of course, very good drivers of the world who are that age. Glenn Martin, our old friend mine and Nathan's old friend from Thorpe. 10 out of 10 driver over in Australia. He's driven the World Championships. He's driven Moomba every year. Vince Stadelbayer himself, a very good driver. But, you know, it takes a long time to build up. So we're lucky to have these great young drivers here.
So it's ageism against boat drivers. Boatism?
Yeah, exactly. I think you know, you got to jump through a lot of hoops. And I think, you know, the other thing is...
You have to prove yourself.
You have to prove yourself, which is fair.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of... there's a lot of... You know, once you've gone through those hoops, there's a lot of people, given there's only one seat, that want that seat, and they don't want to move away.
There is big rivalry between drivers for some weird reason.
Big time. And then seniority comes into it. But actually, I mean, I would argue that someone who's 75 should not be taking the seat away from someone who's 30 years, 40 years younger and probably a little bit more, you know...
This is a subject people don't talk about often, but, you know, drivers are a big factor in the tournament.
All right,
big factor.
Let's take a look at our women's pairings. In that towboat, we got Celine Detry raising the flag of Belgium. We got Gina Kruger raising the flag of Germany. We got Ali Garcia there with the flag of the United States, and the number 1 seed from Canada, Jamie Bull.
Funny, the Belgium and German flag, they look like sort of... One of them is...
which is
over.
which? Come on.
Yeah, you
on
know,
top of your head.
Belgium is obviously the one on the right.
Belgium is the vertical tricolor.
What, on the right?
And
No, it's on the left. Belgium is on the
Belgium
left.
The other right.
Guys.
Oh, the other right. Okay.
Guys. Listen to someone who actually knows his flags. Belgium is the vertical tricolor, and the German flag is the horizontal tricolor.
Good job, Tony.
As I said, on the right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's going to be a great head-to-head. We've got a lot of the best women skiers in the world. You know, we could look at Brooke Baldwin, who's a phenomenal skier, and that was the big upset of the tournament, that she didn't make it into the final.
Such a pity.
Yeah, real shame, and you know, she's someone that we talked about her yesterday. She's got such good style. Yeah. You can go anywhere up to 5th.
It depends on your score.
So it's best losing score. So even if
and then there's the Waterski Pro Tour points to consider as well.
There you go, and that's.
Can you guys explain? I mean, I've been out of the loop for a while, so can you fill me?
What's the question? We'll answer anything.
The scoring system.
So it's very simple. This is a 2-star tournament. There are points assigned because it's a 2-star tournament. The first place gets 50. Forgive me, I don't know from there, but the first place gets 50 points. It goes down to 1 or 2 points in
40, 30, whatever.
Yeah, I believe second place is 36 points, but down to 1 or 2 points in 12th place. So there's already some skiers. So even Brooke, who didn't make the final, she's made some points.
Okay. So the top 12 gets
top
points.
12. Yeah. In a star level event, an intro level event, it's only the top 8.
Perfect. Okay.
And the star ratings are based on essentially the cash prize of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And then over the course of a season, there's 14 events in slalom this year for men and women, which is cool. Equal number of events for men and women. Every event, I think, has men and women, which is great. So 7 events count. So your best 7 events. So if you do 8, your worst one you can throw away.
You don't have to do them all, basically.
All right, then our second boat with the skiers from the other half, the pairings, Alicia Bagnoli, Bea Ayani, and alongside Ali Nicholson and Paige Reaney of Canada.
That was okay. Still too many vowels.
Too many vowels.
Ayani? No, it's just Yanni.
Yanni.
Yeah, good.
It's like that Greek singer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yanni.
the Greek name.
Yes. Which is where we'll be next week.
Exactly. A gorgeous place down there in Caiaphas.
What a segue.
Yes.
Just bringing it all in. Yeah, going to Caiaphas next week. Please, everyone who's watching today at this amazing tournament, watch the other amazing tournament next week. TWBC will be there all weekend. I hope to be skiing in it. And if I'm not skiing, I'm going anyway, so I'll be sitting
You'll
here.
Be here.
Yeah, so, so I mean, going back to the Pro Tour. So, and then obviously in the first 7 events of the year, I believe this is number 5 or 4, I forget, but we're just adding points up. Mm-hmm. And then you get to the 8th one of the year, and if everyone's done all of them so far, then you start dropping off points.
The worst point that you got are going to be replaced by the best ones.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
So
finally, I think for the longest time since the World Cup, really, there wasn't like a thread throughout the season that you could tell. Right now the skier is on top, and if he places like third or second or first, whatever, he's on top of the season. That a thread that connected all the tournaments. It was something that was missing.
That's the thing. I mean, there's these amazing narratives that happen throughout a season. Some people, they start well, or whatever, and they drop off, and sometimes injuries happen, as I'm experiencing right now. There's threads that happen in any competitive sport, and I think any sport that is worth any sort of interest has a season.
Yeah.
And for too long we were there was elite points, but no one really knew about them. So this is essentially
it was a pros thing.
Pros
just the pros
thing.
knew because they were used for the Masters, so it was important just to go over the Masters. But in general, not
absolutely
many people cared.
And often there were sort of 10 separate tournaments a year instead of 10 linked tournaments. So I think that's the aim of the Waterski Pro Tour, and you can see all that information is available at waterskiprotour.com, where you could actually be watching this. There you go. You can see the graphic right there. Wow, this is breaking barriers in efficiency of broadcasting.
Wow.
And so yeah, I mean, the idea is that you can see all the points. If you click on, there's a profile for every skier. You can see their results of the season so far. You can see the past season. Obviously, this is the second year of the Waterski Pro Tour. Look at Florian there.
Alongside Thomas de Gasperi, Dane Meckler, and Nate Smith.
He did not think he was going to be here today.
He's a kid. He's 18 years old. I don't even know if he turned 18.
Yeah.
He's skiing Masters.
And skiing completely out of his gourd right now with a personal best in the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, and the guys turned up, and you can't point at really any skiers particularly that are not here. I mean, this is a full. It's not like he said there was a half field and he made the final. No, it's more or less a completely full field, and he's made the final. And my lord, did he deserve it yesterday?
And it's not even his favorite event. I mean, he's a jumper.
Yeah. Well, he might be a slalom skier. I mean, I'm going to disagree with you. I mean, you run 2 at 41 in a pro tournament, you make a final. Maybe he's now a slalomer.
This might change things, but yeah. But up until now, he jumped 60 meters. For a 17 years old, it's
but
far.
So is 2 at 10.25. I mean, I would argue that maybe 60 meters and 2 at 10.25. 2 at 10.25 could exceed 60 meters. Would you not say? I mean, in the.
But he wasn't jumping like at 6 foot.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
He was jumping.
There's all these things. I don't know anything about jumping, so I mean,
me neither.
I'll listen to you on it. But I've got to say.
What's your PB? Have you ever jumped?
Yeah, I did 31.8.
31? Oh, you beat me by 4 meters.
Oh, did I really? I beat someone.
27.2.
Yeah. Well, I belatedly, when I moved to America 10 years after I quit jumping, I realized that I'd broken 100 feet. I think it's 102 feet. So I was like, yes, 100 club.
Mine was a little over 50 meters.
Say again?
Mine was a little over 50.
50 meters.
Wow.
That's only to show off, Tony. That's pretty good too. And that's probably in the days when the skis were a little shorter.
74 inches.
74 inches. Yeah, you were pushing. You must have been going pretty fast.
Yeah, until I tore my meniscus.
Yeah.
You jumped twice as far as I did. And I begged my father to stop because I didn't want to. I've never wanted to jump.
Yeah.
My father forced me.
It's one of those things. I think it's died off a little bit now. Everyone's sort of, like overall skiing is now, it's not as big as it used to be. I mean, pro tournaments, which are more and more the focus of water skiing, there's not overall tournaments really. I mean, there's some, and they're coming back, and that's a cool thing too. But you see parents and federations push the kids less and less to do.
But before it was, I mean. People didn't even think about the skier being a specialist, the kid being a specialist.
Yeah.
It wasn't a thing.
I remember when
At
I
least
was
in Italy when I grew up.
No, I mean 100%. I remember when I was like 15 years old, 16 years old, and I said to one of my friends who was someone who used to, I would beat him, sometimes he would beat me in slalom. We go back and forth, and I said, I think I'm going to quick jump and trick because I'm so bad at them. Like, I'm awful. And he goes, yeah, right, mate. You'll never make it as a specialist slalom skier. Who does that?
Exactly. It's something that you had to
It was
deserve.
taboo.
It was taboo.
Yeah.
All right.
I had to deserve that.
And here we go. We've got our final pairings in the boat. We've got Will Asher with the flag of Great Britain. We've got another of our Italian skiers, Brando Caruso, and Jonathan Travers.
Interestingly, yes, we talked about that yesterday. Will and John going to face off against each other, and they're traveling together. I wouldn't be surprised if they were, staying in the same hotel. What's Will got there? He's got a hovercraft.
What has he got?
That's his ski.
Oh,
he's an HO man to the last.
I'd like to see.
He's probably skiing with that right now. That'd be fun.
I'd like to see what he can do on a hovercraft.
I think we should institute a rule for next year that whichever ski you take in the boat.
No, the best seated skier decides what the other skier has to ski with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just have a quiver.
Oh, look at that. That's just professional right there.
He loves it.
Wow.
He's bought his HO skis.
He's looking
promotion.
He's looking for that bonus from Dave.
That's right. Well, we've all got to promote our sponsors, and Will is, he's been the face of HO for at least 10 years, and probably longer.
Actually, ever
probably
since
16, 17 years.
2004.
2004, yeah.
18 years.
A few months after he won that bronze medal.
At Swiss,
At Swiss, yeah.
He there was an amazing, as a proud Brit, there was an amazing double page, like first 2 pages advert in the American Waterski magazine. The legit Waterski magazine, not the sort of Federation one that we all sort of get, but and it had all these British flags and all these sort of little quotes like, I don't care how hot it is outside, I'm going to get some tea. I don't know who put that together, but it was awesome. And I remember the Brits were very happy that, our flag was being flown in this amazing magazine, which is American based.
Yeah. Did you collect those?
I did, yeah. I mean, I didn't manage to get too many of them because living in the UK, they were hard to get, and I think the international subscription was obscene. But I did, whenever I could get a hold of one, I would read it.
And guess who featured on the very final cover of its printed edition?
You are?
You.
Oh, okay. Was it? I thought it was one person after me.
No, just you.
Was it really?
Yes.
The Forever cover boy. That was
you
fortunate.
killed it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I know. Everyone stopped. Yeah.
Literally, you just killed it.
Yeah. And that was, I mean, honestly, like it's a real shame for the skiers coming up today because I mean, I made the cover really unfairly, honestly, because I really didn't deserve a cover at that time. Like, in about 2014.
When was it?
It was 17 was the last one, I think. 2017.
You didn't deserve it.
I didn't know in 14 I didn't for sure.
Oh, okay.
But I think Good rode a cover, and I was on that ski at the time, and so I which I didn't realize for a few more years. It's sort of down to the advertiser or whatever. But it was like the best day of my life. I mean, I made the cover of a magazine, and it was a really cool shot by Thomas Gustafsson, who's here.
Great photographer.
And great photographer, and I could not have been more excited.
Do you remember those times where you could actually go to a theme park and actually get your photo taken and have it superimposed onto the Waterski magazine?
What?
No, I didn't know that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you could actually do that at a place like Boardwalk and Baseball or SeaWorld, where you could go into one of these little photo places, have your photo taken. They'd give you a ski type deal that you can hold up against yourself, and you would appear in Waterski magazine, type deal.
Oh, that's
how funny. Those were the days, huh?
Those were the days,
those when Waterskiing was killing it. Anyway, we're coming back. So
we're coming back.
We're coming back. I mean,
with a vengeance.
Viewership's going up. The number of tournaments is going up. Skiers are loving it. A lot of support.
Because this webcast, I mean, as a viewer, because I don't do this often. Thank you, Tony and Vince, for everything you're doing for the sport.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it used to be. I mean, when I've been skiing for a little bit longer, for a few years longer than this version of TWBC has been around, and used to be that we turn up to tournaments, you remember, and there might be a photographer.
Yeah,
they might do a video, they might be someone piecing a video together afterwards. But I mean, this makes you feel as an athlete like you're a part of a real sport. There's interviews. You've got to be a real professional. It's not just screwing around with no crowd kind of. There's thousands of people watching on the internet.
And there's a quite regular viewership of people that watch every tournament, and they know what is going on. That's why the cumulative scoring of all the tournaments it's fun. It's cool.
Yeah. People watch from the start to the end, and we see those people, and I mean everyone you meet, they talk about how exciting it is And so that's why it's nice to get in the booth, and to hopefully contribute to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope this thing's wrong.
All right, so our first skier to take to the water in pairing number 1, which will feature seed number 1 versus seed number 8. It'll be Jamie Ball versus Celine Detry.
Jamie Bull, let's say, not to be disrespectful to anyone, but she's a hot favourite here. And that comes with its own pressure.
She's the world champion, so
scorching hot favourite.
Scorching hot favourite. Waterski Pro Tour champion. She will forever be the inaugural Waterski Pro Tour champion. She won it last year. She's in the lead this year after a victory last week. And she's going to...
she decided to go first.
She decided to go first. So she's obviously not so bothered about the driver of the boat. She just wants to get out there. Maybe doesn't want to follow anyone, just kind of go as... It's almost like when you go first, it's almost like having your own set. Like you just kind of go out there. You're not thinking about anyone else. You might watch the other person ski, you might not. But you're just going, and you kind of know you got to go as far as possible.
You're just focusing on your skiing.
There's not much tactics in there, or less.
So it's going to be quicker than usual because the minimum speed is actually 13 meters for girls, for women, and 12 for men.
Yeah, which is great, and that's something new at the San Gervasio Pro Am. I think it's not anything that I've seen before at any head-to-head, but the getting the ladies in at 13 instead of 14 in the first round, it'll speed things up. Honestly, who wants to see those 14 meters? We could just get rid of them.
No one.
Just get rid of them.
Oh, do we have the voting of the gate thing? They didn't go with me, right? They didn't. No. So getting in at 13 meters, Jamie Bull.
I'd just like to draw attention to this beautiful new graphic. It's a beautiful idea. It looks, Wimbledon's happening right now. It looks almost like a tennis graphic.
Yeah.
We're going to see that come into play, I think, for the first ever time.
Let's hope it's not like a 6-4.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in tennis.
Yeah. It's funny because it will say 6-6, 6-6. It look like a tie.
And there you go. 6 buoys there, opening pass for Jamie Ball.
And as you can imagine, no dramas. Let's talk about the conditions. So yesterday was flat all day. The problem was a little bit in the evening. It got pretty sunny. We saw Nate and Sasha at the end really struggle with the sun going away from the dock. Today, obviously, there's no sun at this point. There's a little breeze of wind. It comes up and down, I think.
Would you take it into account if you were skiing?
That's the thing.
No, obviously you cannot choose what you don't choose what pass you start, but in general, in the skiing, a wind like this.
I don't think so, but I think the people that we saw maybe not having the best control of their rope out of the turn there, with that little bit of tailwind, it'll make a little bit more of a difference. In the headwind, it'll help. Like I say, there's not much going on, but we'll keep an eye on it. I just felt a breeze at my back earlier, and embarrassingly, when I start describing it, it drops. So.
All right, here we go. Celine Detry, our next combatant, seeded number 8 coming into this event.
Jamie getting on the back of the boat, so she doesn't have to swim.
To say that this was rather unexpected to see her ski in this competition, in this head-to-head quarter-final, would be understating it a little bit.
Well, as we saw Brooke Baldwin coming into the gates, we kind of thought she might overtake the 2.5 that I think that Celine did, but Celine's here, and she's that's a great experience for anyone. She's going up against the world champion. She can try and take out the world champ. We saw last year it was Nicolas Benatti, 8th seed, versus Benny Stadelbauer, who I think was top seed. Benatti took him out. Yeah. So, it has happened, and it does happen. I think it happened a few times. I think there was a Stillwater tournament last year where the top seed went out. Maybe Brooke went out against maybe Taryn Grant or something like that. It's not that it can't happen. So let's see what happens here.
And let's not forget the second skier out has to beat the first skier in order to advance, clearly.
Yeah, and that's where, you kind of see a lot of, like on the men's side, you'll see a lot of threes at 41, and then, you know, the cut from 3 to 4 is a hard one. If you can get that little squeak around 4, you're always in good shape for a podium.
Seeding is very important in the men division right now, because 3 is a big hurdle to surpass.
Big hurdle. And we saw 4 skiers yesterday get 3 or more, maybe 5. Yeah. No, 5 actually, because Brando was 6th with 2 1/4. So yesterday we saw Thomas, Sasha, Nate in the first round, Dane in the second round, and Will obviously did his 1 round of 5, so he surpassed that.
I don't know how used to starting at 13 Celine is, if it threw her off a little bit.
Well, it doesn't matter now because she's gone through 30 meters,
yeah,
and
well,
everything
it does matter. How many
is
passes
house
you do
money
before?
here.
How many passes you do before? I mean, your normal rhythm, it kind of changes.
It definitely does change. I would say that maybe when you have 13 and then you get your breather, I mean, let's not forget, these girls are sitting in the water for twice as long as they're used to, especially with how hot that water is. You know, they've got more time between their passes. That, to a point, that can be beneficial. You can, you know, get your breathing rate down, you get your pulse rate back down, and you can, you know, formulate a game plan. I think that if you start at something you're not used to, if you have it a little bit longer, you can actually kind of like figure it out what you're going to do the next pass. So maybe I would say maybe starting at 13 for Celine when she has the longer break might not be such a big deal. She had to come right back in.
All right, and part of the next pairing we see on the starting dock, that is Alicia Bagnoli against Ali Nicholson. That will come up next. But let's have a look at Jamie Ball here at her immaculate best on 12 meters and the 6 buoy count. Yep, looking in very, very fine fettle there. Don't see much wrong there, Matteo.
This was perfect. Well, I cannot see any flaw in this. It was a perfect pass.
There you go. Very, very smooth, very early into buoy number 6. And now the onus is upon Celine Detry to continue on this pairing. Now she has to score 6 to force Jamie Ball into a situation where she has to register a score somewhere on the 11.25 meters to maintain the pairing from her perspective. Here comes Celine Detry out of Belgium. Entrance gates, buoy number 1.
Number 1 is good.
Continuing on for buoy number 2.
This is good.
I tell you what.
She's pulling the handle a little bit too much towards her chest on 135.
Right.
That's something we said even yesterday. You don't want to waste any time and space, especially on your offside, by just reaching and grabbing and bringing your handle towards you while you're actually sitting there and doing nothing. You want to move towards the handle. You want to keep moving towards the wakes before you connect with the boat, because otherwise you are just wasting precious time and space.
It really is, efficiency of effort there, isn't it? You know, you want to make sure that you let the ski do the work and the body follow it generally.
Yeah. The natural thing to a skier is grab the handle, bring it to your body, wait for the boat, and then start again. But that's not the most efficient way to ski. You want to keep on going with your ski.
All right, then. So continue along. Go vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Go vote for your skier of the day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, then. Celine Detry, having run 6 on 12 meters, has now forced Jamie Ball back into the course at 11.25 meters to maintain this pairing. A little slow down course round buoy number 1. She's round number 2. The current world champion is halfway down the course at 11.25 meters. 2/3 the way down the course now, having gone round 4, round 5, and all 6 buoys at 11.25 meters. And continuing to roll here, and it's going to take a huge effort for our skier from Belgium, who will come up afterwards to maintain this quarter-final going forwards. But a good stout effort there from the world champion on 11.25 meters.
So Celine skied 3 at 38 yesterday.
She did is it 3 and 2.5 that she did? Was her second was 2.5? Yeah.
So this is a high bar for her. It's going to be tough to go through the whole pass.
Just so easy for Jamie. Yeah, she's doing really, really well. And yeah, I mean, Celine knew waking up this morning, she's like, well, if I don't run 11, I have zero chance. But again, we're looking for points. Even if she doesn't run the pass, she just want to get as far down as possible.
A 4 or a 5 could be a 5th spot worthy score.
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, 5 would be right up there. So she wants to, even if she can't run it, she wants to carry on. There's no point in sort of throwing that handle and giving up if she gets a bad start.
She shouldn't get demoralized by the fact that Jamie ran 38 so easily.
Yeah, and I mean, fifth spot to 8th, there's a huge amount of difference in prize money, so she wants to go as far as possible and get that money. All right, 1's okay. No, that's not it.
And down there with half a buoy there on 11.25 meters. That eliminates.
Could be a 1. It could be a 1. We'll have to see if she crossed the wakes. We're not the judges, of course, but I mean, that would be close. It depends where she let go of the handle. If she has the handle as she crossed the wakes, that is a full 1. She kind of looked okay. It's exactly as you said there, Matteo. I think that's a half.
It's a half.
It's probably a half.
Yeah, I'd say it's a half. But yeah, handle came up exactly as you said, and she just sort of rocked back, and then she had to drop the shoulder again in order to start moving, and she overdid it. And
you don't want to waste time there. I mean, you keep the ski going, even if you don't have the line. Charlie Ross is king at this. Yeah. If he doesn't have the line, he doesn't care. He just keeps on going.
Yeah, just keeps on going.
He just reconnects later.
Yeah, Charlie Ross, amazing. You're saying the king is a 16-year-old chap, and I mean, I'm the biggest fan of Charlie Ross in the world. So it's pretty. That shows a huge amount of skill and aura, significance of the sport that he's considered the king of it, from a learned man such as yourself. So let's think about. So Celine obviously will be probably pretty upset with that. The half puts her. I'd imagine it's going to be tough for her to stay anywhere away from 8th. It's going to
be tough to gain spots from the 8th place. I cannot see. Well, anything can happen. Well, she could be surely nothing more than 5th.
All right, here comes Jamie Ball.
Yeah.
Taking it.
Jamie Ball's coming back at 10.75.
10.75 meters.
Yeah, we're seeing still the graphics.
But she's coming around buoy 2, I think I can see, and then it's a 3.
She get number 3.
2.5.
Or 2.25.
Or yeah. Don't know where she let go of the handle, but yeah, she won't be too happy with that. I mean, she's, taking nothing away from Jamie, and that was, she thrived under pressure. That was a no-pressure pass. But she did not, she ran it the first round. The next round she got 3.5, and then here she's not. Yeah, with a very good 1, actually. She didn't get the...
What happened here?
Yeah, it's very strange. I mean, she looks good, and suddenly she's narrow. She just suddenly... Or maybe she just decided to get the start. I don't know. I mean, she had a great 1 and 2, I thought, like easily good enough. It looked like she was either she was narrow and she just didn't want to take the risk.
She looked kind of narrow.
Yeah. Or she just wanted to get, do the first 2 buoys and get a look at it. I don't know. I mean, that would... It's possible.
I wouldn't leave the handle there.
Yeah, no, true.
All right, next pairing featuring Alicia Bagnoli versus Ali Nicholson.
This is going to be a very interesting pairing.
It really is.
What happened to Ali yesterday, for people who didn't watch yesterday, unfortunately during the first round, she fell. The ski went through the handle, and the handle broke the ski, snapped it in half. So thankfully she had another ski, not the one she was skiing these few months before the tournament. So she went on and skied on that ski in the second round. But we don't know if she didn't feel comfortable. She didn't ski the same score. She skied 6 buoys less. Or she just went out and just skied a bit just to feel if the ski was fine or not. What do you think?
I had a chat with her earlier. She said that she struggled with the wakes a little bit. She was bouncing off the wakes, and she felt she said that she thought it was more of her problem versus a ski problem.
Okay.
So she said that she didn't feel she was cutting through the wakes like that. And it's true. Like when you change skis, when you put a variable in, I think especially in a pro tournament where there's a lot of pressure, you maybe go on your heels a little bit. So
is it the same ski or is it a different ski, like a different model?
She said that there's a. I think the one she was on was potentially like something that was coming up, the same model with a different layup or something. I mean, I hope I'm not giving anything away that I shouldn't be here.
Same length, same
yeah,
ski,
it's all the same. Yeah, and I mean, she showed me the handle, absolutely shredded, like and she said, well, let's focus on Alice here. So Alice on 13, not super used to going out on 13, but seemingly making light work of it so far, and that powerful style, the very expressive spare hand that I always kind of enjoy. You know, it's a very Italian spare hand. She gets that hand up in the air and expresses herself with it.
We want to, we show off.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so we've got Ali Nicholson coming in. You guys were speculating over the ski that she's currently running, and spoke to her a little bit yesterday afterwards, and she's actually got a ski waiting for her in Greece. That she'll take delivery of after the competition, so she'll have a day or so to acclimatise for that. But in the meantime, she's on an Old Faithful right now.
I won't be here.
An Old Faithful.
Well, let's talk about the fact that she decided to go second.
I was going to say that's the significant thing here. She decided to go second, so obviously she's got a favourite boat. Maybe that's why, you know, the wakes. Maybe she feels are a little flatter on.
That's probably the decision,
on this one. So she's allowed Alice to go first. She's backed herself to get more buoys than Alice, and Ali, extremely accomplished skier and someone that I was watching the webcast for last week's tournament in Madrid, and she didn't make it out of the. Surprisingly, she kind of didn't make it out of the first round of the head-to-head there. So she finished 5th, I think. So she fell early at 38. So she's going to have to go and beat Alice.
Indeed.
On a ski she hasn't skied on for a long time.
Yeah, but she, you know, she's a pro. Someone said she's been the junior world champion, the under 21 world champion, the collegiate
national champion,
collegiate world champion, collegiate national champion of the USA.
World champion, yeah.
She's been the FISI world champion.
I believe so, yeah.
Well, yeah. So she's sort of done it all, yeah, and. She's looking, you know, she's been on the podium a handful of times. She'd like to obviously get on the podium today, and she's seeded second, so it's well within her. But again,
she has a very distinctive style. It's different from what other female athletes have skied that ran 39 off like she does. I mean, she's light on the line. She pulls very long, but still, even if she pulls long, she's still in the perfect spot at the buoy to turn well. And
she's quite straight. She's not. Yeah. She's pretty tall. She's not exceptionally tall, but she's pretty tall. But you can see that height. She keeps pretty straight legs. Doesn't compress too much, and definitely sort of has that. I mean, not the same, but there's some sort of reminiscence of Carlo with the chest up into the buoy.
Yeah.
Ali's that sort of chest up.
It's a very different stance because Carlo is very compressed with his legs, and she's very tall. She's very tall.
All right, then let's focus in on Alicia Bagnoli, who comes to us out of Italy, originally from Milano, and trains over at Rocchetto, which is a little ways outside of Novara. And looking very strong out there.
And she's someone that's very close to this broadcast. She does a lot of work, and some would say she does a better job of organising the webcast than the main man does when the main man is forced to be away.
I've heard that as well.
Skis at Swiss Ski School a lot. She's unfortunately for her a member of the Raging Cajuns team, the supposed all-conquering Raging Cajuns team that Tony likes to talk about.
So let's go to Lorenzo's land for a bit.
Okay, so let's check in just a moment. Here we're looking at the instant replay one more time for Alicia Bagnoli. Round number 5, and good to go round number 6. And let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Jamie after first set, first time head-to-head, and she won the first time. So tell us, how was the set for you?
Yeah, the set went pretty well. I felt pretty solid. Decided to come back at 39 just to try and get a look at the gate. Had a good gate, so feeling good for next round.
All right, perfect. So next round you're gonna be against, we don't know yet, right?
Yeah, we don't know yet, so we gotta wait and see.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Go catch your breath and we'll see you next round. Good luck, Jamie.
Coming back.
All right.
12, Ali Nicholson.
So Ali Nicholson, in her previous life as a collegiate skier, skied for the Florida Summer Moccasins.
Go Mox. Oh, I'm not sure that she looks that good today.
Well, I mean, she's on a ski that she's probably hasn't ridden all that often in the last few months.
I know, but it's terrible, isn't it? Because I mean, you know, I'm friends with Alice. I really, you know, I want her to do well, but I also want Ali to do well because I mean, it's just so. I mean,
in the face of adversity, always.
Yeah, I mean, it's so rough to turn up. I mean, she's how many miles away from home, thousands and thousands, and she's trying to, you know, she's supporting pro skiing. She's trying to make money out of pro skiing, and then she's just at a huge disadvantage by not, you know, having any time on this ski. So maybe I'm being unfair. Actually, this looks a lot better on replay.
It doesn't look that bad.
No, I didn't love 4. Let's see this one. Yeah, the handle came up a little bit of a slide.
But she's really, really good at recovering. Mm-hmm. Whenever you see her struggling a little bit, she picks herself up again, and eventually.
And I don't know whether
you there easily.
And I don't know whether you noticed, but her boyfriend is along the shoreline, and obviously a #1 fan. He's actually wearing a pair of American shorts with Ali's face plastered all over.
No, I didn't see that.
That's brilliant, right? He has these beautiful shorts bought by her mother for Masters when she was competing there. All right, Alice, 11 meters. This is a big pass, so she needs more than 1 to get away from 8th, but she wants to, you know, win the pairing to get through. 1's okay, so she's moved away from 8th, and then she's at 2. Come on, Alice, let's get a big turn here at 3, and she's actually in good shape here. She is in it. Will she get around 5? It's going to be. I reckon that's 4. I don't think she held on for long enough.
We'll see the replay.
I think it's 4. I think it's 4. But which is going to be crucial because Ali
needs to get a piece of 5.
Ali needs a piece of 5, yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. Let's see.
And I think it's Alice's equal best score of a tournament so far, so not a bad time to do it.
This year, yeah.
This year, okay, well, there you go. Over to 2, and she was in it here for sure. I think 3, a little deep, but it is pretty deep. Dropped the shoulder over a little bit, crushed back with the hips, and then this was the turn that we didn't like, but she pulled all the way. The crucial thing is where she let go of the handle. If her boot is past the buoy, it's going to be tight. We need some slow motion on that.
It could be a quarter.
I don't. Well, the thing is, they need to wait until they know exactly. Because Ali needs to know exactly what she has to get. So, so whether she's happy to be sitting in the water waiting, I wonder if we can get that replay back up to see, because I think that I think it's been given as 4 officially. We're seeing.
But in Ali's head, it wouldn't change much anyway. She would have to get #5 anyway.
That's a great view there. That's exactly it. So good job, cameraman, for picking that up. Alice let go of the rope maybe half a meter before she got her front foot, which is where it is. It's rule 8.09, I believe, of the rule book. In terms of scoring buoys, it's the front foot, the skier's front foot as they're around the buoy in a skiing position, which is defined as having pressure on it.
So strange to know these things by heart. So strange, isn't it? So Ali
must get around 5 on the new ski. She didn't manage it on the new ski yesterday, but come on, Ali. It's a good 1. Come on, 2 is going to be crucial as a lefty. It's not a good 2. Come on, Ali. And I think if she can get the turn here in around 5, and she's going to be very, very, very happy, and good for her. She's run 38 off, and congratulations to her. She's got to be ecstatic. I mean,
we can comfortably say that the ski is fine. I mean, she skied really good.
Let's just focus on that. She just ran 38 on a ski that she hasn't really skied on, certainly in practice for 6 months. It's really good skiing.
But in your head, you do this in the first pairing, and you run 38 like this under pressure.
Well, here's the thing.
And 2 wasn't so good.
Well, here's the thing about Ali Nicholson's ski. I mean, what I've noticed when she was riding on her favorite ski in the previous rounds of competition, be it here or Lake 38 or wherever, she had enough confidence to like feel that ski all the way through to the front at the end of the turn, and then just absolutely got on it and went straight for the wake and across the course. She had to pause a little bit to get full control of the ski right at the tail end of the turn before she went off to the races.
But she's also a skier that doesn't worry if she's down course. She's fine, she's relaxed, and uses the pool to regain space in the slalom course.
And let's contrast it with last weekend. Last weekend she ran 38 in both of the previous rounds, in the qualifying rounds. She was seeded second. She comes through into the first pairing of the quarterfinal of the head-to-head, and she doesn't get it. She gets 3.5 on her own ski with confidence behind her. So she'll be really happy that, again, in the face of adversity, commiserations to Alice, but in the face of adversity, she did a great job, and she's now at least 4th in this tournament, which is an improvement on last week.
All right, let's have a look at Ali Nicholson, if she can get more.
Oh, that's not it.
2.5 here.
But it's very similar. She did the same thing in the first round on number 3. It was actually not number 1. She did exactly the same fold, the fold in which she broke the ski. The ski went around exactly in the same way, hooked the handle, and it broke.
And you can see where she would put the ski through the handle there. I mean,
exactly the same fall.
She's really trying to make use of that third ski in Greece. She's freaking out. She's aiming for that tip. Yeah.
But she ran a really nice 38. If you were in her shoes, you would double guess the ski at this stage, or you would go like, oh, okay, this runs.
She probably would have wanted to run 2 or 3 there, but I mean, I think that was a pressure part. She's on a ski that she's not comfortable with. She's got to get around 5, which she didn't do on her previous set on this ski. Her only set on that ski in 6 months. I mean, the equipment is important. These things. Look, every ski is handmade, no matter the consistency. They're always slightly different, like a handmade sports car. They're not. They never, handle perfectly identically. So she'll be very happy that she managed to put that pressure away, get the result she wanted, and she's going up against
the winner.
That's not true, though. I don't think. I think Ali's not going up against Jamie.
Yeah.
Ali will be second seed, so she can only go into the final against Jamie if they are to both make it through.
Of course, they were first and second. They cannot face each other in the semifinals.
So we'll get that graphic up for you guys in a minute. But I think this next pairing is the pairing that's going to decide who goes up against Ali in the next round.
Exactly.
And it's a very interesting pairing. Paige, representing Canada, but her home is in Orlando, Florida, as it is for a lot of the top skiers in the world, and she skied really, really well. Probably her most consistent tournament that she's maybe ever had. Certainly in a pro tournament, I would imagine. She 2 at 39 twice in a row, and she's looking really good. The tip of that ski, which we'll often see come up when Paige is getting a bit aggressive, she's keeping it down. She's not getting that sort of jackknife out of the turn.
She uses a very small portion of the ski, but that works extremely well for her, because she has always the right amount of speed. She can accelerate immediately, having just a small part of the ski in the water. She skied great yesterday.
Yeah, she looked as good as I've ever seen her. And I wonder if one of your frequent co-commentators, Tony, Matt Reaney, is watching. I'll bet you he is over there in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In Orlando.
You didn't hit anybody.
And this is my sister.
Yep.
Tell her name, Tony.
Beatrice Yanni.
Yeah, you're a lost cause.
Beatrice
Yanni.
It's us
Yanni.
Yeah.
Us Brits. No hope.
No hope.
Can't do it.
No hope. So she skied really well this season. she started skiing really well last year. Unfortunately, she didn't ski great at the Worlds at Jax this autumn. But she started the season well at Swiss, skiing 1 at 39, which wasn't her PB, but it was her best score in the past 3-4 years. And then she skied very well in Madrid in the previous tournament, and she skied 2 at 39, which is her PB. Getting in here at 32 off.
She came 4th last weekend?
4th, yes.
Yeah, so if she can make it through here against Paige, you'll be back-to-back in the top 4 and obviously maybe higher, which should be really great. You know, this is this European season. I mean, there's tournaments every week, broadcast every week, and we can really see, you know, that it's like a, dare I say, a real sport where, you know, there's like you know, fluctuations over, you know, there's form. You can see people's form coming and going over a certain amount of time. It's not.
Well, you guys are not robots. You know, form kind of goes in and out. You might ski well for a few weeks, then you kind of lose it. It's like in golf.
Yeah.
Golfing is similar.
Did you just call me Robert?
Robots, Tony.
Okay. Ribbit.
So, I mean, I think, and it's actually kind of an interesting point. Like, us as pro skiers, we're so kind of used to having our own little base. You have your home lake. You know, have someone that you frequently ski with, your driver. You get things dialed in. It's an unusual situation, very unusual, certainly for people that are not natives of Europe, to have a situation where you're 5 weeks away from home or 5 weekends away from home with 4 weeks in between and probably a few days ahead of time, where you've got to find somewhere to train. You don't really know the variables. You've got different drivers, you've got different boats, you've got different lakes, different water temperatures, all these sorts of things. To be able to do 5 weeks and keep your form is good, but to continue improving is very, very hard.
Paige coming back at 12. Super smooth changes of edge, like exactly in the middle of the wakes. That's where you want them, at the 12.
Yeah, no dramas whatsoever there. So let's keep an eye on it. Even for the losing skier in this bracket, they're going to want to obviously get ahead of Alice in around, you know, they'll need to get a piece of 5, or actually depending on seeding. Alice was seeded in 7th?
Alice was 7th.
Yeah, so if they tie with Alice with 4, then it'll put them above. We're obviously assuming that Bea is going to, I'm going to say Bea because that's a lot easier for me than Beatrice.
Oh, that's still better than what Tony said.
That's not Tony. Yeah, we're going to see Bea coming in just a few seconds. This is a really easy pass. Really easy pass from Paige.
She does everything she needs to do in the pool way before the wakes. So she reaches the first wake and she can already release, and she has all the speed and width necessary to get the next buoy.
Very efficient. And you can see this here, she's keeping the hands out of the water. What does that mean? It means that she's got a lot of blisters. The water is so hot here. She doesn't want that hot water on her hands. Or she could be advertising her new gloves. I think they're Pegosi gloves. Pegoski.
Oh, that's why.
Maybe. All right, so Bea. Decent one. I mean, the ski came through, but the shoulder was a little bit low. That's a lot better. And a little slow at 4 onside, but she's through, and handle came up a little bit.
A bit conservative, 5. Yeah, a bit conservative on that number 5. Up until there was good, but
yeah, which was fine. You know, she did enough. It's funny, isn't it? Because we're not often used to seeing skiers from this angle, you know, with this high camera. So maybe some of the things get exaggerated, but I feel like I'm seeing skiers pull the handle up quite a lot.
They do, and the other thing it's hard from this angle is the gate.
Yeah.
It's really hard to tell if they are slow, if they are too far forward, too far back. It's unusual.
Beautiful too.
She's walking, and I'm
just looking so smooth out there, Bea.
Yeah.
Bring them back. I guess he's waiting for.
Nicely done off number 4, and continues her progression on this pass. 12 meters now. This is a very, very intriguing matchup. between a skier as young as Pedrini and a skier, the wily veteran from Italia, who's had a fair share of knocks over the last few seasons, including an injury which forced her to switch her handle position.
Like you skied.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, she switched her handle position.
Yeah.
Let's go. That's impressive. That's impressive. All right, 11 meters. Paige, she ran it twice yesterday. She should run it, I'm going to say, because she looks great. Let's have a look.
Nice gate.
A little on the tail at 1. 2 is going to be crucial. Oh no, she's gone in. Oh, brutal, and she just sinks under the water.
She was so early out of number 1.
I wonder what happened there. That's brutal. Well,
let's see the slow-mo and try.
Was she a little slow on that gate? I don't know.
One thing about coaches and people that have to judge skiers, they sometimes have to come up with something, even if it's very hard to physically understand exactly what has happened there.
Ali, it's your turn.
I don't know. What would you say?
I mean,
she
finished.
I think sometimes it's fair to say I can't figure it out. And I think coaches around the world should indulge in this.
Yeah.
More. And
you don't always need to get it right. You can't always be right, so sometimes it's worth admitting it. But this is. She finished on the tail out of 1. She pulled the handle up, and she just had to drop the shoulder, get her move across over to buoy 2. It just wasn't to be. So that's very upsetting for Paige. She's 6.5 buoys back on her 2 scores from yesterday. She's really opened the door. Bea has to get an offside turn in around 1 and stand up, and then she's guaranteed through into the top 4. And again, it would be back-to-back top 4s over 2 weekends, which is huge.
Would be great for her.
Paige
left the door wide open.
Yeah, I mean, it's gutting. Even a full 2 would mean she has to get to 3, but let's see. I mean, I'm going to say she's odds-on favourite here. Looks like a decent gate. 1's fine, and then she should just stop here, and yeah, that's fine. And 3, that's good. Took 2 really easy, and that's a full 3. So she's in that. She's happy. She's in the top 4. Commiserations to Paige. That is.
So sorry, she was skiing so good.
She was skiing so good, and she looked great yesterday. It's one of those things. I mean, you're sort of
like Brooke yesterday.
Like Brooke, you sort of felt that these ladies were going to kind of rip it up, and then it just didn't happen.
What to do next time. Okay.
And took 2 easy, and she pulled pretty long to 3, did the S turn and out the exit gates.
That was the third.
That was my
and that's
back a little bit.
Good.
That's put her into the next round. Paige is ahead of Celine, and we're going to head to the dock.
You went through. Tell us what happened at that 10.75 gate.
I just felt like I was really far back on the ski when I turned in. I didn't stay over my feet through the turn, and I just felt like I was really far back on the ski coming into 1 and just kind of fell on the backside of 1. So I definitely know what to work on for the next one. So hoping next round we get back to 10.7 and get further down it.
And how do you feel about next round? We just saw that you're going to be against Beatrice. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm excited to advance. After all the events that happened yesterday, I'm happy with how I skied just now. A little bit of a monkey off the back, getting through 11 there, and just looking forward to the next patch up.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Go catch your breath, and we'll see you next round. Back to you, Tony.
All right, just enough time to tell you more about the skier of the day vote. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for your skier of the day. Could it have been Beatrice? Her advancement through to the semi-finals? Could it be someone else that we'll see within the next few pairings? All that to play for, but just enough time to tell you about Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 42 exclusive 4-acre home sites close to Palm City. That is Pentalago, pentalago.com.
Let's go back to the dock, to Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Paige. Unfortunately, it didn't go your way this time. What happened there? Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, it felt okay. I mean, I had a really good 1 ball, so I kind of just tipped over at 2, and I mean, it happened. So I'm still happy to be here in Italy, and I'm really happy for Bea, so I hope she does good in the next round. So.
All right, very, very nice. Well, we're sorry that you didn't advance, but sometimes it happens. Thank you very much for being here, Paige. Back to you, Tony.
What a pro.
What a pro, yeah.
Yeah, what a pro. That was a really good reaction. I mean, she's probably hiding a lot of frustration underneath that smile, but that's the way to do it. Yeah, what a professional. And anyway, we're talking about skier of the day. I'd say, you know, let's. I mean, I don't know if we're allowed to sort of swing this and make our suggestions, but I mean, like,
of course they are.
For me, so far, seeing Ali on a ski that she doesn't know, switch her ski out, go and run 38, make it through into the top 4. We're going to see what happens from here on out, but she's looking good for me. That takes a lot of guts. I cannot tell you how hard it is to change skis, especially on the fly, especially without wanting to, especially when you've got a big tournament and, you know, money, points.
And not with the right set of mind. I mean, one thing is changing ski because you're changing between one set or the other for whatever reason, but she broke the ski she was skiing very good with in the past few tournaments.
Yeah.
Opening pass for Gina Kruger.
Gina, we saw her yesterday with that amazing boy 6 at 11. She kind of did this funny little S-turn and took a huge hit out the exit gates. Sort of. Anyway, we're going to go to the dock quickly.
All right, we're here on the dock with Bea. We just got through a round. Talk us through it. How did it go?
I was a bit nervous. I don't really like being second, you know, like to beat the other one. But yeah, I managed. And so I was calm on first ball and then just went for the second, and that's it. You know, I'm so happy to go through the next round.
So you just took it easy because you already knew the score, but I heard you very happy about that you had the choice of the boat. Is that true?
Yeah, because I felt really good yesterday in the second round. So yeah, I chose the boat. Yeah.
All right, perfect, Bea. Thank you very much. Catch your breath. We'll see you next round, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And continuing right along, we've got Ali Garcia about to take to the water. Just enough time to tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters. Jumpsuits for the more discerning water ski jumper. Go to waterswetsuits.com, waterswetsuits.com. Back to you, Freddie, with our next competitor.
Ali.
So Ali Garcia, last weekend, I keep talking about last weekend, but it's so relevant because form and confidence come into this so much. And Ali got on her first ever pro podium, and what a way to do it. Second, not third, but second at the Waterski Pro Am. And she's skiing well. And actually, I think last weekend, her best score was 4 at 38, 4 at 11, and she went straight off the dock yesterday and ran 2 at 39. So she's actually skiing better this weekend, so she'll feel good. She's going to against Gina, and Gina, good friend of mine, she was texting me this morning asking if I had any painkillers because she's got a sore back after that hit she took yesterday. So
was her neck fine?
Her neck's good. Yeah, no, her neck's good.
That's
She's
the important part.
further down the back, and then. So yeah, Gina and Ali are going up against each other in order to go up against Jamie. So, you know, it's sort of you win the prize and then you kind of look at the prize, and it's a tough one.
It's going to be hard.
It'll be tough, but
it's kind of a very level, fair pairing, Gina and Ali. I mean, Gina is a very consistent skier. She's capable of running 5, 6 and running 38 off any day. Ali as well right now. She started skiing and running 38 off very consistently in the past few tournaments.
All right, continuing to go right along, and an event that will be taking place in October is the Travis Grand Prix, October 7th and 8th, broadcast by TWBC. Get your entry in quick for this unique event featuring slalom, go-karting and shooting. It is the Travis Grand Prix, always a fun event to be involved with.
And part of the tour.
Indeed, indeed. So let's pick up Gina Kruger.
Come on, Gina. She's, so like I said, struggling with a bad back. You can see that neck going a little bit around the back end of the boys. She's maybe not looking her fluid best. Come on, Gina. Little long pull to 6. You know, in the end, not that big of a drama, but she's going to want to...
Let's go to Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Lalice. We saw you fighting with all your heart. Tell us what happened.
Honestly, I was happy when I was on the dock with Ellie. Ellie chose to go choosing the driver, and then I decided to go first. That kind of threw me off a little bit. I was expecting, I already chose the driver in my head before, but I felt really good. And without Ellie going first, I just had no score in mind, so I was just going to do my best no matter what. I had no pressure, and that's what I did. I tried to fight a little bit harder, but it didn't really work as well. But
well, sometimes it goes this way. Really sorry for you, Alice. We'll see you at the next pro event, and back to you, Tony.
All right, back on with our competitive action. We just saw, I believe, Gina Kruger go through her next pass. That would have been the 12-meter line.
So after Wade's World, Lorenzo's Land, Tony's territory.
I can think of other names, but that's Lee said. And
let's. I think Lorenzo's coming next week too. I think Lorenzo is coming to Greece, so we're gonna have Lorenzo's Land abroad.
That's nice.
So, Ali, every pass is important. This is 11. I mean, this is a huge. Oh, sorry, it's 12. Excuse me, but she still needs to run it, and she's on the tail there, and she won't like that too much. She did miss this in the final against Jamie last week, but she's back in it, and over to 6, over to 5, and then around 6, and that's pretty easy after a bit of a weird boy 1.
I really like how her lower body is disconnected from the upper body in the onside turn, but sometimes it comes at the expense of falling a bit on the back of the ski.
She does. I think she tends to sort of, she ends up with that tip a little bit high, and she maybe, I think, pulls that handling a little bit early. Do you think that on her onside? I know Ali a little bit, but just kind of grabbing a little bit, and it just gets that sort of buckaroo effect.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier. You want to travel towards the wakes but before actually reconnecting to the boat.
Yeah, and that's what she does so well here on her offside. I think her offside is amazing. We saw at Lake 38 she ran a 38 off that was incredible, and it was run by her buoy 4. She came into buoy 4 in pretty average shape, and she just turned the nuts out of it. And she's good. My favorite part of Ali skiing, I've told her this, is her offside. She looks really, really good. All right.
Check out the matchups on bplayfield.com, bplayfield.com. Check out the latest matchups there, and go to bplayfield.com. All right. Skier on the water, approaching the course, 11.25 meters. Gina Kruger, take it away, Matteo.
Getting in at 38. It's a must-run pass to advance in the semifinals.
Come on,
She's
get it.
struggling there, going to number 3. Oh, very late on number 4, and that's all she wrote.
I think that's pretty good skiing, because she was pretty out of it at 2. She obviously, it's her worst score of the weekend so far, but she's struggling with that back issue. Ali's going to have to get around 5. That crucial turn at 3 and around 4 was massive. Ali's going to have to get around 5. Score is under review. I'm going to say she got a full 4. I'm slightly biased. She's a good friend of mine, but I think... look how far over the front she is. I was nervous. She was so disconnected.
I like how she pulled there.
And then she still managed to get that turn in. Let's have a look and see if she got around this buoy. I believe that she did. She's definitely around it.
She did it,
yeah. Look at these angles, man. I mean, you can't miss it. Fantastic. Well, good. Gina has...
Yeah, those are 4 buoys.
That's a full 4 buoys confirmed, I would say. Pending...
It's the same as the pairing between Alice and Ali.
Yeah.
So Alice went first, did 4, and now Ali is gonna need a piece of 5 in order to advance.
And yesterday, Ali ran 2 at 39 in the first round and 1 at 39 in the first round, I forget, or maybe it was half. Anyway, whatever it was, she ran 38 in the first round or 11, and she got 3.5 in the second round. So she's going to need a piece of 5. She's going to have to beat one of her scores. I think she rushed the gate a little bit there, potentially. She's around 1.
And that was a good one.
And two's good. She's on for this. I think she really is on for it. And let's see what happens here. And I think she's going to get it.
Oh, yeah, she got
good
it.
job.
Like a pro.
Good job. And I mean, that is...
mental toughness.
That is...
You need...
Well, last weekend, her best score of the weekend came in the first round of the head-to-head, and she beat Ali Nicholson, and that set her up to then go through into the final. Taking out Ali, obviously, was a huge hurdle in her way. Ali Nicholson, that is. And here she's taken out Gina. And that was a big score. Gina with 4, I think that puts her in 5th place. So I think we can probably now count our bottom half of this top 8. So we've got Gina with 4 and the higher seed, then Elite in 5th place. And then it's very solid skiing, isn't it? She just safetied forward just a little bit just to make sure that she wasn't going to fall there and screw up her chances, but that was great skiing. So we've got 5th place, we can finally say Gina Kruger, 6th place Elite with the same score as Gina but a lower seed. Pedrini.
And the pairings for the final. Oh, Pedrini as
Pedrini,
well.
sorry, in 7th. And then Celine Detry in 8th. And we'll have the pairings for you in just a second. But that's let's look at that. So Gina, disappointed maybe not to get through. She skied very well yesterday. I think she's giving us away, but I think she'll be upset. But her back.
Do you think the back had played a factor in this?
She told me earlier that she was thinking of not skiing last night. So I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Ali there at all. But you never want to go in with a back issue. That's always going to stress you out.
But Ali,
consummate pro. And she's on for, she's never had a podium before, and she's, let's say, she could easily get a podium here. There's 4 skiers left, there's 3 podium places.
The head-to-head with Jamie is going to be tough. She's going to be skiing against Jamie in the next round,
which she did last week in the final.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. In order to be 3rd, you just need to beat the other pairing's worst result.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a good battle there. And of course, Jamie's she's got to go and do it as well. We can't just say that Jamie's for sure going to beat Ali, because Ali's been getting good scores, and Jamie she's a human being.
And Ali is well capable of running 38 easily and running a couple of 39, which is still a great result.
Absolutely.
All right, then, just a moment to tell you about Hobe Lake Ski Club. They claim they can cancel winter, and with coaches like Wim de Cree, created by Ed Hickey and located close to Jupiter in South Florida, it is very easy to see why. It is Hobe Lake Ski Club. Hobe Lake Ski Club, check them out. Also, check out as well Wake House, the online water sports pro shop. Find your products to suit your needs by going to wakehouse.com. Let's check in with Lorenzo's World.
Glenn.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Holly, who just advanced to the next round. Holly, how did it go?
It went really well. I'd say I'm really happy with it. So, Gina went out and put up 4 at 11, which is a big score off the dock, and I was really happy to scrape by it. So.
Good. And what happened at 5?
I probably should have turned that. You get too excited, you realize you've done it, and everything kind of shuts off. So I need to work on keeping moving, I think.
All right, perfect. Then think about that while you rest, and we'll see you next round. Good job. Back to you, Tony.
All right, let's take a look at the pairings. Jamie Ball will go up against our winner out of the pairing between Gina Kruger and Ali Garcia. It was, in fact, Ali Garcia.
And not Gina.
And then Ali Nicholson will do battle against Beatricia Yanni. So the pairings, Jamie Ball, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson versus Beatricia Yanni.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that second pairing too. That's going to be a really good one. Bea, we've got the brother in the booth, and we're going to have to tell him to, shed off the professional.
I have to be more Italian.
You have to be
more
passionate,
sentimental, more passionate.
Exactly.
More passionate,
we need to see it come through. So that'll be good.
Try.
And versus Ali, that'll be great. And then we're gonna go back to the dock.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Gina, who just got done skiing as well. Gina, what happened there? You put out a big score, but wasn't enough. What happened?
Yeah, I just did what I tried to do. I had a pretty good gait, I thought, and then just, a bit anxious, not quite confident with my 11s yet, but I had fun out there, and I'm pretty happy overall with my performance. So.
All right, perfect. That's important. I'm sorry that you didn't go through, but sometimes it happens, so see you next time, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lorenzo's Land, and continuing on. And here is our correct pairings. Jamie Ball versus Ali Garcia, then Ali Nicholson versus Petre. A couple of intriguing pairings there come the semi-final round. And what do you say, folks?
Well, Gina, you know, no complaints about the back, nothing, no excuses.
She's a pro.
She's a pro.
Maybe it's the men that are always complaining. You always hear stuff like, "Oh, my back was sore," or, you know, I haven't skied here much. You know, I didn't ski in 3 weeks.
She didn't even mention it.
Yeah. I think. Well, again, we talk about an international field. Last weekend, it was. It was Jamie, Ali, Neely, Ross, a fully North American podium, and here we're looking. You know, Bayer's our last European of the last 4. So she'll be doing it for the Europeans over here. But I mean, it just shows, you know, we're many miles from North America, and the North Americans are dominating in terms of numbers in the semi-finals yet again. Who do we have next? So presumably there's a.
We're gonna enter commercial, and then we'll be back, I guess, with the junior tournament. With men first pairing. Obviously, I'm wrong. Men first pairing. And after that, the junior.
All right, back after these messages.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, we're into the quarterfinals of the men's competition. Our pairings are about to be revealed on the screen, and I can tell you the first pairing is going to be Nate Smith versus Florian Paff.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, Florian skied amazing yesterday. We remind everybody he was a junior skier last year. He competed at the Junior Masters this year. His main event was at least until now was jump. People jumping around 60 meters. He came to this tournament. He skied well also last week in Madrid, but he came to this tournament, ran 2 at 41 in the first round, and he won the right to participate in this final.
It's good.
An unfortunate pairing though, with against Nate.
Yeah, Nate's the top seed. Interestingly, he's gone first, so I don't know. I'd say it's probably not really fear of Florian and maybe more, he just wants to go out and have a set and put a score right in front of Florian. Florian will have to beat Nate Smith, which not so easy, but I mean he's got youth on his side, and he's got some adrenaline flowing through his veins right now as he has a little dip before his ski.
Yeah, he just has fun.
Yeah, looks like he's having fun.
He's taking this final like a treat.
Nothing to lose, right?
It's nothing.
He doesn't feel the pressure. He's surpassed himself already. He wants to go and obviously do well, but that's.
Well, losing against Nate, it's kind of a given. So it's just he will have fun.
He'll have fun, and it's always funny. I mean, you enter your first head-to-head, and you get to the other end of the lake, and you don't really know. Am I supposed to talk to them? Am I supposed to kind of to say nothing? And he'll get down there, and he'll forever. He'll have skied against one of the best skiers in his first ever head-to-head. It's pretty cool.
And anything can happen, Gates are still there. You have to pass through the gates. That's the only thing I can think of that can upset this pairing.
We saw. Strange things happened. I mean, of all the skiers Nate's probably the guy that screws up the least. He doesn't make odd mistakes. If there's a mistake, he's going to make it. It's his gates. But again,
I think it has to do with the gate he does.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He used to miss his gates quite a lot. He lost the Masters because he missed his gates in 2000. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but he Moomba for sure in 2016. He used to miss them a lot.
Yeah.
He doesn't miss them now, so he's changed something. I haven't seen him miss a gate in quite a long time, so I think he's gonna.
Are you jinxing it by saying it? Let's hope not for him. but what I thought, he used to miss gates like a few years ago, and I always thought he had something to do with the way he does the gate. So he commits.
It's so hard through that gate.
So hard, like no other skier. So that makes it probably more likely to end up being somewhere that you don't want to be because you commit so early.
Yep.
All right, let's have a look at Florian Pfaff on his opening pass. A reminder that the opening starting line length, minimum starting line length is 12 meters. Probably not used to starting on this particularly short line, but he does a fine job outside buoy number 6 and then running through the 12-meter line to continue on the pairing against Nate Smith. Just enough time for me to tell you that with online training and nutritional programs trusted by the pros such as T-Gas, Alicia Bagnoli, Freddie Krueger, Whitney McClintock, Rini and Paige Rini, you can't find a better place than New Dimensions, located just outside of the Millennium Mall in Orlando. Check out New Dimensions online.
So I'm going out on a limb here. I think this is the first time Florian has ever started at 35 off.
I would imagine so. I can't see why he would have done anything different.
So he's surely out of his comfort zone. Well, out of his comfort zone because he's skiing against Nate.
Well, he's skiing. There's a lot of firsts here. I mean, he's skiing his first final. He's probably never had so many people watch his ski online. I don't know what our numbers are, but I mean, they're probably pretty significant. He's skiing against Nate.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on him.
In a pro final?
Yeah, in a pro final. He's. But again, these are things as a water skier. This is what you get out of bed for. I want to train so I can get to that moment. So he's probably, as much as he's probably a little nervous, he's really enjoying himself.
Nate coming back.
Let's see this gate where he is committing. He commits. It's funny. You've hit that on the head, I think, there, Matteo. Because like when you look at a lot of skiers, they're putting in 75% of the effort towards the first wake into the gate as they are into 3 and 5.
But Nate does 100% of his job way before the first.
Way before, yeah.
The first wake.
Yep.
So necessarily, if you want to do 100% of what you do before the gate, you have to commit early.
Has to commit, and that's he's the guy that's run the most 10.25s ever, and potentially that's why he's able to kind of get that start and get ahead of the course, whereas other skiers are not committing as much and more down course and more.
That's the
less space.
That's the other thing. We were discussing the rubber butt hard shell yesterday and the qualities that the rubber binding has. The rubber binding also allows you to feel well the water underneath you through the gate and initiate the turn through pressure rather than angle. It's much harder to do it with a hard shell.
Yeah, I have no idea what you mean. I mean, it's funny. I mean, I'm trying to think of my own skiing, and if that's something I'm missing, then I'm definitely missing it.
So, when you're out there on a hard shell, you know, you're not able to feel well all the bottom of your foot, and the pressure you apply on the ski and then on the water. Let's see Florian first at 38, and then we'll go on about it.
It's not a gimme for him. I mean, he's been running these obviously, but he's out and it's his second pass. But I mean, he's running it very, very easily, and a good 4, and we'll see a good 5 and around 6, and he's not giving it easily to Nate. I mean, he's got to push him all the way as much as he can, and again, he wants to get high up in those spots. He's guaranteed 8th spot, but he wants to get, if he can't beat Nate, he wants to get 5th spot.
He has nothing to lose, so
he's a dangerous man. Never pick a fight with someone who's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, exactly. So what were we saying? Oh, the gate. When you have a hard shell, you initiate the turn in a combination of pressure and angle. So you kind of put yourself full in the turn together with pressure. With the rubber binding, it's almost easier, or you can do a different type of turn, initiating the turn by applying pressure and getting in. So it's almost vice versa what you do. And with the hard shell, it's virtually impossible.
It's very hard, especially people tend to do their boot up so tight that there's pressure on every angle of your foot. Not it's hard to discern from the bottom. You're not necessarily moving away from the top.
Yeah.
Okay, a quick reminder to go online to bplayfield.com to vote for your matches in this head-to-head quarterfinal. Just a quick reminder about Pro Gear. If you want to get a grip on your competition, select the Pro Gear original gloves created by Clint Stedelbauer, now led by Alicia Bagnoli. Buy at skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. Take it away. We've got Nate Smith at 10.75.
Things are getting interesting. 39 off, Nate.
And a pass he will be absolutely expected to run, whereas Florian will not necessarily be expected to run it. We'll be cheering for him, wanting him to run it. But a good pass and early from Nate. And his last time taking 39 from that way, he had the sun deep into his eyes.
And then he ran 41 off.
So pretty easy. But yeah, all eyes on Florian Path now. Will he take Nate to 10.25? Or is it going to be a case of Nate already having won the pairing with what he's already done?
Look how far the ski travels before he actually reconnects. Even number 1, you saw it looked like he was leaning a bit back, but in that span of time between finishing the turn and reconnecting with the boat, the ski traveled a long distance.
And he's still, even when he's got the tip up, he's still generating angle. So
the ski is going. It never stops. It's not like he's stopping, waiting for the boat, and then starting again. So, Florian, the sensation of the week, ran 2 at 41 off yesterday. It was the very first time he ran 39 in the tournament, and we all wish him the best.
Let's see if he can do it. Yeah, I mean, let's see him take Nate Smith into 10.25. Florian's coming up here. He's gonna need the start. He ran a full pass 6 boys here yesterday, and then he ran a 3.5 in the next round when he was really actually in it. He's a bruiser. He can take the big turns. He can make the big lean. So let's see what he can do. Nice wide gate. Hopefully, he'll need the angle. He'll need to get the good one. He looks a little bit narrow, I'd have said. Comes through 1. That's not bad. He's a bit compressed though, and he's over to 2 and. It's a struggle, so not for him. It's his worst score of the weekend. That's a shame. He'll be disappointed, but at the same time...
Ecstatic, come on.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with this, but I mean, overall for his weekend, he's very happy.
Yeah.
So good job to Florian.
The gate was good. The number 1 was good as well. Sometimes he fall in a bit with his left shoulder.
That's better.
Yeah, that was better.
Yeah, he's, I mean, way more balanced with the shoulders. And actually, I don't think 2 was that bad, but he just didn't get that connection on the hip, and that was not it. But he's...
it's one of those situations, because everybody, the coaches, everybody tell you just watch out with that shoulder, and then you end up doing nothing because you don't want to drop the shoulder, but you don't turn because they told you not to drop the shoulders.
Yeah, you keep your whole weight on top of the ski instead of, you do need to keep the weight inside of the ski for the ski to have something to rotate around. But it's great when I was in the booth here commentating when at Swiss Pro last year when Charlie Ross was skiing, and we saw a star being born. He ran 10.75 for the first time, and we saw it again yesterday. Florian, I mean, obviously you keep calling him a jumper, but I'm going to say he's a pretty damn good slalom skier, and I think we're going to see a big future from him. Nate coming at 10.25. He ran 3 yesterday, and then he ran 6. What's he going to do, Matteo?
Let's have a look and see.
I don't know if he wants to run it. 3. He didn't want to go through the whole pass.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had a very good one. And in an easy 3, he didn't really turn 1, didn't really turn 2 outside of 3. He wasn't really looking like he could turn 3 there, but
he didn't even try to keep on going. I mean, he just kind of stopped.
It's not the time to do it. It really is not the time to.
What I said yesterday. I mean, sometimes you feel like you jinx it by running it too many times. You cannot have it too many times in a row. So you purposefully miss it once so you can run it the next time.
All right then, so advancing through to the next round is Nate Smith. And just enough time to remind you that if you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check with Drew Ross, Realtor, first of all. DrewRossRealtor.com, the man to get in touch with if you're looking to buy real estate in Central Florida.
We were just talking about Drew's son, Charlie. Yes. Now we're talking about, and actually Neely was on the podium last weekend, so the whole family's in on it. Interestingly there, so Florian has set the level by which we're going to judge the rest of the sort of 5 down to 8. So, again, there's points on the line. You want to get as close to the top as possible. Of that, even if you lose your pairing, you still have to get as close to, you want to be 5th instead of 8th, so you can get your money, get your points. We are here. It's a pro tournament. The aim is to make as much money as possible.
So, if you don't win the next pairings, you want to make sure you do more than 2.
Yeah, 2 at 39. I'm going to say he's probably going to be closer down to that 8th spot, but he's happy he did that score today rather than yesterday, so he actually could make the final. If he'd have done that in the semis yesterday, he would have, in the second round yesterday, he would have put Benny Stadelbauer in, who ended up in 9th spot. So he did a good job. So Will Asher here, he is the leader of the Waterski Pro Tour. He has points from Swiss Pro where he came 2nd. He has points from last weekend where he came 2nd. So he's looking for a win. But he's
skiing against his buddy, against
against John, and it's going to be, they're such good mates. You see them together all the time. And Will come in at 12 meters, and he's chosen to go first. We need to say that he's not going to allow John the benefit of going first and then having to beat him. As it stands, if Will and John tie, Will will go through. I think we're going to go to the dock.
Pretty happy to be in the final. How did you feel out there, Nitlo?
Pretty good. It was hard. I didn't start it so often at 12. A couple of times, but not so often. So it was a new experience, I guess. And yeah, it was good. Fun.
What about you, Nate?
Oh, it was fun. It's the first round, and just to ski here with Florian. It's pretty cool to have somebody get in the finals for the first time and being here. So it's a lot of fun.
All right, thank you very much for both of you. Rest for the next round. Thank you for being here, and back to you, Tony.
All right, and just enough time to tell you about Wrap Skis, created by Jody Fisher. You can try one at Jody Ski School in Lake Gifford in Central Florida, and also check out the Wrap Skis Gate Guide System. Check them out, Wrap Skis.
John following Will at 12 meters.
And this is almost like a nightmare for the guys at HO. They don't want their 2 guys to be going. At the same time, this will mean that for sure they'll have
one in the semifinals.
one HO skier at the semi-finals, but you know, both of these skiers are very much good enough to get in the semi-finals. So it's kind of a bit of a bummer for them that one's going to knock the other out. Big pull there from 4 to 5. Sorry, from 3 to 4, and then it's pretty good. That's good skiing.
So a nice little pass there from Jonathan Travers. Continued to work his way through these runs with 12 meters, the latest one, and so some great skiing. Also, by the same measure, you mentioned that the Team Syndicate's represented solely in this second pairing. How about the fourth pairing? It'll be Team Good between those two skiers, Dane Meckler and Thomas de Gasperi.
That's going to be a tough one as well. I mean, apart from Florian, who's obviously, you know...
and we just had the D3 skiers. Two D3s, Nate and Dorian. Nate and Florian, sorry.
It's true.
It's funny.
We pair them well.
Yeah. But and then who's the other one? It's Sasha, who's on a Conley versus...
I'm not too sure.
Versus Brando on a Good, yeah. So actually, Good has three skiers in the final. That's a good showing. And the most from one country is the Italians with Brando, Thomas,
and Florian.
And Florian, of course.
3 of ours.
On top of Alice and Beatricia as well in the ladies' competition. Here we go. This is Will Asher. 38 off, 11.25 meters.
It is so much better starting at 12 than 13. We just get right to the action a lot sooner. And, you know, 11 is something that, you know, you're never really going to see Will Asher miss on a flat lake. But, I mean, really on any lake. But at the same time, it's challenging him. He's having to figure things out. He's going to make the odd bad turn here or there if he's not 100% on it.
I totally agree. Totally agree. Apart from the gate rule that I want to change, even the first round in the head-to-head, 12. 12 guys, 12.
Well, I think it's doable. I think, you know, that can be just a recommendation that is made. I mean, there's no doubt that for those watching, it's, you know, no one needs to see 13. It's so boring. No one wants to see it. It's it doesn't show you anything. I mean, even if you're trying to sort of, you know, examine someone's style, you know, it's just they're barely doing anything. The skiers we're watching are of such a level that it's not helping.
The ski's doing something completely different. I mean,
you know, watching someone, you know, perform a walk in the park. Watch it once, great. Watch it 8 times over the course of half an hour, absolutely boring.
All right, let me tell you about La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo, a few hours south of Mexico City, a luxury villa resort with all-inclusive amenities, including water skiing. So check out La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo in Mexico. Check them out online, La Guapa. All right, here we go. Our skier on the water right here, and now is Jonathan Travers.
That was a very beautiful one. Yeah, 38 is start actually doing work to run the pass. So it's interesting since the beginning. So just to let viewers know, the conditions are great. There is a very slight tailwind coming back from the dock, to the dock. So it's going to be a slight headwind for the next pass, which is going to be 39 off.
And just keeping his width on the boat and allowing that ski to fully rotate under his center of mass. Go vote for your skier of the day. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Vote for your skier of the day, and also keep on voting for your favorite matches at bplayfuel.com. bplayfuel.com. Check out those matches going on right now, including this one between Jonathan Travers, who has just run the latest pass at 38 off, 11.25 meters, against Will Asher, who will take to the water next to establish himself on 10.75 meters.
Will at 39 off. Perfect conditions.
Slight headwind.
Yeah.
He's, let's say he's almost certainly going to run it, but we're going to get a good feeling of how well he's skiing from how well he runs it. Oh, he's pretty much out the back there. That's not so good. He'll be well, he's back in it, of course, but I mean, that wasn't what he wanted to do. We saw a little bit of that in his first round, I would say, yesterday. Well, the only round he did yesterday, a little bit out the back, out of 2 and 4, but we did not see that when he got to 10.25. So he really figured it out. So probably it's one of those things, Teo, like, you know, you make that little mistake, you then don't do it on the following pass.
Yeah, but Will in general is very good at regaining balance. You see him sometime like dropping his left shoulder on number 1 or 3 if something's wrong, and then he regains his position, and this you wheeled a bit on number 2, but here it's already perfect. It's already in
I mean, 3, fantastic 3. Again, I think that potentially that camera on top of the boat there is great. You can see a lot, but I think sometimes things get slightly exaggerated. You know, watching this pass, there's not really much drama what's going on. Yeah. So that's an interesting one to look at.
Be sure to vote for your skier of the day, courtesy of 2U nutritional bars in a variety of different flavors available online and at great local stores around the Sunshine State of Florida. 2U, the official skier of the day sponsor, and be sure to vote for your skier of the day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Vote for your skier of the day. Back with JT. Take it away, guys.
39 off. Obviously, he's not thinking about anything. He knows he has to run it. He knew even before Will got in the water that this was a given.
Oh.
39 off, no problems.
I think that was a really good pass. At 5, he got a little on the tail, but he didn't want to, you know, fall in and commit too much. But I think that was a really good pass from John. We're going to see the replay here, but I was talking about the top camera there exaggerating bad stuff, but I didn't see anything. I really like the pass.
I don't say this very often, but JT ran that 10.75 better than Will.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I could see it. Like, I mean, you know, 1, 2, and 3, absolutely no dramas. 5, again, didn't love, but 4 was really, really good. But very symmetrical. I mean, John, when he gets his onside going, he really can, you know, run any score. You can see him run all the way to the very end of the line. I think I agree. I think if I had to pick between the two, I'd probably say John took it.
This slight tailwind is not going to be detrimental for the 41 off at all, I think.
Just the gate, maybe. You just, you know, might want to pull out a foot earlier on the gate, make sure that, you know, you don't overglide, get pushed down the lake. All right, this is huge, actually. So Will's going to be setting the score here. He's, you know, if he can get over to 4, I'm going to say he's got it. 3 is going to be a tricky thing for John to beat, but let's see what we do here. So Will is around 1. It's not great. He'll get a big 2, and then he's actually in decent shape. Will he turn 3 or will he S-turn? He S-turns.
Strategic 3.
That's the he didn't want to fall there, because, you know, you get the full 3 and John's going to get to 4. You get 2.5. John's going to get only 3.
I think in any pairing, in all pairings, 3. When you get in, you want to do 3. Unless you're competing against Nate.
Yeah, but no one can be top seed against Nate, and so Nate will presumably always go first, unless he has a big boat or driver preference.
You want to go for 3, because between 3 and 4, there is a world of a difference.
World of difference. You'll see. There's always this, especially in recent years. We saw the Malibu Open last year. There was the big pile up at 3. There was a ton of runoffs and stuff, and it happens more or less every week at pro tournaments. But if you can get across the 4, you're in good shape for a podium. If you're at 3, you're putting your life in your own hands. Unless you're in a head-to-head, as you say, because then someone's got to beat you if you're the first skier. A pretty safe 3, I would say. I mean, he didn't set the world light with 1 and 2, but it was a good enough 1 and 2 for him to easily get 3 and a fine S turn. And let's see what John's going to do.
All right, it comes down to this for Jonathan Travers. He has got to beat that score of 3.
And let's look at last week. It was John versus Thomas in the first round of the head-to-head, exactly like this, because Thomas went out before him and ran 3. John had to get around 4. John actually got to 3, could have stood up.
He was in good shape.
Yeah, but he just couldn't quite make the turn to 4. Let's see. John's skiing well enough, definitely, to get to 3. We haven't seen him get to 4 in a couple of weeks, in a few weeks. But if there's anyone can do it, it's him. And you know, especially as a lefty, he gets a good one. If he can just turn 2 decently, he's in really good shape. Let's see this. No, it's not it. Strange. I mean, he got the 1, and he looked like he came up early and easy into 2. Yeah, very narrow. Yeah, that was confusing. So he looks very disappointed. He's taken the spot as the loser in this bracket above Florian. Will is through to the semi-final. It was a great one, I thought. I wonder what happened. He just didn't get the swing over to 2, and he's narrow.
Very strange.
Because
this is one of those situations where I would say I would raise my hands and say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I mean, he came up, and it must have been that he just didn't get the swing out of 1. And maybe, I don't know, I've done it before where you get the good 1 and you don't do the work across to 2 because you're like, okay, let's not over pull, let's not get too fast.
And then you end up doing not enough.
Not doing enough, so maybe that was it.
So in terms of final placement, when it comes down to it, to determine the points, JT, the worst he can finish is 7th. Let's go to Lorenzo's land.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back. We're here with Will, who just advanced to the next round. So, Will, how was it out there today?
I think the conditions really nice today. We've got a little bit of a wind out there. It really sucked for us. You know, I got to go against the guy I travel with around the world. He's my training partner. You know, it's kind of like a bittersweet deal. But I'm happy to progress. It's just kind of bittersweet because I want my buddy to always ski well. So I'm happy I get to play again. But you know how it goes.
Yeah, I understand. I totally understand.
Yeah, we're like brothers at this point, so it's like, yeah.
I understand. Well, congratulations. Get rested for the next round. We'll see you next round. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, so our penultimate round. This will feature Brando Caruso versus Sasha Deska, who we just saw out on the water scoring the 6-buoy count on 12 meters, which is the minimum starting line length.
And Sasha going first. He was top seed. He chose to go first. Brando is going to have to beat him.
How old is Sasha?
30, I think.
30.
Yeah, he's about 30.
You skied against each other as juniors.
Yeah, he used to beat me every time in juniors.
He was a sensation. I mean, he still is. I mean, he's in the top 6, 8, 10 skiers in the world. But when he was 14, I remember, he was running something like 2 at 41 at 50K, 55Ks.
Yeah, no, I mean, he had those huge scores all the way through his youth. And I mean, I think he had a couple of injuries here and there, which made him slowed him down. But he's skiing really well. He came 4th last weekend at Botas. And he's going to go against Brando here to make it through to the next head-to-head.
So right now, Brando following Sasha, getting in at 12. His new two-handed gate looks really good right now, I have to say. He used to move a lot in the gate, and now the two-handed way has given him a more stable approach to the slalom course.
Definitely more considered approach there from Brandon Caruso, doing battle with the French skier Sasha Deska, and when that leaves me just enough time to tell you about USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. They continue to work hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining halls of fame for the U.S. National Hall of Fame and also the World Waterski Hall of Fame with the IWWF, and they continue to provide scholarships to promising young athletes. Check out USA Waterski and the Wake Sports Foundation.
One of my favorite things, Tony, is that you refuse to call Brando Brando. It's Brandon.
It's Brandon, yeah. Let's go. I'm kidding. I'm Italian. I don't get into politics.
I'm sure Italian politics is in a special state in the same way that all of Europe is.
No, we're
North
in a weird
America
spot.
For that matter.
We're in a weird spot, yeah.
So, Sasha, 6 buoys needed, 11 meters. Let's say he's
almost certainly going to get it. Came fourth last weekend, and he went out against Thomas. He missed his 10.75. He ran 4 after running 3 at 10.25 every round, and he's making it look pretty easy.
He changed, like Will, we said yesterday. Will changed a lot his style, switching from perfect pass to 0 off, and the same Sasha did.
Okay, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back here. We're with John. John, we just saw you unfortunately missing out on the round. Tell us what happened.
Will put out a good score. It's hard to have your teammate, your competitor, everything go out there and put a big score up. It was fun skiing against him. That's probably the second time I've ever get to ski against Will in a head-to-head, so it was fun.
All right, perfect. We're really sorry that you make it through. We all want to see everybody go through, but unfortunately it doesn't work like that. Well, thank you for being here, and we hope to see you next year.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks to the Mateo and his group. It's a great event. We'll be back.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed, and just enough time for me to tell you about Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a skiing injury that you need to shake off, Summit will get you back to your peak again. That is Summit Orthopedic.
Coming back at 38. Brando. Do you remember his one-hand gate?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. It was that sort of like lazy spare hand. It was a strange one. He told me. I talked to him this morning, and he said, yeah, I was struggling with my gates the whole way through. He said it was kind of terminal at 10.25. I think he was a little frustrated. I think he scored 2 and 2 1/4 of his 2 rounds. He said he just couldn't get the gate, and especially in the final round when he got 2 1/4, he said he was feeling good the whole set, but he was sometimes too fast, sometimes too far back on the boat. Let's see about this gate. What do you think, Matteo?
Well, from the angle, the higher angle of the boat, it's really hard to tell whether he's too far forward, too far back. The speed seemed fine.
Not his best boy too, huh? No. 11. I mean, and of course, lefty having less offside turns, they get less crucial, but they're also they practice them less, so it's kind of it's easier to.
He's always struggled more with 2 and 4s.
Yeah,
I mean, he's surely a skier that relies a lot on his 1, 3, 5 turns.
But crucially, we keep talking about boy 3 at 10.25 in a runoff. I mean, he's going to have to go, and I'm going to say he's probably going to have to get a piece of 4. He'll probably get a decent 1 at 10.25. If he can get the 2, he'll get over to 3 coming into an onside, and that's where it's interesting with the lefties. 2 is such a sort of proving ground for them. If they can turn that boy in the head-to-head, they're in really good shape.
All right, here we go. This is Sasha Deska. Nicely done at 10.25 meters, needing to get a good start. 10.75 meters, I beg your pardon, round number 4. Good extension on number 5 and looking very measured and controlled out there to get all 6 buoys and really set the stall out for Brando Caruso.
Brando coming into the wind. We'll just have to match that, and I believe he will. He doesn't make a habit of missing 10.75 too much.
Number 2 is very aggressive. Let's look at the replay. Let's see if we see the fin almost. Oh, that was aggressive.
Yeah, dumped the tail of that ski way into the water as he kind of lost. He got the angle for sure. He lost a bit of speed there, so he had to, a lot of pressure on his body as he's moving towards the wakes. But no dramas really. And again, usually slow motion will make things look worse, but I feel like this angle here from the tower cam, it looks better. It looks better and better, yeah.
Scintillating stuff there from Brando Caruso, where that was actually from Sasha Deska, and I'm getting a little bit confused here, but not confused enough to tell you about Flow Point Method. All you need to ski your best with online coaching and nutritional support, and created by Marcus Brown and Jenny Labar. It is Flow Point Method. Go to flowpointmethod.com.
Shout out to Marcus and Jenny. Their program is amazing.
Good people.
Yep.
Yeah, sign up for sure. It's great. Brando, 10.75, he must run it. That's a better boy 2 than we saw. He's pulled a little long to 3 and slightly high pressure pass here. Not the easiest he's ever run, but he's around 6 and around the exit gates. Shake of the head, he's frustrated. He's not feeling, I'm going to say he's not feeling super good on his ski, which is
good news for Sasha. Sasha will be first. He doesn't know what he needs, but he's going to probably, like you said, Matteo, he's going to be thinking, all right, 3 and probably be good. That's a great one.
It's going to look better during the slow-mo.
Yeah, but he pulled a little long to 3 there, and then you know, he's dropping the handle. It's funny, like when you see that handle kind of move around out of the turn. That's when you know the skier's kind of, you know, trying to find the middle of the ski quite a lot. And you see the handle like on an onside turn when it kind of finishes underneath your left hip. There's a lefty or right hip.
But he's very used to moving around a lot.
Yeah.
And recover from very odd positions. So. Yeah. I would say, yes, that was not one of the best 39s he's run, but that was probably an average one.
Yeah.
He made a couple of mistakes, but recovered very easily.
And be
that wind actually just picking up just slightly. I mean, I'm just feeling the breeze at my back here. It's pushing down the lake.
You can feel the wind now.
Yeah, it'll be enough to make a slight difference. So I'll leave it to you, Matteo. Sasha putting out for the gates.
All right, looking at this here. This is Sasha Deska on that Conley ski.
Waited a bit too much, number 1. He's not going to reach number 3. And based on Brando's previous scores this week, past week, well, I don't know what to say, because he scored many times. He scored 3 only once and reached 3 a second time
yesterday.
With
the slight tailwind, but here's the thing, he was set 2 1/4 to beat Will Asher last weekend.
Yeah.
Wasn't he? And Will, his body language said he thought he might go out. He sort of had, you know, maybe thought Brando was going to do it. Brando got a good one, came into 2 and tried to turn it and fell. So I'm going to say Brando's either getting 1.5 here. He's not going to get 2. He's going to get 1.5, or he's going to get the score that he needs.
I'm very curious to see what the wind's going to do to his gate.
Yeah, might help him. Might help him get a little bit more speed on it.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about.
And you just saw that performance there from Sasha Deska, and in the course there on his Conley ski. They are the audience prize sponsor for the women's portion of the competition. Check out their latest offerings, which are the DV8 and the Carbon V, both skis with the patented Versatile feature. Go to conleyskis.com for more info.
Brando sitting in the water, and he knows he must get 2 1/4 or more to progress. He doesn't want to get 2. If he gets 2, he will go above John Travers as a loser, the best losing score based on countback. But he doesn't want to think about that. He wants to get into the semi-final. He's pulling out for his gates, and he's over to 1. Let's see him get a good one. It's a
good one.
Let's see how he does. Slow turn. No, it's not it. Yeah, he's frustrated, and that's the rub, isn't it? I mean, as a you know, the person that goes second, it just shows, like, head to head. I mean, qualifying is so important because Sasha and him have just had the same score. In fact, Sasha, John, and him have all had the same score. Sasha's going to be lowest 4th. Brando's maximum 5th, and John is maximum 6th.
That was such a good one, though. That was a good one.
And just a reminder once again that the second person out must beat the first person outright in order to advance. And even though you saw a tie between Sasha Deska and Brandon Caruso, it means that the first person out is the one that advances.
He was still a little taily there, no, mate. I mean, it put a lot of pressure on 2, and he kind of jumped on the front. Anyway, we're going to go to the dock to see what Lorenzo has to say in Lorenzo's land.
All right, and we're here with Sasha, who just advanced to the second round. Tight score, but he was first. Brando didn't beat him, so he's ahead. How was your set, Sasha?
My set was not bad, but I don't feel I skied better than Brando this round. So it's that's the way he works. He had to do better than me, but for me, we skied the same. Not really good.
All right, well, now you get to rest and get focused for the next round, so go get rested, go get focused, and back to you, Tony.
Well, nothing like French pessimism, I guess. Here we go. This is Dane Meckler. There you go. There's Dane Meckler opening a pass against Thomas de Gasperi in pairing number 4 and doing what he does best, skiing very consistently and very little in the way of body movement in the turns.
And this was the pick of the brackets that we were looking at last night, wasn't it? Does feel like quite a long time ago, actually. But,
years ago.
But yeah, last night we were looking at this bracket and we were thinking Dane versus Thomas. It's going to be huge. This wind is going to affect it, right? We've got a lefty versus a righty. They're both riding good skis. We've got an American versus a European. Yeah. There's a lot of things going on. I mean, they've been skiing. You know, Thomas has been consistently running 3 at 10.25, 3 at 10.25. He's capable of more. He ran 5 earlier this year. Then there's Dane, who's kind of, you know, he's been getting 2, and when he hasn't been getting 2, he's been getting 4. It seems like he's kind of less that consistent 3, and he's a bit more of a maverick.
This pairing is going to be different, because usually with 2 right foot forward, you're going to stop at 3. It's going to be hard for the other skier to reach number 4. But Dane being a lefty, he's not going to stop on 3.
Yeah.
He's either going to go for 4 or he's not going to reach. I mean, it's going to be a different score. For righties, 3 is a kind of a given.
At the same time, with Dane going first, if he comes out of 2 in good shape, he might just decide to stop, because then it puts Thomas in that he could almost righty it as a lefty. You know, it's kind of an interesting one.
Let's see what he does. Yeah,
it's an interesting matchup, and you know, Thomas, who broke his record as the oldest pro event winner of all time last weekend. He won in Madrid, and he 41 years and however many days. He's the reigning champion. He's coming back to take his crown again. I think he's got second here a handful of times. So you know, it was good for him to get his win last year, but he wants to back that up. Let's see what he does. Dane, on the other hand, what do you have to say about Dane?
Well, as I said yesterday, I love how Dane skis. I love how he worked on his style. I mean, the way he moves on top of the ski, almost nobody else, apart from probably Nate, does. So he uses that ski very efficiently. And he's been skiing great this past few weeks and months. So it's going to be tough for Tigas to follow up on a result that could very likely be beyond 3 at 41 this time.
Could well be, but that little tailwind making a bit of a difference. You can't, you know, typically you would see if a skier had a chance, they would go out at 13 here and take 10.25 in the headwind. But if we're going to compare and contrast, you know, there's Thomas, who's
now Dane getting in now at 11. Imagine it was 41 off. If you have wind pushing, you kind of could risk running into a hard 1 to make up for the space and fall on 1 and get half.
Yeah.
That's something lefties tend to do that righties don't.
Yeah, moving into too much rope and then not having it as you try and go for that big turn. Yeah, that's true. Dane also not the tallest guy in the field. I think that's fair to say. He's about 5'10". Thomas must be 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
Dane and Thomas used to have exactly the same boot setup. Last year they had.
I thought you were going to say same height, and then one shrank.
Yeah. No, not quite. Yeah, got in the washing machine and just got a little bit smaller.
Sorry, interrupted your vlog.
No, last year they were both riding that good power shell on Velcro with a kicker, and this year Dane made the big change and went to the rubber. I think it's a D3 T factor.
Kudos to him. I really respect him for that.
Respect him because it's a big move, but also and also it's a big move to change a boot like that and still be running big scores. I mean that's hard to do it so quickly. That's very tricky.
Impressive.
But also, you know, I would say I'd be scared to go to a soft boot because you don't necessarily come out of it and you're risking injury. I mean, I don't know.
But you know, as long as you have a kicker in the back, you're much safer.
Much safer, yeah.
All right, then let's take a look at Thomas de Gasperi, former world slalom champion, multiple-time European slalom champion. I believe he's been on top of the European rung for about 9 seasons, all in all. Certainly one of the most successful slalom skiers in Europe for many seasons. And Thomas de Gasperi, the defending champion here, looking to hold on to the San Gervasio Pro Am. And I tell you what, he continues to be successful and consistent, and he ages well in the slalom event.
41 years old.
Yeah.
41 years old and winning tournaments, against the very best. and not slowing down and looking as good as he did 5 years ago, as he did 10 years ago, as he did 15 years ago.
Looking good on a good.
He certainly does.
All right, then, just enough time to tell you about the audience prize sponsor for the men. That is D3 Skis, high-performance skis for all 3 events, including their newest slalom products, the Neo and the Ion 2. Find out more about D3 Skis by going to their website, d3skis.com. Also, check out some ways for you to involve yourself interactually with this event. The vote for the skier of the day, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and also be a part of the Be Play Fuel matching game as well. Back to you, gentlemen.
Oh, not a good 3. Not a good 3, not a good 4. He's in big trouble here, and he's going to need a big 5, and he'll get around 6. But Thomas was nearly sitting pretty there with, we'll see the replay. Again, we've seen that these replays look better and better, but I did not like...
this is not going to look better.
No.
At least after 3.
Impressive, boy 5, actually. I like that gate. That's a good gate. Slightly on the tail, but nothing too crazy.
Which is unusual for him.
Yeah, coming through good at 2. The ski sat down pretty well, and he's moving through well. And 3, little taily. It was 4 that we didn't like particularly. Not a good view of it from there, but we kind of...
still, it wasn't good. You see how much
he stood up.
Space he lost there.
Yeah.
And, to me, I don't know whether this is a fair comparison, but I compare him to like one of those toys that have the weighted at the bottom and the curve where you push it over and then it bounces straight back up.
Oh, yeah.
What, the B-balls bubble but they don't fall down? Is that what you're talking about? All right, so Thomas, second in the Pro Tour, winner last week. He's, to get his back-to-back victory in terms of 2 weekends, but also 2 years at San Gervasio Pro Am, he needs to run this pass and then do well on the next pass. But as we've just seen, it's not a given. I mean, Dane made hard work of that last pass, harder than he would have liked for sure.
He incurred in an incident in the first round of yesterday's tournament. He ran 4.5 at 39 in the first round, which is very unusual of him.
Big pull to 4, over to 4 and over to 5, and that's pretty easy.
Was good. That was very easy.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to use a bit of power there. I thought, he dropped his shoulder a little bit out of 3, pulled hard towards 4, but just that's a good thing to do, to kind of feel your relationship between the boat and the water and the handle, and I think it was a great pass.
Yesterday's fall was not a confidence builder. Actually, it was the opposite. Whenever you fall like that and you blow out the tail without actually knowing why, it gets in your head.
It certainly gets in your head. Let's see this big pull here. Yeah, a lot of pull through that rope there. I'd love to know what force he was putting in there. And then 4 and 5, very, very good. And no issues whatsoever. But here we are. The next pass is key, and like I said, we talked about it last night. We talked about it already just now. This is a very, very interesting matchup. So many sort of contrasting variables between the two. Dane coming in and does he stop at 3 if he's in good shape? Does he try and turn it? Is he going to get the 2 that he needs? As lefty, he needs a good 2 to get over to 3. A lot of pressure on the gate. Wind's died down, and we're going to see him come over towards buoy 1. He's been getting good 1s. It isn't. No, it's not it. And he's going to be devastated.
He detached from the water a bit too much in the gate.
Not a show of emotion from Dane there, but he looks. Yeah, that's disappointing. So Thomas has to S-turn buoy 1, and he's in the next round. In his dream of back-to-back.
At the gate, how weird. I mean, he jumped unusually. Look. That was an unusual thing in the gate.
Yeah, I didn't pick out what you were looking at there. You want what's the thing you were talking about?
Look here at the replay. In the gate, the ski got out of the water.
Oh yeah, no, you're dead right.
Yeah, so it meant that he didn't have any pressure there.
Yeah, so he's just moving down the lake.
Yeah.
Not attached to the water, and then you aerial edge change, as Tony likes to talk about, and then you end up pushing straight towards the next buoy.
That's because you weren't using your legs. You weren't using your actual weight to create pressure on the water. You were just crossing the wakes with the speed you gained before.
Yeah,
which is not a good thing.
That's not good. So the upshot of that, of course, is that he has moved. Thomas is presumably going to take a very easy one. If he gets a half here, he's going to be very upset with himself. But he needs to get through the gates. He needs to S-turn 1, and he's through to the last 4, to the final 4, which will set up a meeting, I believe, with Nate Smith. But let's just get through this to start with. He needs a full 1. Will he S-turn? Will he go for... Yep, that's an S-turn. Oh, my God. Oh, wow.
He risked it.
Yeah, was that a big smile on his face? I mean, I think the problem is, when you know you need 1, especially as a righty, you go for that sort of S-turn, and it's easy to kind of screw up in the moment. When you preempt the S-turn so early, it's tricky. But he's through, so he's happy. Dane, obviously, unhappy. And that's obviously the beauty of going second. Often a massive disadvantage, as Brando found when he tied with Sasha and went out. But if your guy in front of you messes up, you know exactly what you got to do. God, he nearly missed that.
Wow, he nearly missed that.
Imagine the handle gets away from him.
That's why he was smiling.
Yeah, million dollar smile from Thomas, slightly nervous.
It was a smile of relief.
There we go. So let's see. So our final 4 are Nate versus Thomas. That's a rough pairing. But a very interesting one. Sasha versus Will. So that's going to be a really interesting one. Top seed in the first bracket will be Nate. Top seed in the second bracket will be Will. And we'll go to the dock to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Thomas, who's just finished his round and went through the next one. Thomas, what happened at that one?
I was like, just ski and go around 1, and I had a great gate, and then I was like, turn slow, and I almost missed the handle, but Dane is a great skier, a great competitor, a great friend. I'm happy to be here now, and I got Nate next, so another great friend, so it will be fun. The boats, the Malibu feels great, the lake is great. On to the next one.
On to the next one. Go catch your breath, go get focused, and back to you, Tony.
So a lot of moving parts here, especially with the head-to-head pairings. We're going to take a look at that for the moment. So before we have a look at the pairings for the semi-final round, let me bring you up to speed with the losers in each of the quarterfinal pairings. So as far as I can see, Brandon Caruso, because he scored 2 at 10.25 meter, he's in 5th place. Jonathan Travers in 6th place with 1.5. And in 7th place, Dane Meckler with half at 10.25 meters. And in 8th place is Florian Paff with 2 at 10.75 meters. We'll return right after these messages. You are watching the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santos Dassault. Well, welcome back. I'm joined here by Matteo Ianni as we get ready for the finals of the Radar Junior Challenge. We'll feature the girls first, and then the boys. The San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, brings on the Radar Junior Challenge, and some great skiing to come. We'll have Filippo Anderson versus Elena Jones. And then afterwards, we will have Jaime Palomino versus Lucas Cornell. And here's our first competitor in the Junior Challenge, the Radar Junior Challenge, electing to go first. It is Elena Jones.
It's so nice to have these young skiers competing right in the middle between the quarterfinals and the semifinals of the Pro.
All right, coming into the course, originally out of Church Point in Louisiana, the United States, this is Elena Jones. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, her opening pass, 14.25 meters.
As we said extensively yesterday, I enjoy how she skis. Very light on the boat. Very essential movements that are allowed her to ski 2 at 38 yesterday. Twice, actually. As I was saying, it's really nice to see these young skiers getting a feel of what it's like to be a pro before they actually become professional water skiers. Being out there on the dock, they skied right after, for example, Tigges and Nate and Dane, and now they're here. Being viewed by everybody here on this YouTube broadcast, TWBC broadcast.
All right you are. So we're into the junior head-to-head finals in this Radar Junior Challenge. The second skier out from Austria, it is going to be Filippo Anderson.
She scored 3 at 12 yesterday. So there is a 5 buoy difference between the results of these two skiers yesterday. Alina scored 2 at 11 twice. Filippa actually skied 3 in the second round and 2 in the first round. So she has to up her game in order to win this tournament.
Right you are. Here comes Filippo Anderson, 14.25 meters, not making too much of an error on that one. So great skiing from both of our competitors, both running their openers. And 30 meters, they should each be approaching the course with some level of confidence now, Matteo.
Have you ever done a head-to-head?
Yes.
Where?
Number of different places,
really?
Mostly in the United Kingdom, where whenever we had a British Pro Tour called the Splash for Cash, and yeah, I mean one of my favourite instances was when I skied head-to-head at a place called Home Pierpont in Nottingham, where I was actually paired against a Portuguese guy, and it came down to the pairing with me in the quarter-final matchup, to where we tied and we had to go back in on the last on the next pass.
You didn't have the rule of the second skier?
No, we didn't. We both came back in on 12, and at that time my 12-meter passes weren't really that consistent. So to come off the dock and run 12 meters straight away was a pretty exciting feeling.
That's congratulations.
Absolutely destroyed the person in the second half of that pairing.
At 13, we have Elena Jones.
Yes, indeed. Round number 4 and 5, and here comes 5.
That's an efficient way to gain speed. Have you seen how she turned number 4?
And using her height to great effect as well.
Yeah, but just by using her center of gravity in the right spot on the ski, she was able to maintain the speed and build on top of the speed she had in order to reach that buoy effortlessly.
All right, so Elena Jones, 6 buoys on 13 and on 12. And extremely light and extremely tall, and nicely done from both of these competitors so far. Anderson still has to come back on 12, but
Look at number 4.
Good balance.
Look at number 4.
Okay, so 6 buoys there from Elena Jones. Both of our competitors went in on 14.25 meters. You didn't see it up on the screen, but we're continuing on from this point. So now we flip over to Philippa Anderson from Austria.
She has to get 3 buoys more than she did yesterday in order to match Elena's score so far. It was a good start. No problem in 3.
This is 13 though.
Oh, there's 13.
It is
yeah, this is 13.
meters,
So they went out 14. That's good. That's a good course management there at buoy 5. Not a good 4. Yeah. And she's out the exits, and she's got a chance. She's got a chance.
Remember, this is the head-to-head final. It's USA versus Austria here. Both of them stride for stride. Both of them with 6 buoy counts on 13 meters. And Elena Jones from Church Point in Louisiana will be our first competitor out to try 12 meters. But for Philippa Anderson, 13 meters looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
She's getting it done. I like the offside. Pretty still. What do you think, Matteo? Like still through the offside, so that's why it sort of comes through so well. She's not like
very
screwing
solid.
it up.
She's very solid. She skis with a very different style compared to Elena. She's still solid. Less movement.
Yeah, she's still.
Almost a better stack position because her hips align with her feet and shoulders better.
Yep.
But Elena uses her center of gravity better.
It takes all sorts. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Here we go. Round 1.
Good one.
And number 2.
Not so good at 2. Over to 3. Will she get around 4? It'll be tight if she can get the turn. She's still managing to get through this. And that's good skiing.
Good management.
Yeah, again, that offside turn just coming through for these girls. Like, I mean, I wasn't a big fan of 2, and I thought she was in big trouble. She comes, especially 5. I mean, 5, she'd kind of got back into it, but the 5 turn was beautiful.
But you see, whenever you can't really tell when the turn is finished and when the pull begins.
Exactly.
That's when it's good.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's on 4. Exactly on 4 that has happened. Because she was struggling here. Look, on 3, that was an average turn on 3. And here, she used that speed masterfully.
Yeah, that's really good.
Because you couldn't tell exactly when she reconnected with the boat.
And the same here.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, a good portion of this effort was down to just pure sheer conditioning, really, because you have to take a hit from time to time, more often than not, when you're slaloming at this level, and being able to take the hit and keep going, like that phrase from Rocky, it's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can be hit and keep moving forward.
Exactly. I mean, you got to sticking to that analogy. You got to roll with the punches. You got to keep moving.
Tyson Fury style.
All right, so Atomsem, she's run 3, I think, yesterday. She needs to run it to have a chance. She's got an okay 1, a little bit on the tail, not so great. 2's going to need to be big, and I think she's going to struggle. And she's over to 3, and she's keeping moving, but that's all she's got. And it's 3. And she's second at the San Gervasio Pro Am annual junior head-to-head. And I think, that's great. It gives the win to Elena. And, Elena Jones is going to be extremely happy. She's come all the way from the US, and it's mission accomplished. I think when you move between continents and you go away with a win, it's always, you can kind of sit there and go, yep, what I came to do, I did. I maxed it out. There's nothing more I wanted to have done, and this is really good for her.
How sweet is the flight back home?
It is.
That's really sweet, right?
Yeah, you can...
Even if you're flying coach crammed between 2 very big people, it's still sweet.
Sweet, and it's 10 hours, and you can just nudge your 2 friends next to you, the big fat people that are keeping you crammed in. You can go, listen, don't you know who I am? I am the winner.
Exactly.
You get out of my way.
Exactly.
Or even with that 5-year-old behind you that incessantly kicks the back of your seat.
It doesn't matter. She's going to enjoy her flight back.
And she'll enjoy her flight back.
So that is going to be an enjoyable experience there for Elena Jones. I don't know whether she'll continue in on 11.
She is. She's going to come in. She ran 2 yesterday. I believe her best was 2. Look how wide she is pulling out. Very much on the outside of that spray, almost in the flats. Let's see. I think she ran 2 yesterday. A little slow on the gate. 1's decent for sure. Can she be slow on the handle at 2?
Oh,
and she's
no,
it's not it.
Not quite.
If there's anything I would change about her skiing, which I love, it's the gate.
Yeah,
I mean it's really hard to be free out there by pulling out so wide.
Pulls out very wide, twists all the way to the bank in a way that you sort of see lefties sometimes do, but it stops her moving freely with her legs that she's so twisted because her hips are inevitably sort of facing the bank.
She's not free because you can't be free if you pull out from outside the foam.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. I mean, I think if she were to look at, especially from this angle, she can look at Jamie and she can look at the other girls that are running the big scores, and she'll probably see that they're not pulling out from the same spot. So something for her to change potentially. Maybe will help her 2 and 4, and then she'll be running really good scores. But I mean, even better.
Skiing.
But she's won. She's done what she needs to do. And I mean, 2:11 as a junior, that's no joke.
That is a huge score.
That's no joke. That's a huge score. So
and she ran 12 3 times in a row. She ran twice yesterday, once today. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So commiserations to Philippa Anderson, which means that our top 3 in the junior challenge, Alexis Mischler in 3rd, Philippa Anderson, your runner-up and your champion in the Radar Junior Challenge for 2022 here at the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am presented by Santo Daso, is from the United States, Elena Jones.
Okay.
All right, boys, coming up next. And it'll be Lucas Cornell going up against Jaime Palomino.
These are our bottom 2 seeds yesterday after a fairly subpar showing in the seeding round, but they made it work. I mean, Lucas ran, what did he run? 3 at 39, 2 at 39 in the second round there yesterday. Jaime ran a half, so we're gonna see a battle. I mean, I'm gonna say it's probably gonna finish at 39. We got to run that 38 to get there first, but they're both easily good enough. Both these guys from far away from where we stand right now, where we sit, from Australia and from Mexico. Lucas have come a long, long way. I know what it's like. I mean, I travel to Australia, it tends to be once a year for Moomba, and I know how long of a distance that is. And he's come. It's not quite as far to Europe, but it's still a very, very long way to compete in this event. It shows the prestige of this event, the junior head-to-head. It's not just about qualifying for the junior masters for these guys. They are trying to qualify for this head-to-head to get to this final so they can win this title.
All right, here we go. This is Lucas Cornell.
Starting at 13.
This guy rips. I mean, he looks good. He's got that upright style. He rides the tail of the ski a little bit through the wakes, but I think his turns are so balanced, and he's got a lot going for him.
Certainly a lot going for him with a 6-buoy count on 13 meters to open up his account here in the head-to-head boys challenge, the Radar Junior Challenge. It's paired up against Jaime Palomino, who will be the second person out in the head-to-head.
Being the Radar Junior Challenge, it fits the fact that he skis very similar to Chris Rossi.
That's true. That's true.
Let's check in dockside. Let's check in dockside with Lorenzo's land.
All right, thank you. Welcome back to the dock. We're here with Filippo. Just got done with a round. Unfortunately, you didn't win, but you did your best, right?
Yeah, I tried my best. Yeah, I'm happy that I got second. I was very surprised that I didn't know that I was gonna get into the finals. So yeah, I'm glad to be second. And Elena was a great skier, so she did a good job.
All right, thank you very much, Filippo. Good. Congratulations on your second place, and we'll see you next time, hopefully.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, here comes Jaime Palomino. Take it away, Freddie.
Jaime, with that sort of dynamic style, you talked about the use of the center of mass. He does that a lot. He gets pretty leveraged. He's using that good ski very well, and he's around 6, and no dramas really. I mean, again, probably not what they would normally go out at 13, maybe 14 more usually, but not really showing any sort of issue for them. And going back to Radar, promoting this tournament, I mean, it's great to see all the partners of the event and of TWVC support the sport, and what better support of the sport can there be than supporting the juniors of it and the future of the sport.
Absolutely.
Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with the winner of the Junior Challenge, Helena. How was your set?
It was amazing. I really liked the turnout.
So you really enjoyed your set today, didn't you?
Yes, I really did. It was really cool. The water felt really nice out there today. So I just went out there and skied and had fun.
All right, perfect. Congratulations on your win, and hope to see you again here.
Thank you. I'd sure love to come back.
And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And the smile on that face is just absolutely priceless.
Brilliant, isn't it? I mean, and again, not to labour the point, but the opportunity that San Gervasio Pro Am has offered these guys to showcase their talents on a webcast that many people are watching. It's right in the middle of one of the bigger finals of the year. This is big stuff. I mean, these guys are not used to being in such a situation. So to go out and win and to perform, even if you don't win, to go and do what you can do, as we're seeing Lucas do here. It's not going so beautifully for him, but I mean, it's fine. He's all good at 12. You talked about the price, the smile, but it's a priceless experience. That's the thing that builds champions for the future.
It's surely an exposure that wouldn't get anywhere else. So it's really nice to see. So I was trying to put the finger on the differences between Lucas and Jaime's styles, because both skiers use a fraction of the ski, tend to ski on the tail of the ski, but they're very different styles. Because Lucas skis very tall.
And he likes to slide the ski too on his 2-4.
Jaime, on the other hand, doesn't ski tall. It is not stacking the same way as Lucas is. So it's interesting to see. They use the same amount of surface area on the ski, but their style is starkly different.
All right, so Lucas Cornell out of Brisbane in Queensland. And we're going to bring Jaime Palomino in.
I wonder if second has to beat first in this one. Presumably because it's a final, it's a no, but it might be slightly different for the juniors. Yeah, so there's got to be a clear winner here.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, well, that's great. We're going to see a clear winner. And Jaime coming through on 12. Look at that boy too, and he's so fast towards those wakes and just gets that speed. He needs to get out in front of boy 3 and further down the lake, and that's easy. Couldn't be easier.
That was nice.
And 6 boys. We've seen a cumulative 24 boys from these two guys so far, and they'll be both looking to get an extra 12 and get through 11 and then see what they can do at 10.75. And I mean, who knows? Both these guys are good enough to run it. I imagine they're running it in practice once in a while, or maybe more consistent than that. So we got some action ahead. The junior challenge.
We'll have the 38 off first.
Look at that too. It's brilliant. Really good. Just brings that ski through. There's no dig in the ski. As you said, the way of bringing the ski through without any sort of a break in between.
All right, then, Jaime Palomino getting through that particular run on the 12 meters. All right, then. So this is Lucas. And collapsing in and almost trapping himself in the handle on number 5 buoy there on that particular run. A bit of a shock to the system there for Lucas Cornell on 11.25 meters. It was actually on the free ball, I beg your pardon, so it was pretty soon after the start. Let's have a look at Lucas Cornell. He got 2.5 for this effort here. Let's have a look and see.
Yeah, it's an offside turn. He's pushed in the front too much, so he's fine there. That's really, really good. Did he pull too long into 2? No, I don't think he did. He's a little on the tail out of 2 into 3. Watch the front of the ski. The front of the ski goes in, the tail of the ski. Oh, good effort holding on.
Wow.
He was holding on for his dear life there, but he's come around buoy 3, and as he's approaching the buoy, he's pushed the front of the ski into the water. When you push the front of the ski into the water, the tail rises in a seesaw effect.
See the difference
and,
here? Like no tip in the water there. It gets a bit disconnected here, but still fine. And then he engages the tip too much.
Yeah. And especially for a guy that tends to use the tail of his ski quite a lot, you know, maybe his ski's not set up.
The ski itself, it's probably not set up to use that way.
Yeah, that's true.
The ski in question is a deviate. Let's go for the win. This is Jaime Palomino, round number 1. He needs to get 3 into the wakes.
S-turn 3, or will he go for it? No, he's going for it. He wants to win the whole thing and to...
He's your winner.
Wow, good job.
Next pass and look at him go. That is Jaime Palomino. Nicely done.
He should be happy because what he's just done is, after I think he ran like 1.5 at 12 or something that he would have been so disappointed for in the first round of this tournament, was dead last out of the 4, and probably feeling, let's be honest, a little embarrassed that he's come here and done that. He's then come from being bottom seed of the 4 to being the winner, and with a winner for the 2nd year in a row. And look, he's coming into his offside turn here. He's just seen his fellow righty, Lucas, put the front of the nose of the ski into the water and the tail pop out.
He didn't shy away.
He did not. He went for it. He went, you know what, I'm not going to go easy. I'm going to go as hard as I can and run the pass. And, I mean, this guy's a talent. He's definitely a talent, and he's you can tell he's beating his chest at the end here. He's very happy. He is obviously in the mix for the skier of the day. If you want to award that skier of the day to the guy that came from 4th seed to top of the pile in the Junior Challenge, in the Radar Junior Challenge, you can vote for him. Other candidates, of course, there are amongst the men and the women of the pros. There's Alana Jones, of course, of the women. It's up to you, but send in your vote. The more the merrier. And we're going to see Jaime come in at 10.75, and he's going to, have all that adrenaline coursing through him. He's going to be so happy. Let's see if he can get a big score. I imagine his best is 3 or 4. Let's see what he can get.
Here he comes, entrance gates number 1.
Okay,
not flat-footed, but he's good to go. Oh, and he rode over the
rope.
The rope, and it looks like it's going to be 1.5. So he's your winner, though.
Throwing the fist.
Congratulations to Jaime, winning this Radar event.
Well, good for him. 2nd year in a row, I believe. Back-to-back champion. Yeah, and I mean, the way that juniors improve, I mean, to win anything as a junior in the year before it's your last year, without that extra year of development, is amazing. And the fact that that was awesome. He did it last year, and then he's come back and backed it up. I actually didn't realize how young he was, frankly. I thought that he was older. I mean, with the way he's skiing, with the scores he's getting. This guy's got a future. They both do. They both have a big future. I mean, Lucas will be frustrated. I mean, he's a better skier than what he showed today. It's what he showed yesterday. I mean, fantastic. What a showing we've had with these skiers.
Faults there.
All right, then. So here is the final podium. Damir Flaratov from Ukraine in 3rd. Yep. In 2nd place, it was Lucas Cornell of Australia, and your champion in the Radar Junior Challenge for 2022 here at the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault. Your champion in the Junior Challenge is Jaime Palomino. All right, then. Pro women head-to-head semi-finals to take place in the next few minutes. We're going to take a step aside and take a break. You are watching the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santos Dassault, right after this.
Fondazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
All right, then, some great skiing that we've just had there in the Radar Junior Challenge head-to-head. Jaime Palomino and Elena Jones are champions in their respective divisions. Congratulations to them both. Have they done enough to earn your Skier of the Day vote? Make sure you vote for Skier of the Day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, or are you waiting to cast your vote for the person or the people that will provide the dramatic stories in the women's head-to-head, the brackets of which you see now, or the men's head-to-head, the brackets we'll see in just a moment. So let's have a look at the women's head-to-head bracket, shall we? Jamie Ball versus Ali Garcia, and Ali Nicholson versus Beatricia Yanni.
The first bracket is exactly the final of last week's tournament.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it is, and it's where Ali went down at 12, and she'd have been disappointed with that, and she'll be looking, certainly that's been her worst round of a long time, and she's really skiing well. She just ran 5. She needed to get around 5 at 38, 11 meters to beat Gina, and she did it with some ease, I would say. So she's skiing really well, and she's going to push Jamie all the way here. It looks like Jamie's going first. So that means that she's going to be able to go out with with center stage in front of her, I guess, without having to think about anything too much. She'll just go and ski. Ali will follow her and try and beat her. It's going to be a good matchup.
Okay, and in the semi-finals, the second skier must beat rule is in effect. So if it comes down to a tie, then the first person who created that tie advances. Essentially means that the second person out with the knowledge of knowing the score of which to beat must be able to beat it outright to advance.
So they're going to start at 13, like they did in the previous round of head-to-head.
Yeah.
Let's just think about Jamie here. I mean, Jamie, she'd won a year and a half ago.
All right then, so we'll get the two male finalists in the Radar Junior Challenge in just a moment or so, but in the meantime, we're going to bring Jamie Bull in on the pass number 1. The starting line length is going to be 30 meters, minimum starting line length 30 meters, and here comes Jamie Bull off to the races. Let's see what she's got.
This is obviously almost an unnecessary warm-up for Jamie. Cruising through this 13.
This is actually cool, eh?
And whilst Jamie Bull easily runs that pass, we've got a couple of guests here in the announcing booth. Freddie, you want to take it away with this one?
So first, Lucas, you gave it everything. You held on for much longer than you should have done. Hope the back's okay. You've come a long way. Are you happy with your trip? I mean, obviously you didn't win, but are you happy with second?
Yeah, you know, first pro junior event, second in that. It's unreal. I'm stoked with it. You know, I would have loved first, but, you know, closer. Yeah, really happy though.
That's awesome. I've seen you ski many times in Australia, and obviously you're ripping it up over there. So congratulations to you. It's a great showing. A lot of pressure on you. Maybe a situation you haven't been in before. All the cameras, all the you know, head to head, all this sort of thing. Congratulations, Jamie. Happy boy, I imagine, and quite a way to do it. You know, you needed a full 3. You went for it.
Well, yeah, my start wasn't the best. Since the beginning, I decided I was skiing a little bit on the back. I was very nervous, but then just turned 2 and I was like, go big or go home, you know? Like, let's get it. I'm super happy. It's back-to-back last year.
Congratulations. I mean, you didn't shy away from that number 3. You just went for that 38. You didn't stop there.
Well, yeah, I wasn't too late. Not too early, but not too late. So I was like, let's do it. And yeah, I'm happy.
Congratulations. That was amazing.
Great effort, mate. So congratulations, guys. You've both done really, really well. Seed 3 and 4 from yesterday, coming to the final, finishing 1 and 2. So you're probably out of juniors for next year? Aged out? And you, Lucas? Okay, so we'll be someone new next year. You can't have that title for the 3rd year, but congrats. Good skiing, and see you guys both soon.
That's why you like me so much.
Cheers.
Excellent stuff, and may I say to Jaime Palomino, that was a stellar effort.
I always like to tell Wade that no. He's like, can we interview? I'm like, no. And he's like,
all right,
yes.
dockside, we've got Ali Nicholson in the next pairing. And we're still trying to resolve pairing number 1 between Jamie Bull and Ali Garcia.
Yeah, while we were interviewing Lucas and Jaime, Ali ran 13 very easily.
Indeed, they're both capable of running 13 off the dock. So too, I would imagine, Bayer as well.
Yeah.
And Ali Nicholson, Bayer and Ali are locking horns against each other in the next pairing. But number 1 pairing yet to be decided. 12 meters next. This is the current world champion and U21 world women's slalom record holder. This is Jamie Bull.
Waterski Pro Tour champion last year.
Absolutely. Let's not gloss over that.
And 12 meters won't be a problem for her. She's going to run it. She's run it 100,000 times, and she's, you know, she really, last year she cemented herself as actually, for most of the year, the absolute dominant force in women's slalom skiing. She previously, I was going to touch on this earlier, but she'd won Hilltop Pro, but with a pretty limited field in 2020. But really, 2021 was incredible for her. She started off with a win at the Masters. She then went to Lake 38 and won there. She won after that. She won she won Hilltop, of course, and then what else did she get? Not US Open. She went to the Worlds and won there. I mean, it was an unbelievable year. She had all the wins. She's a champion of many tournaments, and of course champion last weekend.
Year. I mean, starting from the World Championships in 2017, in the matter of 4 years, she became the dominant skier in the world. I mean, given obviously that Regina had some problems with her knee last year, but they're seeing each other eye to eye right now.
Yeah, I mean, Regina, she came back and she was skiing. She was running 39 again. She ran 39 in the final of the World Championships, and Jamie, she ran 2, and Regina could only run 1. I mean, like that, she went toe to toe with the best ever probably, and won.
There we go.
Incredible, yeah, incredible. So Jamie, a force to beat for Ali here, but Ali will no doubt try her hardest. She's gonna push. She's going to come in on 12. She's been running 12. She missed this last weekend. She would have been super disappointed. She won't want to be repeating that. It's pretty average too, I would say, but she's back in at 3. That's one of her better 3s of the day. Really good onside turn, and that's good. She's right back on it. Didn't love 1 and 2 particularly, but it's a great 3, 4, and 5, and she's through the pass.
And proving to the world once again, as if that was really needed, that Ali Garcia is by no means a shrinking violet out there on the slalom course.
No, she's looking for her second back-to-back podium in a row. She got her first ever podium, so she's in really good shape, having got her first podium last weekend. To get in a second, she has to. Even if she can't get past Jamie, which is obviously the tall order ahead of her right now, so long as she gets a better score than the loser of the other bracket, she will go ahead and get on the podium.
And it's a great skiing here, Matteo. She seems to have a more free-flowing type of style compared to Jamie Bull.
Well, as we said earlier in the quarterfinals, she needs to fix a bit that 135. That she sometimes falls on the back of the ski. She falls on the back of the ski. If she can't control that, 38 is going to be a piece of cake for Ali.
All right, and that's where we're at right now. 38 off, 11.25 meters. This is going to be a critical run.
And it's a pass. She's got a little bit of a headwind. She probably will. She's run it every round for the last I don't know how many, and she's gonna be in good shape out of 2. Little slide out of 2, a little bit strange, but she'll probably regroup at 3, and that was a very easy 3. And 4's good, and 5 will be good, and it is, and she's out the exit gates, and 6, and so putting Ali on notice that she must run this pass. Ali ran it the first round. Let's not forget that. Ali ran, I forget what it was at 10.75, but I think it was a half, I believe. So half in the first round, and then now she's coming through, and she's got to run the pass she ran in the first round. She has not managed it in the next 2 rounds, but she's got a little headwind. She's got a little bit of adrenaline. She's wanting to be the competitor, and she's gonna do it. I think she's got a really good chance.
All right, so check out bplayfuel.com to vote for the various matches that are coming up online, especially where it refers to our head-to-head matchups. And also check out Cool Clothing for a wet lifestyle. It is splashthreads.com, splashthreads.com. All right, Ali Garcia.
It didn't come to her as a surprise, the fact that 38 needs to be run.
It's must run. Advance. She knew that as soon as she went through the previous round.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Boy, 1's good, I think. She needs that good offside turn that she has, and that's a decent one. She's a little on the tail. She's going to need a big 3 and a big 4. I think she's going to struggle, but she's pulling long, and she's gone 3.5. So that's not it. Probably not the biggest surprise that Jamie's gone through. A shame for Ali, her best score coming in the first round of the tournament.
It's going to be an important score for the podium. I mean,
3.5. She could, obviously we don't know at this stage, we'll know in 10 or so minutes when the next 2 skiers have gone, but it could well be that that's enough to put her on the podium. The losing skier, we've got Ali Nicholson versus Bear Yanni, who Matteo knows quite well, coming up, and the winner, the losing score, if it's less than this 3.5, it will put Ali on the podium.
All right, so plenty of skiing to come, and for our part on this this first matchup in the semi-final, it is Jamie Ball, your winner. She'll be our first of our finalists to determine her opponent. Our next matchup will consist of Ali Nicholson versus Beatrice Yanni.
And Jamie just conserving energy, and that's pretty smart. Like, you don't need to go and do a big score in the semi-final round when you've already won. She's made the final. She's done 4 sets in 2 days. That's enough for anyone. She's going to have a fifth if she wants to win. So we're looking at who's going to join her. Ali, second seed. Bea came in as which seed? Which seed was she? She was sixth, I think.
Sixth, yeah.
Sixth. So it's now the second versus the sixth seed. Who will join Jamie in the final. The narratives, I guess, there's Ali, who's been really good. She's been pretty consistently running that 38 the last few rounds across the last 2 tournaments, last 2 weekends. But she's on a different ski, but she made that ski work for her in the previous round. She ran 11, and she ran it actually quite easily. Bea hasn't run 38 this tournament.
No.
She did it last weekend.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to come down to deep 38, maybe sort of territory. Could be through it.
Ali's going to ski first or not.
All right, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
Nope.
All right, welcome back here, dockside. We're with Jamie, who just advanced to the final. How was your 11 to this second round?
It was all right. Good start. 2, I fell back a little bit and then kind of cruised through the rest. So hopefully can keep that moving into finals.
All right, we saw you coming back on the boat. I guess you didn't want to waste too much energy for the final. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. It's really hot out here. Hands are kind of getting a little soggy. Body's getting a little soggy. So trying to stay cool and reserve some energy for finals.
All right, perfect. Go and catch up your energy, catch your breath. We'll see you at finals. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. The next pairing, Beatrice Yanni versus Ali Nicholson. And it is Bea on the water first with 30 meters.
I said Ali first. No, Beatrice is going to ski first because probably Ali, like before, she decided to choose one boat over the other because of the wake, because she felt funny with one of the two.
She certainly made I'd say a bold choice twice in a row. Of course, it worked out for her in the first pairing in the quarterfinal, but in the semi-final, she's doing the same thing. She must beat Bea. She cannot tie with her. If she ties, she will go out. So a bold move. It's not something we often see, but she obviously has some sort of a preference there that she'd rather go with the other boat. So good for her. It's a bold choice. Let's see if it comes off.
So a lot of moving parts here, and Ali Nicholson is the next of them, about to take to the water and approach the slalom course on the same line length as Bea on the 30-meter line. Continuing to roll here with the semi-finals. This is the second semi-final pairing. This will determine who gets to face Jamie Ball for the championship. And riding on that ski, which she is not entirely familiar with, having to go up on a backup ski by virtue of the fact that yesterday she actually snapped her original ski in half and needing to ride on an emergency replacement. Here we go. This is Ali Nicholson. This is 13 meters. Continuing to keep on track here. Nicely done. Round 5 and number 6. And there you go. There we go. That is Ali Nicholson. And let's go back to the announcing booth and join Freddie and Ali.
Ali, you ran a 3.5. You didn't quite make it through to the final, but you're, well, we're going to see it here, actually. Do you want to take us through it?
I was really just trying to get a good start. We all know I kind of go back on my 135. I felt pretty solid out of 1. 2, I just got a bit separated and squatted, and I felt my right shoulder drop into 3 and kind of knew I was in trouble. Was trying to fight 4 here, thought I could maybe pull out a good 4, but just ended up on my back foot a bit too much and my weight shifted too far, so not ideal.
Well, good job. I mean, you're in good shape. I mean, your odds, maybe evens in terms of the odds for getting a second podium in a row. You hadn't ever had a podium until last week. It was a huge moment when you ran when you got that second. So we'll see what happens here. Obviously, we're going to be looking to see what the losing score of this bracket is. But you're at your minimum fourth. You've got a lot of points. You've got some cash. You can put that in your pocket. A very good European trip so far, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm really happy I made the trip. The two girls on the water are really tough skiers, so I think it'll be interesting to see what it takes to get through.
It'll be very interesting. Well, congratulations. Minimum top four, potentially that third spot. I'm quietly hoping we'll see you on the podium. We'll catch you later on. Cheers, Ali.
Great skiing. And in amongst all of that, we've got Patricio Busata, 6 buoys on 12 meters, keeping the pressure on.
So we didn't see properly the pass, and now we see the replay. That was a good one.
Come on, be an analytical brother. Let's get into it.
I really can't.
Well, because she'll be watching it back and telling you off. You'll be getting a phone call saying, "Come on, Matteo."
What did you say?
Yeah, what are you saying this for? And probably in a very Italian sort of emotional.
Like using her hands a lot.
That's right. Even when on the phone.
Come on, be one.
You can see the hands through the phone.
Be one of the Tifosi, you know.
So.
Well,
Ali,
12 meters. Narrow gate, I thought. Maybe not.
That was a good one.
Very good start. She's getting more and more into touch with this ski, and like I said, I mean, it could be that. Who's to say that this ski isn't better for her? It could be that she got off of it onto something different, and she's just started skiing better coincidentally, and that's why she was sort of riding that ski as her primary. But the secondary ski could really be the one. It could be that she'll end up skiing better on it.
The 38 before was good. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was really good. This 35 was easy.
Very, very easy. Very, very good. So the pass coming up is going to be the big one. To guarantee a place on the podium, it needs to be a full 4, I believe, because Ali was a higher seeded skier than Bea. So either of them have to get a full 4 to guarantee a place on the podium, but they really want to run it to try and get through to that final.
Do you ever think about this? No, right?
What do you mean?
You are in this position, you are skiing. Do you ever think of the second best score of the other bracket?
No, not really. I mean, it depends how scared I am of the guy that's ahead of me. I mean, if the guy's gone out in front of me in run 41, I'm like, well, okay, let's obviously try and run this thing, but let's see it. So Bea has not run this pass this weekend as yet.
No.
But she has run it. She's capable of running it. She's run it a handful of times this year in tour events. Swiss Pro last week in Madrid. Let's see. It's pretty. It's out the back at 1. Yeah. It's getting a big. That's a big 2.
Great start.
Still in it at 3, and I think she's going to get a full 4 and over to 5. Come on, Bea. It's a full 4. It's a full 4. So that, I'm going to say that puts Ali into 4th place.
Yeah. So that's a guaranteed 3rd spot.
Guaranteed 3rd spot. Ali has to get a piece of 5. And this is the thing. I mean, we saw earlier, I think Gina put 4 in front of Ali, and she managed to do it. Ali's got to come into that buoy 4. She's a lefty. She's going to have to turn it and get over to 5. It's not so easy on a ski that you're not so familiar with, but she was able to do it before. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be an interesting one.
Well, she showed us before she can do it and do it easily.
I'm watching Bea there. I think she kind of maybe, she's coming into her onside turn.
Probably she thought about the
thought about
score.
it. Well, I don't think so. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't accuse her of that, but I think that she came into her onside turn and
she went unusually easy on that number 4.
Yeah, it looked like she was kind of in it.
Number 3, she was in it.
Yeah.
Like number 1 wasn't good.
2 was amazing.
Yeah, 2 was amazing. Number 3, she was on it.
All right, here we go. This now is Ali Nicholson. Approaching the course, 11.25 meters, needing to better the score of 4 by Patricio Busata. Coming in. Intense moments now.
Needs 4 1/4.
Absolutely. Needs to make a play on 5. Round number 2. Good to go off number 2.
That was good.
For 3.
Long pull.
Keeping the flow going.
Oh, she's going to get it. She has to throw it. That's enough. Wow, what a turn.
And she makes 6, which means she advances through to the finals against Jamie Ball.
How did she do it with that 4?
Unbelievable, actually. I mean, and she slid it, just squeaked outside of 5, and then was about, I feel like, 10 meters past it, and said, okay, I'll turn it, and went to 6.
It was still a good 5.
Yeah, it was great. She was all the way in it. I mean, she definitely thought about it at 4. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. But yeah, I mean, she's got to be really happy. She's actually skiing, arguably better than last weekend. I mean, she ran 3.5 in the head-to-head last weekend. And M went out because Ali Garcia went out and beat her. But here she is. She's in the final. She's run 2:38s in a row. Even this one, look how late she is, and she just goes for it and gets that ski through. I think she's skiing really well. I think this ski almost suits her better. So that's pretty exciting. That's exciting with the weeks we have ahead. She's only going to get better and more used to that ski. So even if it's, she's not fully dialed in yet, she will get there.
Okay, and is that enough to earn your vote for Skier of the Day?
Yeah.
Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to enter your vote. Taking all of that narrative and all of that story into account, is that enough to earn your vote? waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Also, check our match game as well. All right, she's going to come back in for 10.75 meters.
Had a half earlier. It's a 1.
So good.
Oh, that's 1.
Oh, blew the tail.
And it's going to be 1.5. 1 1/2 there for Ali Nicholson.
And like Jamie, she wanted to try again the ski at 39.
Yeah, she did. She did. She stood, and every boy she turns on this ski, she's learning because she'll be, more familiar with it thereafter.
And you know what? Because she carries the top winning score going into the final round, she now has the choice because.
No, that's not. No, the seeding comes from yesterday.
From the
you carry it all the way through.
Okay, all right then. So Jamie has the top seeding. She has the choice, and
which I'm not to put any ideas in anyone's heads, but I mean, you think that as Jamie has quite clearly chosen the one bow, I would put her away from that bow. Sorry, Ali has chosen against.
Okay.
All right.
Right, here's our final pairing there. Jamie Ball versus Ali Nicholson. So commiserations to our defeated semi-finalist. Ali Garcia ends up in 4th. We're on the strength of her score of 3.5. And significantly, by half a buoy more, Patrizia Yanni is in 3rd. So Patrizia Yanni is on the podium for Italia.
Is it her first pro podium?
Yeah.
Congrats to her. That's huge.
She did.
And a few years ago, she wasn't skiing so much, right? Had a big injury, and now she's coming back. She's back. She's on the podium for the first time. So we saw Ali Garcia, last weekend with her first podium, and Bear this weekend.
It's really, really good.
It's really excellent.
Okay, let's check in with Lorenzo Land.
No, yeah, she had an injury 4 years ago, and up until that injury, she wasn't training as hard as she is in these past 2 years. Right back from the injury, she started training every day at the gym, at the lake. Her scores improved immensely. She started running 38 very often, and in mid 1075, something that up until 3 years ago she wasn't able to.
And she spent a bit of time in England, if I'm correct. She went over there for a little while, and she was doing some rehab on her shoulder, and spent a little bit of time there. And I believe skied in the middle of winter in England once or twice at least.
She stayed 6 months there.
Yeah.
Before you close your borders. No.
Keeping politics out of TWBC.
I know.
Hey, I'm here. There's no borders closed. I got out very quickly. Anyway, we're going to go to the dock so we can stop an international incident.
All right, we're here with Beatrice, who unfortunately didn't pass the round, but I'm guessing she's pretty stoked because isn't this your first pro podium?
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. I mean, I was feeling good, but I mean, it's still the podium, so I'm happy.
Well, from the dock, it looked like you could have run that 11. What happened?
I don't know. I just messed up. I felt pretty great, actually. I don't know. It happens.
Oh, well, we all know that it happens. Well, congratulations, Bea, on your first podium, and I hope to see you again soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, always back to me, hey?
Yeah, we are nobodies in your presence, Tony. You're the master here.
Oh, I doubt that very much. All right, then, continuing right along, we've got the pro men semi-finals coming up next. We'll return right after this. This is the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, supported by Santos Dassault.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then, continuing right along into the men's competition, and sitting next to me right now, taking the place of Freddie Winter, the much nicer looking figure of Ali Nicholson. How are you doing?
Thank you, Tony. Doing great. Very happy.
Tell us this roller coaster of feelings, like breaking the ski in the first round, then.
Oh man, yeah. After yesterday, we had a lot of feelings, and I was really bummed because yesterday I was feeling great, and it was just that very unfortunate turn of events. Honestly, I'm very lucky that that I had a backup, but also I don't know that my boots would have released had it not, So.
Oh, this is your 30.
39.
You're 39, yeah. Okay. Take us through this.
Yeah,
39.
I was actually pretty happy. I think I pushed a little bit there and I blew the tail again. I just think I got a little overexcited. So the ski's starting to feel a little bit more normal every set that I take. So that's really reassuring. That set, definitely has felt the best out of all of them.
The very first round you skied on it, like yesterday, it looked like you were walking on eggs.
Yeah. So it was just kind of like, what are we gonna do? I mean, I went out at 14 that I don't normally do, and just to get that extra pass under my belt, just kind of fill out the ski. So every set, I think I'm getting more passes, more comfortable. That set, felt about as normal as it could.
It seems like it's working very well right now.
Yeah. So I'm happy. I'm really happy that I had it. I'm very fortunate that I was able to change and adapt, and that I'm here in the top 2. So I'm really happy.
All right, then let's have a look at the bracket for the men. Nate Smith versus Thomas de Gasperi. What's your take on that?
I mean, as you've got 2 of the best right there. I mean, all of the people in the final here, it's going to be a great show. I mean, any one of them, it's just going to come down to...
With men, it's especially with men.
Especially with the men,
It's about getting to number 3.
Yeah.
Putting the 3 there, and then your competitor is going to have a hard time getting to number 4. So if Nate gets a 3, okay.
Okay, so just one more thing, Sasha Deska and Will Lasher, what do you reckon on that?
I mean, Will's been skiing great, so it depends on who goes out and who puts up the big score first. They're going to make the other one chase, so it'll be very interesting to see. But we've been seeing Will get deep down 41, and he's looking really good right now.
Ali, you're up against Jamie Ball in the final. We wish you the very best of luck. Get after it, girl.
Thank you so much, Tony. Thanks,
All right.
Teo.
All right, so Thomas de Gasperi. Indeed. All right, so here we go. We've got on the water at this time Thomas de Gasperi going up against Nate Smith. This is going to be a pairing for the ages, I would believe.
Yeah.
Good versus D3.
I'd be lying if I say that I see anything on the screen.
We're not looking bad at all. Yeah, I know it gets to this point and the sun is like projecting straight on it, so there isn't much movement. So Thomas de Gasperi, a current San Gervasio Slalom champion from 2021. He's definitely going to have to go some to defeat the current world champion and world record holder, and certainly one of the top 3 in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. It is none other than Nate Smith. So back here with Freddie Winter.
So Nate decided to go second. Basically.
Yeah, he obviously has a preference with the boat. That's crazy. That's a big call, because you can kind of, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that Thomas is gonna go, get his 3 at 41, maybe more. But I mean, probably the safest bet if you had to bet on a score would be 3 at 41. So it means that Nate's gonna have to get past that, and we know he can do it. But I guess with that one boat that he skied with in the earlier round today, and then the first round yesterday, he only ran 3, so he's choosing to go with the one that he ran 41 with in the second round.
Oh, it's evident he has a preference.
Evidently has a preference, and that's the interesting thing here. You do have some sort of input, like if you don't like a certain boat, at the same time, he's doing it sort of slightly, putting himself ever so slightly on the back foot with having to beat Thomas.
So both of them running the opening pass of 12 meters right off the dock. Matteo Ianni on your left and to my right, and on my right and to your on my left and to your right on the screen is Freddie Winter.
Caught me yawning. Switched to the view of us as I was yawning. Very unfortunate. Long day here. Very hot. Apologies, everyone. But not yawning for a lack of excitement. I mean, it is an extremely tight last 4 in the men. I mean, Thomas. I think putting Thomas first has probably added to his favour a little bit. I mean, at the same time, probably this is the boat that Thomas ran 4.5 behind in the first round yesterday. So at 39, 10.75. So kind of an interesting little deal in there.
Tigas is a very adaptable skier. He adapts very well to conditions, both drivers. He doesn't really care most of the time.
Which is why He's won Moomba 3 times or whatever. He's won the Masters. He's skied very, very well at tournaments that are not set up for top level skiing.
So a 6-buoy count on 11.25 meters, and Thomas just plain flat out getting business done out there.
I think it's the heat. It's the heat. It's basically. You guys see something? No, nothing. It's like everything. So let's get a temp on that.
All right, so Thomas de Gasperi in beautifully impeccable form on the second pass, also on the opening pass, I do have to say. Continuing to roll right along after Thomas de Gasperi opened up with 2 successful passes of 12 and 11.25. Here comes Nate Smith to follow on with 11.25 meters for his second run. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong, although when it comes to recovering from a bit of a bad situation, he is one of the best at doing so. Okay, whilst Nate Smith drops down into the drop zone. We're having a look at his pass once again, and a reminder to check in with bplayfield.com to vote now for your matches. bplayfield.com. Check them out, why don't you? And Nate Smith doing a stellar job out there with that effort on the second pass at 11.25 meters. We'll be rejoined shortly by Matteo Ianni and Freddie Winter in just a moment. They're behind the scenes right now, taking care of 1 or 2 issues. 10.75 meters for Thomas de Gasperi. So a 6-buoy count for Thomas de Gasperi, and looking in fine shape there, and basically skiing stride for stride with the current world champion and world record holder Nate Smith. I mean, I'm not too sure how many world championships that they've won between them. I know that Thomas de Gasperi won his first world slalom championship in 2007. He replicated that feat in 2011, and
Nate took over from him in 13.
Yeah, in 2013 and in 2015, right?
15 and then 2021. So between them there's 5.
So a lot of experience to draw upon between these two competitors. And neither one of them prepared to give the other an inch.
And I mean, of course, in the other bracket, we got Will Asher, 2005, 2009. Is that right?
Yes.
So we've got a lot of world championships between the three of the 4 skiers remaining.
Like all the 4 skiers in this semi-final ran 41, apart from Tigges, who ran 5.5. But Sasha, Nate, and Will, obviously.
Good 2. over the 3. This is pretty easy. I wouldn't say there's any issue. Well, pretty deep there. Unusually deep, I guess. Drop of the shoulder out of 4, but I mean, no dramas. And then 6 boys.
Can't really fault him on that one at all. Both competitors running through 10.75 meters. Doesn't get much better than this, guys, does it?
The amount of speed he's able to generate out of those very short pools is incredible.
All right, and as we watch Nate Smith run through this pass, a quick reminder of our webcast sponsors for this event: Field, Awaken Ski Cable Park, located just outside Munich, with a restaurant, mini golf, and 4 cables. It is the place to be in Bavaria. The Wild Waken Ski, wildwakeski.de, the place to go online to find out more. And also Imke, our pharmacist here, has 4 pharmacies in southern Germany, and personally I can attest to her greatness out there. So Imke, our pharmacist here from Germany, we thank her very much for her support. All right then, so
Teague is coming back at 41 off. Let's see if we'll go further than number 3. He can't even get number 3. So 2 buoys at 41 off. He left the door wide open for Nate.
But not just that, but 2's not so good in terms of his quest for a podium.
Yeah.
So the other guy who's going to lose in the other bracket is probably going to be able to get over to 3 based on current form, based on previous form. So I mean, he's going to be pretty upset.
3 makes
that's unusual. Thomas doesn't usually do that. Like he really dropped his shoulder over there at 2. He wasn't able to to keep his body his shoulders level to the water.
He almost has it down to muscle memory. That 3 and 3 and 3. He's able to do it at every tournament, in every place, on every lake, behind every driver. That's very unusual of him. But that 1 buoy less makes a world of a difference. Because 3 would have meant that Nate had to
turn 3.
Had to turn 3 and get to number 4, which is, hard. Nate is obviously able to run it, but still hard to get to number 4. But 2 means Nate just needs a piece of 3.
And Nate hasn't got anything less than 3 so far. So I think we're gonna see.
He probably did in a qualifier at Drew. I was at Drew's a couple months ago.
But I meant here.
Here, yeah, of course not. Yeah, but in general, even in general, it's hard for him.
Currently 3rd in the Pro Tour standings. His best score so far this season is half a buoy at 9.75 meters. He's round buoy number 1. He's good for 2. He can't afford just a tie. He's got to get a piece of 3, which he does. He skis for the wake, and he is the first of our finalists. It is a 3 buoy count, and Nate Smith will be the first of our finalists. He defeats Thomas de Gasperi in this pairing.
He calibrated his energies just the right amount to get a slight piece of 3. He was very narrow there.
1 was good.
Yeah.
1 was very good. And then pulled a little long into 2. But again, it's kind of the same. Like, you just grabbed that handle early and did absolutely just enough. You're right. He went for efficiency. And it's all he needed to do. I mean, once he kind of got that average 2, he's like, okay, let's not set my sights on buoy 6. Let's just get buoy 3. And that's fine. And he's guaranteed 2nd. He's guaranteed good money. That's where you really start getting up there. And Thomas is out. Thomas's quest to be the oldest pro event winner again, after breaking his record twice in the last year. It's failed for this weekend at least, and he's not going to be back-to-back San Gervasio champion. He's going to get 4th or 3rd, depending on the losing score of the next round. And let's see who comes through with Will versus Sasha.
Looking at the next bracket, 2 is probably not enough for a 3rd place. It could be enough.
I don't think so either.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Who's going first?
Well, we'll find out in just a moment or so here at the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault. Glad to have you present here. Also along with our event sponsors such as Radar for the Junior Challenge, HO Syndicate providing us with the official ropes, Santos Dassault, our title sponsor. And let's go to the jock to join Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Nate, our first finalist of the day. So Nate, are you excited to be in the final again?
I am. You know, it's always a tough battle getting into the final, but you know, one round at a time, and just getting ready to watch these two guys go out and see who I get to go up against.
All right, perfect. So we'll let you catch your breath, let you get situated for the final, and back to you, Tony.
All right, Will Asher is out in the water first, opening past 12 meters.
Will choosing to go first, so Sasha has to beat him, and I mean, it seems like the right call, honestly. These guys, I mean, Will's run 5 and 3, Sasha's run 3, 2 and 2. So if Will can kind of get around about his baseline score of 3 so far, then he's going to be in good shape, because Sasha then has to get to 4. Having said that, we did sort of suspect that Thomas would get. We predicted Thomas would get to buoy 3. He didn't, which was disappointing for him, and you know, slightly confusing at our end, given that he seems to, like you said, have it in muscle memory, Matteo. We'll see what happens. Sasha will follow, and 12 meters. It won't be hard, but again, they're figuring out their strategies. They're figuring out how the water feels. They've skied a lot. This is set number 4 of 2 days, and that is not easy by any means. I mean, there's a lot of toll on the body. This is extreme pressure every time they go out. You know, they're not taking easy sets, back-to-back 13s, back-to-back 12s. They're going straight down the line to 41, and they're going to be tired more and more. This sun, as we can attest to, hope we're keeping the energy up for you guys, but it's sapping. It's sapping. I imagine as an athlete, it's sapping as a commentator, and anything you're doing out here, if you're observing, it's
if you're
taking energy away.
If you're the hands of a pro right now, you're screaming.
Yes, that's true. That's true. The hands would be destroyed.
All right, here we go. Sasha Deska. This is 12 meters. A little bit of a bounce going into his gate shot, though.
And this is a guy that changed his ski midweek. Interestingly, went from that grey DVR and then went to the
DVR.
What's it called?
DV8.
GTR. Sorry, confusing. All these letters. GTR to the GT.
Okay, so what's the difference between the two?
The GT was like, it was a 2017 or 18 ski, and it has like very thin sidewall for the back sort of 35, 40 centimeters of the ski, and it's, if you take a cross section, it kind of, it as you come up to that sidewall, it goes flat in, then 45 up, and then you have the sort of the spine there. Whereas that's the ski he's on now. The ski he was on last week has a sort of a diamond shape. Like it comes, you come up to the top of that sidewall, it comes up at an angle before you get to that middle spine. So it's an interesting thing. You don't often see it. It means that the tail of the ski rides very low in the water, which goes to Matteo's point we saw with Lucas earlier with the Conley, that they ride low in the water and you kind of use the tail more. It's a very unique, it's not something you see on the other skis, but if that's the thing about Conley is they tend to experiment a lot.
Which is cool. I mean, it's something that we need in our sport.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the same ski 1,000 times and try and resell it, but I mean, these guys really do. I mean, like the DV8, they chop off the back inch of it, and then you can change them out.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
All right, here we go. This is Will Asher against Sasha Deska. Also looking for points on the Waterski Pro Tour, waterskiprotour.com to find out more. Look at this. This is Will.
Big 4.
Big old slam there on 4, but managing to get round number 5 and number 6. And then this competition, which is also supported by Veronini, Barker, Jolly Ski, Punto, and OMB. That was Will Asher, a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters, and maintaining the pairing, at least from his standpoint.
So the fun part of this tournament is there are so many generations in the top 8 that between Tigas and Florian, it's not just one generation apart. It's like 2-3 generations of skiers apart.
Well, you'd have to double Florian's age and plus 5 to get to Thomas.
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing when you're talking about people competing against each other.
It's nuts. You know, Will and Tiga ski together their whole life, so the same generation. Then you have Sasha. It's a different generation of skiing. It's your generation of skiers. Then Brando is probably there in the middle.
And Dane.
And Dane as well. And then Florian. It's so exciting.
Well, that's professional sport. It's what you see when you're, in the team sports. You don't really, define a team by its age. But I mean, you have individual sports, and it happens. You see, the young guns going up directly against the old guys and trying to take them on. Sasha coming in at 11, and again, probably not going to be so hard. But the thing is, at this stage, there's been so much skiing, and often we've seen in recent times there's been sort of weird stuff happens in a final. Like last weekend in Madrid, Will, Asher, they tied 3 at 41. Thomas and Will, and then suddenly they do a runoff, and Will goes down 39. I mean, you would have bet your house that wasn't going to happen. And then Thomas has to get 4, and he nearly missed it. I mean, he got it, but it was not easy. It was not a cakewalk. Strange things happen in head-to-heads as people get more and more tired. The fatigue is building, your body is moving more and more away from you, and it's tricky to keep your standards up as your body's falling apart more and more.
I'm destroyed, and I just talked for a bit yesterday and today.
We just did a little bit of mouth movement. These guys were whole body workouts 4 or 5 times. They're going for their 5th. They want to have their 5th time out in the water. It's going to be tricky.
The water cools you down, so that's probably why.
That's probably it, yeah.
All right, here we are. Will Asher coming into the course, 10.75 meters.
It's a must run.
Absolutely.
Absolutely a must run. He's got to do it. I mean, that'll be confirmed later on when Sasha goes, but I mean, I'm going to say that Will has to run this. He's dropped the shoulder at 1. That's a little bit weird. A little bit sunny. Down that 135 side. It won't be anything to the scale of yesterday, but I mean, he's through it, and I mean, it's a pretty easy pass, quite frankly. Just a bit of a strange one there, but we do see Will do that. We'll see him kind of drop the shoulder, put the handle in the water a little bit, bring his hips around a little bit late, but
he moves around on the ski more than other skiers.
Yeah,
but still recovers every time. Do you think the sun is bothering them? I don't think it's later. I mean, later it will actually bother them going to 135s, but right now it's kind of in the middle, right straight through the corridor, so it doesn't bother the skiers.
It shouldn't bother them too much, but it doesn't hurt. You get that little glint of at the wrong time, and you can kind of get put off just a touch. But yeah, I mean, I think these guys are fine, and the crucial thing is that they're coming back in at 10.25 from that end. I think this will be decided at 10.25. I mean, it could be decided at 9.75, but I think odds on 10.25 the next pass. We'll see what Sasha can do here.
And going forward, a podium spot for either of our combatants here will be guaranteed if they score more than 2 at 10.25 meters.
I think actually if they get 2, because they're higher seed than Thomas, so it'll push him down.
Yeah.
So if they get a full 2. So anyway, but to get there, Sasha has to run this. And it's a good boy 1. He looks on, actually. I mean, he's making it work, and he missed this pass in the semi-final last weekend, which put him off the podium in 4th place, but this looks very easy. And I mean, that's there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Look at that lean going to 2 and 4 and 5, to 2 and 4 and 6, yes.
What's Will going to do? Again, going back to last week, looking, it's all relevant because of the form, and Will previously he in the semi-final he got a 2, and he might have thought that he was out of the final from that, but he was given a reprieve because Brando, who he was skiing against, did not manage to get the 2 1/4 that he needed. So Will went through, but I mean, if Will gets a 2, he's guaranteed 3rd, but he doesn't want 3rd. He wants at least 2nd. He wants to get through this bracket, to get through to the final, and then take on Nate. And I mean, I think the interesting thing with Nate is, he's the only guy that's run 10.25, but apart from that, there's only been 2 guys that have turned boy 3 so far, and that's Will and Nate. And yeah, we'll see what happens here with the silhouette of Will Asher coming in. Does he stand up at 3 and put the pressure on Sasha to get 4?
That's a very conservative strategy that they might opt for. Let's see, number 1, a bit of a...
It's good too.
Very good too. Oh, he didn't stop there.
I think he's outside of it. That's definitely 3.5. That's 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah. So that's a good. I mean, it's really good skiing actually, and I think that Sash he's gonna have to get his best score of probably the year, I would imagine, but certainly the last few tournaments. Well, that's great skiing from Will actually, and again, you know, we're talking about skiers that have turned 3. That's where you're going to put the pressure. I mean, if Will gets through this bracket, he's turned 3 on 2/3 of half of his runs.
That was ballsy of him. I mean, look at 3.
Yeah.
Usually, if you're there, if you don't feel perfectly, you can stand up, and it's kind of the same thing, 3 and 3.5, because the other skier still has to get to number 4 to beat you. So
yeah, but I mean, I don't know, because I mean, Sasha, he can't just get that really easy 3 and pull and get slam it outside of boy 4. He's got to get a full 4, and so that means you have to come into 3 and turn it to have the power, the composure, and the ability to come around 4 and stop.
I want to ask you a bit of trivia that you probably know. How many people ran 41 here? You ran 41 here.
Yeah, I've done it here. Nate's done it here.
Will probably has done it.
No, I don't think so. I could be wrong. Will's ran 5 a bunch of times here.
Okay.
All right, then it comes.
Sasha's run 5 a few times here.
So if
twice.
there are other 2 guys that can run 41 here, are Will and Sasha.
Well,
so it's going to be interesting.
Well, Will's at the dock, waiting to find out what his fate is going to be. Sasha Desco coming into this second part of this pairing in a semi-final, which is represented by 4 different ski brands.
Well, let's see it. He needs a full 4. There's no 3 3/4. He's got to get a full 4, and that would be his best score in a little while. He skied well this set, actually, so let's see what he does. He's over to 1, and it's decent 1, and he's over to 2, and it's a really good 2, and I think he might do this. And
wow.
Oh, my God. And does he get the exit? He does. That's it, and Will Asher is out, and Sash is in the final, and that's huge.
Out with 3.5 at 4.
That's huge, yeah. That's amazing.
Which means that Will Asher is in 3rd and Tigas is in 4th.
Yes.
Wow. Well, he definitely earned that. I'm going to say that Will's going to be thinking, how on earth did that happen? Because, I mean...
He was in it. I mean, he could run it. I mean, he obviously didn't change edge the way you would on number 4 if you didn't know that 4 was enough. Because number 1 and 2 were great.
Well, he's you know, it's funny. I mean, he got 2 at 41 in the first of these in this quarterfinal, and you know, we thought he might have a chance of going out, but I mean, he was in good shape here. And there it is. That's 4 at 41. That's a very good score.
Okay, so great skiing, and it's going to be 4, and let's go over to Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock here with Sasha, who just got through this round and is into the final. So, Sasha, how was it out there?
I don't know. It's the first time of the year I can turn a 3-ball, so it was the right time to do it. Yeah, that's it. I'm happy. I did my best. Better than the first round.
Definitely better than the first round. Congratulations for getting into the final, and we'll see you next round. See you soon, and back to you, Tony.
Okay, with a season's best score, that was Sasha Desco. And is that enough to earn your vote for Skier of the Day? Vote now. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And also, from the TWBC point of view, it means that the sponsors of the Skier of the Audience Prize of the Day are represented. D3 and Conley.
You're a company man, Tony.
I try to be.
Yeah, well, that's maybe an upset. I mean, Will probably would have been fancied with 3.5. I mean, like we were talking about, there's been 2 skiers that have turned 3 today. Will's done it twice. Nate's done it once, and now Sasha in the most recent round here, he did it. So that's an upset, I'd say. Will would have probably thought he was sitting pretty. We've been talking all day about that crucial 3 at 41 and putting the pressure to turn to get around 3 and over to 4, and that was
Sasha didn't bend under pressure. He performed. I mean, that was a very good start. Given that pass, I'd say he might have a shot. At running 41 off here.
All right, so we'll be back with more action. We've got the final two pairings. The final of the women's, the final of the men, and all that action to come right after this in the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault. We'll be back right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, returning to our last stanza of action. Yes, the women's and the men's final here at the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault. And, well, it's come down to this. 2 HO skiers in the women's competition, and then a Divry versus Conley battle in the men's.
It certainly has, yeah. And I mean, beyond that, like I think what's cool is that we've had in the women, it's the top 2 seeds, and Jamie's sort of just been business. She's been just knocking down those 38s, looking really, really good and not having any issues. And then Ali's probably had more of a bit of an emotional roller coaster. She's come through having busted her ski up. She's gone through 2 rounds running on a ski that she hasn't been skiing on, and I can't overstate how hard that is, and I'm so impressed with her to have kind of gone out there and started running her 38s on that new ski. Here she is. She's about to be in the final with Jamie Bull, and Jamie, let's say probably the favorite. She's got 5-10 somewhere in there career wins, and Ali has had some podiums. I mean, I think she got on the podium at Swiss earlier this year. Let's see. Maybe she came second at Moomba in 2020. She's still searching for her. Actually, at that 2020, she ran off for the win, so she's still searching for her first pro win. HO marketing team sitting there very happy. They're like, well, whatever happens, we got a winner. They're also probably paying out some performance incentives, so. Good for them, but that's what you want to see. You want to see your guys on the top, and they've obviously been supplying good equipment for their guys to get to the top. Jamie will be, like I say, going in as a slight favourite. She's the only one that's run 39 so far. She's one of only a few that have run 39 so far this year. I think Regina and Whitney McClintock have done it earlier as well. But yeah, we're set up for a great final. I'm very excited, and I think we're just going to see that on the other side of a commercial break.
All right, then we'll return after this and the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
So some breaking news coming through. We've got a apparently fairly serious technical issue with one of the boats. So we're going to see only one boat used for these two finals, which is going to be quite interesting. What does it mean? It means that we're going to see one boat go with one driver and go and take that skier for their whole set, kind of a normal style set. Right after that, the other skier will go with the other driver and do their whole set. So it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, you're keeping the top seed will still go first, or choose to go first, or choose the boat driver. The other one choosing the other option. It's going to be interesting because although in the final the second doesn't have to be first, but it adds something into the mix that we're not really used to seeing. We have done these before in the past when a boat was not available. We did them at Waterski in I think 2019 and Lacanau in 2019 as well, I believe. So it's not unprecedented, but it's strange to happen halfway through the final. So I mean, what do you think, Tony? You think the skiers are going to kind of adapt to this, or do you think it's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works for them?
I don't think so, because I mean they've skied this format all the way up to the head-to-head. So
guys tie. We're not going to go back to the last pass you skied. We're going to do a traditional runoff, right? So if you ski 3 at 10-2, 3 at 10-2, then we go back as a runoff at 10-7, okay? If you tie, we go again, regular runoff.
So when you said choice, you're talking about you're still swapping drivers and all that?
Correct. So with one boat, we're still going to have two drivers. Okay. So top seed chooses first or second, lower seed chooses whatever. Sorry, top seed chooses whatever, lower seed whatever, top seed doesn't choose.
Yeah, same thing.
Same thing. You're just using one boat.
Okay.
The difference is if you tie, instead of going back at the last pass you skied, we're going back at the last pass you ran.
Okay.
Understood?
So normal runoff rules.
Ah, okay. So regular runoff rules. Okay. Okay. 3 at 10-2, 3 at 10-2, you go back at 10-7.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah,
sorry.
No, it's okay.
Just happened. Apologies. Okay? Make sense? All right. Let's start with the ladies. Make your choice, and we'll go.
Jamie's going first, so she runs her whole set, then I run my whole set.
Correct.
Okay.
With the drivers that you guys chose.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. So then Mario needs to get out.
I chose Mario. Okay. Mario, I should. Okay.
Okay, so that's what's going on. One boat. Jamie Ball going up first with the initial driver.
That'll be Nathan.
Yeah, that'll be Nathan, and Ali Nicholson will go after her with Mario, right?
Yeah, and I wonder. I mean, Ali's been. It sort of takes away a little bit of an interesting sort of angle that we were looking at with Ali quite obviously favouring one of the boats. I wonder if that boat is the one that's broken down, or the other one is the one that's broken down, forcing Ali to ski with that boat.
Does that also mean that the 55-second timer on each end is reinstituted?
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not going to have the time that you would expect in a head-to-head, but I mean, they're kind of used to skiing like this. Honestly, after so long just sitting in the water, with your muscles like losing their blood flow is not the way to go. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting wrinkle. I mean, I don't think it's going to be that crazy. I feel bad for tournament organisers. I feel bad. Matteo there, obviously apologising, but doing a good job of explaining the new situation. I think the one thing we've got to look at, just from a competitive standpoint, is previously it didn't really matter in a head-to-head if you were going first or second, because it basically, you when you got to your ultimate pass, if you tied, you would go again, and there hadn't been much time in between when you skied. Having said that, when you look at this format, if there is a tie, then the previous skier will have the skier that gets the tie, that ties the initial score, will go right back out, fully prepared and warmed up like a normal practice set. The other skier will have waited for a full set, so will be at a disadvantage. Of course, that's minimised by the start at 13 and 12, so you'd imagine there's probably only going to have been 4 passes. So it's an interesting situation. And we're going to see it coming up.
Yeah, so certainly a different dynamic now. So to re-emphasize the point, one of our boats used in the head-to-head has developed a mechanical problem, necessitating the need to use one boat, and so the choice for our skiers is basically the driver, not so much the boat.
Yeah, so we saw just a second ago, we saw Jamie deciding to go first. Of course, the second does not have to beat first. We've been watching that for the last few skiers. Second does not have to beat first. We're going to go to the dock and hear from someone over there.
We're here with Ali. So you are in the final. After all the drama of your ski snapping in the first round, how does it feel now? It's going to be slightly different because we have only one boat. What's your take on this?
Yeah, so I mean, this weekend has definitely been a roller coaster of emotions for me, and now we're just kind of adding to the change again. But it's fine. I mean, I've been skiing behind the boat that we still have all day, so that's good. I'm happy with that. So yeah, a little different head-to-head situation we have here, but it's going to be fun.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right then, thanks a lot to Yanni's Island.
We'll keep coming up with them as soon as they change. Our friend Lorenzo had to return to his land and had to get a plane, so he's running late, so he's run off. So Matteo has gone to replace him, leaving you in the booth with just me and Tony. But we'll do our best to bring you the action in as entertaining a form as possible. From this end, of course, the girls will be doing their very best at their end. It's going to be a big few moments. It's going to be a brand new champion of this tournament. Jamie has never been here before. Ali has been here, but has not managed to win this or in fact any tournament. So it's going to be somewhat of a ceremony for a new queen of the San Gervasio Pro Am, and we're going to see that coming up in just a second.
All right, so Jamie Ball, the current world champion, the current under-21 world champion and record holder, had an absolutely scintillating season last year. is already off to a great start, having graduated in her degree field of biomechanical engineering from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
So 13 meters, and this goes back to being a very traditional set. Jeromy always goes out at 13, as does Ali, and they're both used to this. They, they'll head-to-heads are the less frequent of the types of tournaments that we do. Off the top of my head, in a normal year, you'll have San Gervasio, you'll have Hilltop. I think that's actually changed this year. California Pro Am, and then this year we had one at Botas, of course. Last weekend, there's Norway coming up in 2 weeks. So head-to-heads do happen, but they're less frequent. We're less used to them. We've done less of them in our lives as skiers before we were professional water skiers. So it kind of goes back to traditional finals. It's basically essentially what we're seeing here is a two-person final instead of a head-to-head final. So what changes? It means that Jeromy is going to have to go out and get the best score she possibly can. She's not really going to be thinking, especially given that it's the final and the second does not have to beat first. If there's a tie, they will run off. Jeromy going to go as big as possible. She's probably going to think that, if she can get that 3-4 at 39, 10.75, she'll be in pretty good shape for her second victory in as many weeks. She's already top of the Pro Tour leaderboard. She can consolidate that status for later on in the year. We're taking the best 7 results for the Pro Tour leaderboard. Jeromy coming right back, so sitting back down for barely 50 seconds, 55 seconds, and she's through the gates and into 1 and into 2 at 12. And again, it's just very, very easy. You just don't expect to see a mistake from Jeromy Bull. The only time I've sort of seen it was Malibu Open in 2020, where she blew the tail around 1 at 39, I think, in the first round, and didn't make the final. Maybe didn't even make it out of the first round. It was very sort of confusing because she's usually just a model of consistency. But she's been so consistent through this tournament. She's the only skier to run 38 off every round. But I mean, probably Ali would have run 38 off every round had she had her ski underneath her and without having to change. So take us through this, Tony. What do you think?
I think she looks very, very consistent. I mean, there's very little to tell her from this pass, and against most others that she runs a little bit of a tail slide on number 2, but that's to be expected. She runs right foot forward, and whoa, look at that though. A huge tail slide off number 3, and that's on her offside. So she skis fairly even-handed on each side, and that is the mark of a truly fantastic athlete out there that is prepared to spend the time, spend the effort, spend a lot of other elements to get the technique exactly right to where it puts her in the best position to win.
Yeah, and I've seen Jeromy improve. She got on most people's radars for the first time in 2017 when the World Championships in Paris, which was a very, very hard place to ski. She did well as I think she was probably about 17, and she got on the podium. This is 38 off, and she's running it. She's over to 5, and it's easy. It's almost easy to kind of forget that that's a short line because she's right through it. That's a big pass. I think she's gonna be going for a very strong score here at 10.75. I mean, she looks good for it. I was going to say her offside has always been especially good, freakishly good actually for a righty. 135 always been a big strength. She comes out so strong, so balanced. Onside hasn't been so good, but watch, she's worked on it so well. I think with Marcus, they talk a lot about technique. They talk a lot about what to do to improve every aspect of the ski of your skiing, and she comes through her onside better and better, which I think that's why in the last year we've seen her be so dominant and get so many wins, is because she wasn't kind of getting to a buoy 2 at 39 and sitting on the tail and scraping a 3. She's now getting the 1 that she was always getting a good 2, and then doing what she does best at buoy 3 to take her down the pass.
Just wonderful stuff there from Jeromy Bull, just making sure that whenever she goes cross course, she doesn't sacrifice the position behind the boat for the sake of the turn. Because you only get one shot to get from one side to the other, and it has to be spot on.
Okay, so Jamie Bull is 10.75. I mean, she's going to obviously want to run it. We know she can. We saw her do it this way in the first round. She's got a decent 1. Will she get the 2 she needs? Little on the tail. I think 3 is going to be a big turn. And will she get the 4? No, she did 3. So, you know, she's got a best score of the tournament in the first round, a bit like Ali Garcia earlier, we mentioned it. She'll be disappointed because I think, you know, she got the 1, I'd say, to get through it. And I've seen her get all the way through this pass with a 1 like that many times. She's run this pass a lot the last year of tournament. I've seen her run it a bunch of times. Let's have a look at this again in more close detail. Yeah, that's a good enough 1. I think I just wonder coming in here, did she grab the hand a little bit too early? Like she was maybe just a touch narrow. She moved a little bit late, moved a little bit aggressive, and then here she just sort of pushed a little bit on the ski when she didn't need to. And it's still a good score. It's still, honestly, it could be a winning score. Ali's going out second. She's going to ski, knowing with Mary at the helm, and she's going to be able to know exactly what she needs to get. I think her best score of the year is 4. In fact, I saw her at the Masters qualifier in it would have been in May. She needed a 4 to get in the Masters qualifier spots, and she did it. You know, in the last round, and it was really clutch skiing. So I've seen her do this earlier in the year and she doesn't need a full 4. She just needs a piece of it. She's definitely in the game to do it. She's been improving every round with this new ski. And what a story it would be if she could go out there and take the title on a ski that she had not skied on for a handful of months, at least 6 months before today. So before yesterday afternoon, when she unfortunately had the ski snap due to the handle going around the tip of it.
And I think there's a lesson to be learned from this: is don't be so quick to sell your ski.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it would be whatever happens, she's done well. She's run 38 round after round after round. We did see, and you can see on her face, there's a lot of sun. We saw them sort of squinting into the sun down the lake earlier. And Ali, like I say, business as usual. It's 13 meters. It's Ali Nicholson, and she knows what she's doing. She would have been very disappointed last week with going out in the quarterfinals, especially being the second best skier, the second seeded skier through the qualifiers. I think that she's made up for it this weekend. Whatever happens, she's guaranteed second, and that's great. That's probably her highest podium. Well, it is her highest podium equal. Like I said, she's got a second at Moomba off the top of my head, and she's got a third at Swiss. I watched her the whole way through last year at all the tournaments, and she was always, it seemed unfortunate. She would kind of ski well. She did it at Hilltop. She did it at Malibu Open. Off the top of my head, she was always kind of there or thereabouts and very much in the mix going into the final. And in the final, things just seemed to not work out. So, and that included the head-to-head finals, and she just wouldn't, she wasn't that close to the podium too often. She's done obviously a lot of work. People that don't know her story, she was a nurse of some description. Tony, you'll tell me.
She's a traveling nurse these days.
That's right, but she's taken a sabbatical specifically for this purpose. She wanted to put her skiing front and center for 6 months. She'd left her job, I believe, a handful of months ago. She moved to Orlando. She trained in Orlando for the last few months. She got her podium at the Swiss Pro. She made the final at Masters. I think she came 4th there, and then here she is. She's decided to do all of Europe. She's traveling to 5 events in 5 weekends. She'll be in Greece next week, Norway the weekend after, and the UK after that, before heading home to probably quite a reality check after quite a fun few weeks.
And sampling all the meats and cheeses from all the land.
That's true, yeah. I mean, so her boyfriend is leaving start of this week, and her mum's flying in, so she's got a lot of support, and she's making the most of maybe a once in a lifetime opportunity to come out here. She's told me she's planning all sorts of sightseeing, tourism to do. She's going to do in Greece. She was worried this morning. She was talking about where she might get a practice set in Greece so she can get used to this new ski. But having said that, she seems to have got used to it pretty quickly. She's not going to be too stressed going into next weekend, having run 38, 2 out of 2 rounds today, and probably doing quite a good job as we're about to see in this round, I imagine.
Okay, let's point out why Jamie Bull is still in her ski gear, because the rule that dictates that the second person out must exceed to win is no longer in effect.
It no longer is in effect, and look at that, to be a brilliant offside turn. And I think, you know, Ali she in the first 2 rounds of this head-to-head in the quarterfinal and semi-final, she chose to put out the skier that she had the opportunity to go first when she had the advantage in going first, but she chose to put them out before her. And she came out from behind them and beat them. Admittedly, she did it with a score of 38 or 11 in front of her, with first in the quarterfinals Gina, and in the next round it was Bea, I believe. So she absolutely must run this pass to get the 3 1/4 that she needs at the next pass. And she looks good. So let's see. That's a bit of a taily 1 over to 2, and I think she's in a little bit of trouble here. I think 3 is going to be crucial. She's still in it. Come on, Ali. A lot of speed into 4, and I think she's going to struggle unless she can get the big turn she needs at 5. And will she get around 6? Oh, come on, Ali. At the exit. No, she can't do it. That's a 5.5, I believe, and Jamie gets her second win in 2 weeks. A huge congrats to Jamie. That's massive, and you know, it just. She really took on the mantle of the dominant female of the sport at the start of last year, being congratulated here by many around. A lot of people very happy, and she has. She's won the Masters. In the last year and a bit, she's won the Masters. She won Lake 38. She's won the World Championships. Probably most importantly, she's the reigning champion of the Waterski Pro Tour, and Ali will be disappointed. I mean, she was getting more and more frantic going down the pass. She'll be disappointed that she's missed this 38 off, this 11-meter pass. But she still put up a valiant effort. She just barely missed the pass, and it's gutsy skiing. But second is no disgrace by any means. Frankly, if she'd have got too much beyond her second seed coming in, it would have been an upset to have beaten Jamie. It was there, but she didn't quite manage it. But congrats to her. It's a good result for her, and it gives her points and it gives her some money, and she'll start paying back her investment of significant investment to come over here for 5 weeks. What do you think, Tony?
Yes, absolutely, and let's not forget Patrizia Yanni as well, who got 3rd place, is on the podium for Italy, her highest Pro Tour position finish, and we'll go to dockside and check in with Yanni.
Three at 10:25, but you wasn't out. How does it feel?
I mean, I'm super happy to take another win, so can't complain with that. Be enough. I was a little frustrated. I've been feeling pretty good this weekend, so go out and do that. In the finals was definitely a little frustrating, but it worked out today, so it's on to the next.
Congratulations again. Hoping to see you here next year. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there from Yanni's Island.
Thanks, guys.
And a typically calm Jamie Bull. She's she's got ice in her veins. She never gets too excited. I mean, look at the lead. She extends at the top of the Pro Tour, and interesting. I mean, Ali Garcia getting these points. Bea. It's good. There's all of these European Tour skiers taking the big points. Jamie at the top, and in fact, that is those top 4 places are reflected by our podium. By our top 4 here today. Ali obviously being in. And
Patrizia right there, the highest ranked European in 4th place.
That's right. She's doing it for the Europeans. So here we go. Nate has, as the top seed, has decided to go first. I don't know which driver he's chosen, but he's gone first. It's an interesting. We move on, right? There's no time to celebrate Jamie's victory too quickly, because we move on to the final of the men.
12 meters.
12 meters. Nate Smith.
Entrance, buoy 1, just trying to plant his ski in off each turn and just hold on to everything that he can muster and get through the opening pass. 5 and number 6, nicely done. That is Nate Smith as he gets ready to welcome the next pass of 11.25 meters. We'll take a look at this, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Ali Nicholson. I mean, she got her second place finish here are certainly noteworthy.
Well, I can guarantee that yesterday when she saw her ski snapped in half from that handle wrapping around it, that she probably didn't think that she was going to be second today. It's a heartbreaking thing to happen. I mean, you know, confidence is so key as an athlete, and it speaks very well of her that she's able to sort of pick herself back up from that, you know, sort of confusing and strange occurrence, to then, you know, get her head back in the game, as it were, eye of the tiger, all these sorts of cliches, and do great scores consistently. And I think today, I don't think there's been anyone apart from Ali and Jamie that have run 38. I think the scores have all been, you know, mid-deep 38. So Ali, you know, had, even with that 5.5, she got the second best score of the day, behind her own scores and Jamie's.
All right. Do you think that performance there to get to that point was worthy of your vote of the day? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for your skier of the day. The polls remain open until the end of this final men's pairing.
So Nate Smith coming at 11, and again, you know, we never see him miss this. It's going to be a piece of cake, I would imagine, and he's just dialing it in. I mean, honestly, when it gets to this stage, it's the 5th set. And you just you almost don't want to do these early passes. You kind of just want, like, it would be almost better to go out at 38 because you're just going through the motions. Things, if you're not too careful, you can get a little bit raggedy. You're not exactly skiing at your most technically best if you're tired. I mean, I can promise you, there's no pro skier that on any typical weekend is skiing 5 times in practice. I mean, I don't know what everyone is doing 100%, but I doubt that that's a typical training schedule for anyone. So you know, the skiers in a head-to-head that get to the final, they're sort of typically very much going beyond you know, their typical physical limits. So very easy pass from Nate, very, very easy, and we're going to see him come through at 10.75 in just a second. Again, I'm going to say a must-run pass if you want a chance. And if he wants a chance, and we're going to see Sasha come up afterwards and try and take down whatever score he sets.
Right, you are. So Nate Smith, I understand that both of these skiers are skiing behind the same driver, which will be Mario Pagazzi.
I wonder why that is. That's a strange change of rules there, but yeah, that's a funny one, isn't it? All right, so a little bit sunny. Nate coming in at 1 at 10.75, over to 2. Nothing particularly crazy about this pass. It's Nate Smith, it's 10.75, and we all kind of expect him to run it, and he does. And he's waiting at buoy 6.
Nice, absolutely. So looking at this, 10.75 meters on his game, skiing into the sun, into the setting sun. This lake ski is east-west, as you can probably imagine. And just absolutely crushing these buoys, especially that number 4. Right foot forward, hardly surprising. And hardly a shocker that he got through 10.75 meters. Now he's really going to set the store here at 10.25 meters and maybe a little bit beyond if he's frisky enough to do so.
Yeah, it's okay.
So here we go. We're going to see Nate Smith come in at 10.25. His scores have been sort of irregular for him. He's had, I think, 3, 6, 3, 3. So he's done enough through the first 2 rounds of the head-to-head. But we also saw this at Hilltop last year. He got, I think, 4, 6, 3, 3, and then in the final he put the 6 together that he needed to beat me, which was frustrating. But you know, we believe he's probably going to go for it as much as he can, and you know, he'll put his foot on the gas. So let's see what he does. His one is very good, actually. He's pulled hard to 2 and he's turned 2, and he's way better in this than the previous ones, and he's over to 3, and it looks just easy and 4, and I think he's going to go around 5 and turn this and run it, and actually that's as good of a 10.25 as you'll ever see, I'm going to say.
Oh yeah, absolutely on form there. That is Nate Smith running through 10.25 meters and really setting the stall out for Sasha Deska. Now it comes down to how much he can get down, 9.75 meters, skiing very much into the sun.
Watch the balance around the back end of 1 here. I mean, he just got whipped over to 2, you know, and barely any tip rise, straight over to 2, turns it. Previously, he was kind of grabbing the handle high and finishing with his weight on the wrong side of that ski, but there he is, nose in the water from an early point, moving backwards on the ski, and yeah, that's it. When he runs it like that, you go, how can he miss it? Like that's what makes it so strange that he's sort of managed to only get 3 in 3 of the rounds this weekend. Like I say, irregular for him, 6, 3, 3, and 6. But anyway, here we go. I mean, we've never had a pro final decided at 9.75. So for that to happen, Sasha is going to have to run 6 at 10.25, and I think there's going to be sun in. Looking at that, there's going to be sun in Nate's eyes. One's going to be crucial. You know, let's say leaves the door open if he goes inside of 1. I mean, I think that's harsh, but I mean, he'll want to get around 1, and he does
go inside 1.
Does he go inside of it?
Yeah,
so that's 0 at 9.75 twice. Well, I mean, you know, again, incredibly hard to say, given it's the best score of the tournament by at least by 1 boy, that he's left the door open there. But I mean, if Sasha can get through the 10.25 pass, which he you know, he hasn't managed this year. Let's see. But yeah, Nate Smith so far, he takes the best score of a tournament, which there are points for. He gets 2 points, sort of like in F1, where you get the fastest lap gets an extra bonus point. There's the same sort of deal here. So he's at the moment got 2 points. Sasha's going to, in order to win, he's going to have to get the 2 points for himself. So the winner here is going to leave with 50 points plus 2. That's 100% for certain. I guess unless there's a tie, and then they'll come back at the last completed pass, which would be 10.25, which would be brilliant to see. But we'll see what's going to happen. The boat is down at the other end of the lake. It's going to come back, and Sasha's going to go out and ski. The pressure's not really on him, I'm going to say. I mean, you're not expected to win by any means when you have to run 10.25. So, he can kind of go out there. He can attack. It's not like he has to think about, oh, I've just got to get to 3. I've just got to get to 4. No, he has to attack from the very first ball. He has to, make sure that he's going for it at every step of the way.
And I tell you what, let's not gloss over the fact that Sasha Deska, in his career, has actually had 1 or 2 excursions into 9.75 meters.
I think his best score in a pro tournament is here. He ran a 5 here in San Gervasio 2018 or 17. So he's got it in him for sure. It would be, and he did it with the pressure on him earlier on. He needed to get a full 4 at 10.25, which was a big ask against Will, and he managed it. He did it. He got through that semi-final as the underdog, as the lower seeded skier, against someone that just got the third best score of the whole tournament, and better than Sasha had the whole tournament. So who's to say that with the pressure on, the time to shine is now. Who's to say he can't do it?
And I think they changed drivers there. I'm not too sure who was at the helm of the boat.
Yeah, that's Manuel now. I think that it was Mario before, and it's now Manuel, which I think is fair. I mean, I think the rules as Matteo was stating him earlier, it looked like he said that there was going to be a swap out of the driver. I think that's they've kind of planned for that, and these drivers, let's not forget, they want to participate in this final, so to take that away from them would be pretty rough.
Yeah.
They've earned it. They've driven all the rounds very well, and there's been a lot of good skiing this weekend. So they want to be amongst it.
Let's not forget the efforts of our other drivers in this competition, both in the pro and amateur, and Nathan McGarry doing a fantastic job, as did Claudio Bonatti. Here we go. Opening pass, 12 meters, Sasha Deska.
I love that graphic at the bottom there. I mean, it's 6.66.660. Very clear. The sun's going to come into it again. I mean, I think, you know, Nate didn't seem to have too many problems with it, but I mean, I'm looking down the lake, and I mean, it's glistening. It really is. There's a lot of glare on that water, and it's almost like, you know, with that just tiny little bit of wind, when there's a ripple, it definitely finds the sun finds a way to get into your eyes. Not so easy going away. Of course, it won't have any problem coming towards the dock, but the 10.75 going away, which is obviously a must run. I mean, the first 4 passes here are must runs in order to get the win.
Right, you are. Go vote for your skier of the day. Are these performances here and now enough to secure your vote for skier of the day? Could it be Nate Smith? Could it be Sasha Deska? Could it be Jamie Ball? Could it be Ali Nicholson? Or someone else you may have in mind? Also participate in our matches in bplayfuel.com, bplayfuel.com.
We need you. Yeah. That was good.
11 meters again. Shouldn't miss it. Probably won't miss it. 99.9% certain. But again, he's gonna be building himself up. He's looked better and better today. He didn't start off looking all that hot in the first round, but that second round, you know, we saw his 38, his 39, and then his 41 was very, very good. So he's building it up. He's moving towards what he hopes is a high point in the final. It's what you always want. You don't want to run your best score in the first round. You want to run your best score in the final so that you can get the most ultimate position.
Maintaining his water speed into the gate shot, highly important. No, especially at this short line length at 11.25 meters, where the line doesn't even get outside buoy's width. Just look at this, just remarkable stuff. And you know what? You know, when I compare what his style and his approach to this event now compared to what he was in, say, like, I don't know, 2010, where he won the European U21 slalom title ahead of you at Moisac, he was like full-on aggressive coming off each turn. There was nothing you could do to stop him, just going like flat out 90 degrees, holding everything he could, and then trying to maintain control of that. He's a much more measured skier now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do as you're a kid. You kind of think that water skiing is about pushing and pulling as hard as you can, but it's not. And I think, you know, we're hopefully all getting more refined as we go, which is why Thomas and Will are still going so strong. Sasha coming into 2, he's looking good. A little bit of a glare probably, but I mean, he's fine. And this is an easy pass. There he is over to 6, and looks easy. So we're going to see what he does, and you know, will he be able to run the next pass that is absolutely vital if he wants to get the win? I mean, I can tell you if he does, he's going to win, because he'll just go for that buoy 1. He'll pull as hard as he can and get around it. The hard thing is when you're trying to turn it. You can, you know, someone at Sasha's level, you know, I think Nate, when he's getting these zeros, it's probably more because he's trying to get into a position where he can turn it.
And just look at this. I mean, he's having to take a second look into some of these buoys, because he is, as Manfred Mann and the Earth Band would sing, blinded by the light.
What a reference. Also The Streets, an early 2000s UK hip-hop artist. Good song.
Okay, I'll check that one out. But I'm more a 1973 type of guy.
Yeah, well, probably me too, honestly. Okay, so this would, I think, be the biggest ever final if we've never had a final decided at 9.75. So let's see if he can do it. I mean, he's going to have to. He's already run his best of the season so far with a 4. It's his best in a pro tournament in a number of years. Can he run the whole thing?
All right,
let's see.
Check it out.
Nice and wide on the gate, and he's over to 1, and it's a decent 1. He's deep with the shoulder at 2, and I mean he could be in this, frankly. I mean it's not going to happen. I don't think he's got the 4, and then no, it's not going to. But still, it's a very valiant effort. I mean, to get your equal best score of the season in a final, he didn't win, but I mean he did improve every round, and that's good. And he's in 2nd place. So our final podium placements end up being Nate, then Sasha, and then Will. Will, the guy that Sasha beat in the semi-final there. And we're going to go to the dock.
Here we are with the winner of this year's San Gervasio Pro Am, Nate. Congratulations, that was an amazing 10.25. You didn't manage to get to number 1. Did you struggle with the sun? Was it okay?
Thank you. The sun actually, it looks bright from here, but on the water it's no factor. Like I didn't see it at all, but just happy to run 10.25 and then 9.7. I kind of had in my head a little bit to try to turn it, and then it just set me up weird, just along right inside of 1. Caught me a little bit thinking, like, if Sasha runs 10.2, then...
And he could. I mean, from the previous round, I mean, you ran 1, 2, and 3 very easily. He could have run 41.
Exactly.
So you went in to run it. You didn't want to do 4, 5.
No, I mean, I knew exactly what Sasha was capable of, and I wanted 6.
And you didn't have the advantage of the head-to-head rules of being first, and they have to beat you. So you would have to ski again. So congratulations again, Nate, and I hope to see you again next year here.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Back to you, Tony.
Okay, let's take a look at this replay one more time. Sasha Deska.
Little bit of that aerial edge change there, Tony. I mean, but at the same time, I think this look how deep that shoulder is. God, he did well to change his edge there, and the ski's working better and better. I mean, he's figuring it out. He did change the ski this week, and that's back-to-back 4s is not bad. I think we kind of knew it wasn't going to happen there, but there we go. He's got his best score of the year. He's moving up. He's got tournaments ahead of him, and he's skiing well.
All right, let's take a look at the podium one last time. Will Asher in 3rd, Sasha Deska in 2nd, and your champion here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition of, presented to you by
Santos Dassault.
Yeah, that's the one. And your champion there was Nate Smith. So let's have a look at the Pro Tour points.
Will sneaking onto the lead there, keeping a hold of it. I mean, that 3rd didn't do him any favors, but he's got the extra point. Nate got the extra points for the best score, which didn't quite take him to top. Thomas in 3rd. Sasha moving up to 4th from, I think, 7th. I'm moving further and further down that as I don't ski. Frustrating. But yeah, I mean, it's shaping up. I mean, there's Will's over 100 points. Nate's over 100 points. There's 7 tournaments contributing this year, so everything helps. We're gonna have 14 events total. This was number 4, but probably we're getting into the meat of the big ones. The first 2 tournaments of the year were introductory events, Swiss and Lake 38, so the points weren't that high. So here we are with the bigger events, and we're excited to be here.
All right, then the award presentations will take place in just a few minutes. But before we go to the award presentations and to the break that comes prior to it, let me give you the women's. Alini from Cyprus. Alini Anayoto from Cyprus. Hopefully I didn't butcher that name too much. You win yourself a ski. I believe that's the Conley ski. Simone McDonald from Switzerland, you win the men's audience prize, the D3 slalom ski, and we also will reveal the skier vote at the prize presentation, which will take place on the back side of this break. You have been watching the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santos Dassault, and we will return right after these.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah, no, it's a nice set. Nice hit for you.
Right there.
Filippo, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into the presentation for this, the 2022 San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault. Fantastic competition all the way from start to finish, from where it started on Friday all the way to the conclusion just a few minutes ago. So before we recognize the amateurs, starting with the under-14s, let us first of all recognize a special athlete, as this was his first competition. Matteo, if you can present a special prize to Filippo Busata. Looks like Matteo's coming around with a little gift for you, sir.
Guido, vieni sul podio, facciamo una foto.
There you go. Busata.
Bravissimo.
Okay, going to the under-14s, presented by Pigoski. Awards presented by Pedrini. Third place in the under-14 slalom, Anderson, Constantine Anderson. Second place from Germany, Pepe Leonard. First place, your winner, Teo Field.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your podium finishers in under 14, Constantine Anderson, Pepe Leonard, and your champion, Teo Field. All right, so our senior competition presented by Aquaflyer, and the awards presented by Caro Rondali, the owner of Aquaflyer. In third place, Cristela Field. In second place, and unfortunately not here to receive his prize, from France, Pierre Helle.
Thank you very much.
And your champion, no stranger to being on top of the podium, from Germany, Stefan Field.
Is your wife? Yeah. It's a family. Family.
Family, okay.
Family.
Wow. Have to come up on top.
Well,
okay.
that's my congrats.
Okay, congrats. Congratulations. Okay, this is for you.
Thank you. Wow.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Okay, congrats.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cristela and Stefan Field. Aren't they a wonderful couple? All right, continue right along to the open competition presented by PKB. Awards presented by Kiko Busata. In third place, but not here to receive his award, Gregoire Desfond. I'm not too sure if this next person is around either, but yes, she is. Okay, she's here. Emily Wenzel. And your winner is Tim Field.
Matteo, portalo te.
Come on over to the podium, please.
Second, the other way.
They each will be awarded a check and a PKB vest. The winner will receive the PKB vest.
Thank you.
So congratulate our podium finishers, Emily Wenzel and Tim Field. All right, now we come down to the major prizes, starting with the Radar Junior Challenge. Awards presented by Matteo Luzzeri, the organizer of the San Gervasio Junior Challenge. While we wait for our Open awardees to get their photos taken. Give them a big cheer, Tim Field and Emily Wenzel. All right, the Junior Challenge presented by Radar Skis and the awards presented by Matteo Luzzeri. In the girls' competition, in third place, Alexis Mischler from the United States. Second place from Austria, Filippo Anderson. And your girls champion with a top score of 2 at 11.25 meters, Elena Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you your podium finishers, Alexis Mischler, Filippo Anderson, and Elena Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the junior girls finishers. All right, now go to the junior boys. Third place from Ukraine, Demir Flaratov. Second place, and with the top score of the competition with 3 at 10.75 meters from Australia, Lucas Cornell. And your boys champion for the second year in succession from Mexico, Jaime Palomino. All right, stick around, Jaime. Stay there, because you were voted for with a percentage of 28.8% to be the skier of the day. Okay, so before we go into the award presentations for the pro women and pro men, let me tell you about our audience prizes. Elena from Cyprus wins the women's audience prize of a Conley ski of her choice. And the men's audience prize goes to Simone McDowell of Switzerland. He wins the D3 of his choice. Give those two big winners a big cheer. All right then, folks, now we go into the pro women's competition presented by Santo Dassault, awards presented by Giovanni Mantelli, the sports councillor for San Gervasio. Now, in third place, representing Italy, Patricio Yanni. Woo! Second place, runner-up from the United States of America, Ali Nicholson.
Va bene.
And your champion from Canada with a top score in the event of one buoy at 41 off, 10.25 meters, it's Jamie Bull.
Ah sì, appunto, grazie.
Ladies and gentlemen, celebrating the winners in the competition. Ali Nicholson, your winner, Jamie Bull. Okay, going on to the pro men, our last event. In third place from Great Britain. Oh, by the way, the awards will be presented by our good friend Luciano Cedaquist. He is the president of the Italian Waterski and Wakeboard Federation, and he will present the awards for the pro men. Starting off in third place, Will Asher. Where are you, Will? Will, come on down. There you go. And as Will receives his prize, let me tell you that in second place and runner-up from France, Sacha Desquin. And your champion, your winner, with a top score in the event of 0 at 9.75 meters. He is your champion here in San Gervasio for 2022, and his name is Nate Smith. Celebrating your champions once again in third place, Will Asher, second place, Sacha Desquin, and your champion, Nate Smith. All right, that brings to a conclusion the San Gervasio Pro Am for 2022 presented by Santos Dassault. Thanks a lot once again. We hope to be able to do this next year. But in the meantime, have a safe trip home and ciao for now.